complete summary of the Elbaph arc, part 3, covering manga chapters 1154, starting with the appearance of Rox D. Zebek to 1171, thus concluding with Loki's flashback. And in this summary, we will go chapter by chapter, discussing how each week unfolded in the manga, so you'll have the most complete overview possible, as if you'd been up to date with the manga for a long time. So whether you've come to this video because you've stopped watching the anime, want to transition to the manga and catch up quickly, or simply wish to recall how great this Elbaph segment has been, welcome and enjoy the summary. We'll start directly with the chapter, and we begin the chapter with volume 38 of Yamato's mini story, Another Week Where Nothing Happens, and we see them paying respects at the tomb of the hero born in West Blue and raised in Ringo. And this, as you've told me, is Ryuma's tomb. I imagine it could be, because many swords are stuck here, but I don't exactly remember if Ryuma was from West Blue and raised in Ringo. I also find it surreal that Yamato visited Ryuma's tomb before Zoro, who said he wanted to pay his respects as well, but didn't. But anyway, I'll discuss this in a future video because there are many things we can talk about. Let's go straight to the chapter and jump back 63 years, where they tell us everything that occurred with Big Mom. And what we're shown is the death of Jarul Waterfall Beard, who was killed by the hands of a certain young girl, a human girl, who despite her small stature destroyed half a giant village. That girl's name was Charlotte Linlin, later known as the Great Pirate and one of the Yonko Big Mom. And this is what we saw in Big Mom's flashback, but they simply remind us of it. They say that in that same year in Elbaph, a series of unprecedented disasters occurred. Fires, storms, cold waves, that the crops were ravaged, and that the abnormal weather even caused poor fishing at sea, ultimately bringing famine to this fertile land. We go to see Astrid, Loki's mother, and we see her lying in bed saying it's all that cursed child's fault. She says she let the guard let that thing live, and now the whole country is cursed. And she says, it can't be, it must have been a coincidence. But then she looks reluctantly, and we see Loki break down the door, entering his mother's room, and we see the mother say, "Ugh, he's looking at me." And we see poor Loki trying to approach his mother like a newborn, wanting his mother's love, something completely natural. And the mother says to get that thing away from him, that monster shouldn't come near her again. And the guards try to stop Loki and tell him he shouldn't enter the mother's room. The mother says, destroy that beast's eyes, everything is cursed, and this will be the end of this country. The mother was a complete disaster and a complete disgrace. So we see a mother with a little girl, and the girl is saying she's hungry, and the mother says it was the last bread, that she's very sorry. Then we see the giants talking among themselves, saying, let's plunder the sea. If it's humans, we can rob them without problems. That's the story of Elbaph, right? Then they interrupt him and say, don't talk nonsense. Elbaph has always fought with honor and pride. That's just empty talk. Then we hear them say, the hunter villagers are coming to attack us. What do we do? They say they also destroyed other villages. To arms, don't let them take anything. And we see there's a small crisis in Elbaph. We see the narrator says that Elbaph was far from being a unified nation at that time, that it was plunged into civil wars, and that in such a critical situation, conflicts intensified, causing numerous casualties, and the country was engulfed in chaos. And gradually, one of its people, a rather old giant, says, I heard rumors that a prince has been born in the castle. They say he's cursed. And they say, the heart of Elbaph was beginning to deteriorate. Then, we see that old man enter Hadruden's house and say, hey Hadruden, your brother is trying to curse and destroy this country. As his older brother, you must be his sacrifice to stop him. And then Ida says, why? My son is the most beautiful in the world, and he will outlive everyone. Then the giant grabs her by the neck and is about to strike her head with his axe, saying, shut up, Ida, you cursed outsider, how dare you try to trick Harold? Shut up, you. Does love truly have any borders? Replies Ida. And then Hadruden grabs a sword and says, don't you dare touch my mother. But then Harold shows up. He lands a punch to the other's head, flattening him, turning him into a rug. That punch he throws is crazy, and he says, I'll destroy you if you ever touch her again, you scoundrel. And then they shout, King Harold. We see Hadruden shouts, Dad. Ida steps aside, and Harold says, don't hurt each other anymore, brothers, your majesty. So Harold says, as soon as I heard that Loki had been born, I also received the news of the famine. I consulted the situation with the countries with whom we maintain relations. And with just that, without another word, even with their small human bodies, they loaded ships full of provisions. Several nations united to transport enough food to feed us with our giant stomachs. We are very grateful for your incredible help. And then we see a lot of human ships in front of Elbaph saying, wow, how do we get onto the island? Haha, it's huge. Chew well all that food they gave us with such gratitude. The giants say this among themselves, and this, to me, is incredible. It's precious, because we see how Harold tried to unify people, and we also see how those individuals, those humans, tried to help the giants without expecting anything in return, simply because they needed it given the situation they were facing. And this is something I really like. It's very One Piece. And I hope it has repercussions in the future and we can see a parallel later on. The giants start eating like crazy with great enthusiasm, and they say, when they are in trouble someday, we will return the favor with everything we have. We have lived our lives confined to a very small world. And I really like this because, of course, they refer to living in a very small world, in the sense that obviously with everything that exists, it's a very tiny part of the world, but we mustn't forget that the Atom Tree where they live is completely colossal. It's gigantic, gigantic, gigantic. So obviously these people are completely grateful for, and they say they will return the favor someday with everything we have. So this seems important, perhaps for the final war for the world's freedom or something like that. Don't forget these words, and all of this will make sense. We're told Queen Astrid until the day before Harold's return spread throughout the kingdom that the disasters were Loki's curse, who died hating her own son, consumed by her suffering, and we're taught she also died due to the illness she had. The people naturally believe that even the death was caused by the prince's curse, meaning the mother is to blame for all the supposed curses attributed to Loki, for all the misfortunes. Everything that happens in Elbaph is blamed on Loki because of his mother, and just look how it all ended. Then we see Harold, who lifts Loki and says, "Loki, my son." And then we see the guards tell him, "Your Majesty, he was born with a problem in his eyes." And they explain that yes, he can see. And Harold says, "Well, I see, poor child." He doesn't smile. It's not strange. He just lost his mother. But of course, we must understand that Harold didn't know what the mother had done to Loki. He had no idea at all. So he thought he was just like that because he had lost his mother. And so they say that with just a few months of life, Loki had already given up on love. Then he says, he's covered in many bruises. And they somehow try to keep this hidden from King Harold. But later the narrator says, the diplomacy Harold established bore fruit, and Elbaph managed to overcome the winter. But while he was rebuilding a country on the brink of collapse and dealing with foreign expeditions, Harold was overwhelmed, and during that time, the man in charge of Loki's care was Astrid's regent and older brother. That is, another idiot. So they show us Hadrudin, who is living with his mother Ida, and he says, "This is the underworld, you know? It's dangerous. Since it's on the other side of the sea, wild beasts don't cross over here," says Ida. "Really? It's sweet that you worry so much. Are you training with Mr. Elbow from West Village? I'll pass by there on my way back. Whether they're fishermen, castaways, or pirates, whoever shows up, this is Ida's bar, and I'll attend to everyone. I hope I can be useful to Harold." And this is important because this appears to be the same bar where Shanks was at the start. Remember the first time we saw Elbaph, Shanks was there having some beers or whatever he was drinking. And this bar, it was almost certainly Ida's. Something I like, and that's probably quite important. We go back 56 years to Elbaph, to Jarul House, and they say, "Were you at the scene of the Levely incident, Harold?" "Yes, I begged the friendly king to let me infiltrate as a soldier, but in the end, they didn't listen to my pleas. If that murder case hadn't broken out, perhaps they would have arrested me." And we'll discuss this murder case at the end of the chapter, because it's revealed who the culprit is. That's if they had only arrested you. You are so reckless. Have you heard of Galela, that group of giant warrior carpenters, the ones who carried enormous hammers? They were not a legend. Here with Galela, obviously we all think of the Water 7 shipwrights, but it's important to say that from what's seen in Japanese, Galela isn't spelled the exact same way as when the Galela shipwrights are mentioned in Water 7, meaning even if it means the same thing, being spelled differently, it could be that they are two different factions. Like, for example, the giants might have inspired those from Water 7, or those from Water 7 inspired the giants. And obviously, I think that perhaps these people were the ones who built Pluton, not exactly them, but rather their ancestors. Then Jarul says, "No, I believe they truly existed. They sailed to distant lands, and from there they sent letters to Elbaph. Some of those letters survived. One of them read, 'We've all been captured.' Can you believe it? More than 100 warriors, including captured ancient giants. By whom?" And then Harold says, "And do you believe the world government alone did it?" "There's no doubt that in the past a great enemy existed," says Jarul, "but that part of history was sunk into the depths of the sea." And now, I don't know if he's just saying this hypothetically, or if he truly knows that the world is doomed. Anyway, I, no matter what, really want this man to get that sword out of his head, the one that's stuck there, and tell us some history. Please, Oda, this man seems to know interesting things, and it would be interesting to see. The reason Harold's sincerity doesn't come through might have nothing to do with him. So Harold says, "It's old grudges from the past." And Jarul says, "I've heard a rumor going around that an entire army of giants was frozen in some location." Well, remember that we belong to a clan that has caused much damage to the world. And here, these people Jarul is talking about are obviously the ones we see frozen in Punk Hazard. You will remember this panel that I'm putting on screen, where we see a whole lot of frozen giants, and it is effectively Punk Hazard. Now we need to figure out who captured them, why they captured them, and all the rest. Be careful with this. We're told that Master Loki has cursed his brother. We also see Loki's growth and several things that are happening. So we see Astrid's older brother who says, let's see what crap we make him eat today. And later, a bit older, they say, the Horse of Fortune is dead, which is what Loki killed. Later, they say, the Regent has died in the underworld. Obviously, Loki killed the Regent and the horse. The narrator adds that 48 years ago, Elbaph built 8 forest routes, which connected villages and unified the country. My dream is to connect with all countries and for giants to live freely in a vast world, says Harold. People get very happy, people support Harold, and they are completely content with him. And then we start to see something of Loki with Hadrudin, as they treat Hadrudin a bit differently because they call him a bastard and say that yes, he is Harold's son, but he is of impure blood. And Loki at that moment joins the beasts of the underworld, which we see later in the present, let's say, and we see that he joins them and begins to destroy and attack people. The narrator recounts that Loki continued to wound and destroy, mocking the weak who tried to flee. But there comes a moment when Hadrudin stops him and says, hey, don't you dare destroy the village Dad worked so hard to build. But then Loki starts hitting him, telling him not to even think of calling his father Dad, and that he doesn't care about insignificant humans. Then Hadrudin declares that he treats everyone equally, and that Loki shouldn't boast just for being tall and big. And Loki hits Hadrudin with the mace on the head and throws him to the ground. And then we see Gerd, Goldber, and the others rush to protect and care for him after the blow. And Loki, who is blindfolded, we see him get angry and say, how disgusting, how pathetic, Hadrudin. Damn cowards, always consolidating among themselves. Son of a mother with impure blood. And then the guards try to stop him, saying he's also his majesty's son. And we see Loki says not to be called prince, that he's a bastard, and he also hits the guards with his mace. But the narrator says that even as he destroyed everything, nothing could fill the void in Loki's heart. And we see that he once again threw himself from the tree of Elbaph into the underworld to try and end his life. And he says he can't even die while he's crying with rage. And this is important because the bandages over Loki's eyes hid his frustration at seeing Hadrudin with friends, seeing those people happy, and the hard life Loki had, even how everyone rejected him due to the curse, because of everything that had been said about him. And here we see a very clear parallel with Kaido and Loki. We see that Kaido, our first introduction to him, is trying to end his life by jumping from a great height, saying he can't die. And here we see the same, but with a much smaller Loki saying he can't even die, filled with great frustration and rage. I've mentioned it here several times, and I'll probably elaborate on this in a future video, but I already said that Elbaph would be the Wano done right. They'd explain many things left unresolved in Wano, things Oda didn't explain or show. Yamato's mini story proves this, subtly introducing Wano's lore and explaining a few things. Then we had the mural here and other things. And so, having this Loki situation, I think it's doing exactly what I'm saying, a well-executed Wano in the sense that we're seeing a very evident parallel with Loki and Kaido. And now, what we'll have in the end, maybe it's something extra. But at the chapter's end, we see a mountain cut in half, and they say, what the hell is happening on this island? How do you reach the island? Then the beasts go wild. Some men approach Loki directly, saying, oh, there he is, look, a giant brat. No doubt about it, this must be Elbaph, and we see a couple of people. We see Shiki, and he says, this kid has a face worthy of a demon. And Whitebeard, who is very young, says, even for a giant, he's far too big, and he's crying. And the narrator says, 8 years ago, during the Levely Summit, this man met Harold, killed a high-ranking Marine Admiral, and successfully escaped. Currently, he is a criminal with an incredibly high bounty, being hunted down by the world government. And this mysterious person says, alright, answer yes twice, you damn brat, because that's the only answer I want. First, this is the country of the giants, Elbaph, isn't that right? And secondly, Harold is here, isn't he? And then they introduce us to this individual, possessing such a truly captivating and powerful aura named Rox D. Xebec, and it states, a future captain of the Rox Pirates, implying that they haven't been formed just yet. And it also states, father of Yonko Blackbeard. This information has completely driven people absolutely wild. In fact, there are so many theories out there. Obviously, I will bring them up and discuss them in much more detail, because there's a lot more to talk about. I have to say that the fact that he's Kurohige's father, I have to say I find it a bit disappointing, because it seems too simple, that he's just the father. It's very uninspired. I would have preferred it to be an inherited will, his spirit inside Blackbeard. I mean, something a little bit crazier. That wasn't so straightforward. It's not that I dislike it, but it does disappoint me because I was expecting some of his usual antics. But what I can tell you I really don't like is the way that it's presented, that he's Blackbeard's father. Okay, fine, but the way they present him is just too weird. Why is it put there? I understand it says future captain of the Rox Pirates, but why does it say Blackbeard's father? I know that seeing his face, it's obvious he looks like Blackbeard, and you'd assume he's the father, so clear it wouldn't even need to be said. But I recall Shamrock was introduced, Garling was introduced, and nothing was mentioned about him being Shanks' father or brother, even though it's something we all pretty much take for granted, not just because we also know Shanks' last name. So I don't quite understand why all this is here, and I don't get why it's placed here. I would have preferred a more natural introduction, like him mentioning he has a son in a later chapter, or us seeing at the end of his story that he has a child or something similar, or even Blackbeard revealing it at some point. But the fact that it's revealed, not even by the narrator, just by having Father of the Yonko Blackbeard written under his name, well, it just doesn't quite convince me, to be honest. It's something I find a bit strange. The way they presented it seemed quite underwhelming to me, because I believe it overlaps a little with Xebec's presentation, and I think it just comes across as a bit odd. I certainly don't rule out that later on, in a few weeks, when the chapters are corrected. I believe Oda is capable of correcting this, removing it, and later making a proper revelation, because as I said, it's quite strange, honestly. I don't understand why he would reveal this information here in a way that's that loses a lot of impact. I don't know if you agree with me, leave it in the comments about this, but there's a lot to discuss. Something important that I will indeed mention, despite not delving into theories in too much detail, is that it's rumored this character, Xebec, might possess the Ope Ope fruit, that is to say, Law's, because obviously 50 years ago, Law didn't have the fruit since Law didn't even exist, and we can see that the way the mountain is cut is a very straight shape. It's a shape that is completely severed as if by a sword. In fact, we know that this man possessed a sword. And we see that the gesture he's making towards Loki is like a 2 with his fingers, which can indeed be interpreted with the 2 questions he's asking, which makes perfect sense. But we also have to understand that with the room that Law creates, Law also makes the very same gesture. So there's this theory. I must say, this fruit for Xebec would be incredible. I think it's an interesting way to see it on another character who would use it very differently from Law, a more destructive way that fits with his sword theme. And that's something I'd like to see, because with Law we probably won't see the fruit's full potential, even though we've already seen its awakening, but surely this character could take it much further. Also, let me know in the comments what fruits you'd like him to have. Another important thing being discussed is that during the Leveille, he killed a Marine Admiral and escaped, and that seems quite interesting to me because I need to check dates, but I think this person could perhaps be Akainu's father. I'd have to look into it a lot, not that I have any real reason to think so, but we know Akainu hates pirates and must have a reason for it. He's someone we've seen since the start of the series with so much hatred for pirates. So what I'd like from all of this is for him to have an interesting motive, one that connects further back in history, and that it be with Xebec. I don't know, I'll have to analyze it in detail. It's rumored that this character could be Buggy's father, because if we look at Xebec's face, we see that the left side is obviously Blackbeard, and if we look at the right side, it also strongly resembles Buggy. In this image I'll be showing you on screen. I don't know, it's something I really need to analyze. As I said, it was a more in-depth video, analyzing all of this. Dates, checking if they fit, looking at details, analyzing Japanese kanji, and everything I could gather to make a comprehensive video with lots of content. And we'll see in the next video what I bring you. But let's get straight into the chapter. This time there's no Yamato mini story. What a shame, because this time was the one. This time something important was finally going to happen in Yamato's mini story, but we have a color spread that I won't comment on. I'll put it on screen, but I won't even comment. It's very pretty, but it doesn't seem to have any interesting details. Though 200 chapters from now, we'll realize that in a window of a background building, a character appears who's revealed 300 chapters later, because that's typical Oda. But we start the chapter right where we left off, with Rox and the others arriving in Elbaph facing Loki, and we see Loki say, "Yes, you're in Elbaph, but my father isn't here. He's on an expedition." To which Rox replies, "Wait, did you say father? You're Harold's son." And we also see Loki thinks if those dwarves are humans, it's the first time he's seen one move for real, and he thinks they're very cute. We see Rox continue speaking and says, "Even if he's on an expedition, you can at least contact him. What's your name, brat?" And we see he says, "Loki." And Rox says, "All right, Loki, do what I tell you. Go home and tell someone to contact your father with this message. Loki has had an accident. You must return to Elbaph immediately." And Loki becomes angry and says, "What? Why should I listen to an insignificant human? Do they really think my father would return just because I got hurt?" And here's something important to mention. Seeing Loki's entire childhood and everything that makes up his past, we realize he's a person who has never known anyone's love. And not having his mother's love, he thought his father wouldn't love him either. That's why he himself doubts. And later on, we see this gains interesting significance, but we see they focus heavily on Oda's message regarding the character of Loki. Then Rox says, "You'll do what I say, weakling." And we see the narrator tells us that Rox's sword fighting style was known for devastating everything around him, similar to a giant's hammer blow or a cannon shot. So it wasn't really meant for cutting, but rather it was more for striking, and it was a sword, you see, that he would use in this particular way. I don't know if he has another style that's for cutting, but for now, the narrator tells us it's like a giant's hammer blow. and he hits Loki and lands a good attack. And we see Rox laughing, saying, "Wow, look at that, what a shame." Loki is gravely injured, and the narrator tells us this is how this madman crossed paths with Herald. It was during the levely of a certain year. 5 kings were attacked and abducted, a kidnapping. The culprit is a large man dressed in black. And pay close attention because we're entering Mary Joyce and some truly wild things are starting to happen. We see Emu speaking and saying, the lives of those kings are utterly worthless. Emu fears no threat whatsoever. And we see Rox, who is standing right in front of Emu, saying, I figured as much. But Mary Joyce was thrown into complete panic, and the narrator says, an unprecedented event unlike anything in both past and future history. Someone managed to infiltrate the deepest part of the sanctuary, the room of the float, and we see a character who is obviously Gunko, covered in a tunic with her mouth also covered. We see that it's very similar to what we have now, and it appears this character who once served Emu eventually became a divine knight. And we see this character, as I mentioned, kneeling before Emu. And this is extremely important because what we're about to see in this scene is a turning point for Wampus. The man claimed to be a Davy Jones fan and said terrible things about those up, but this is what he said before leaving. And we see Rox in a panel, half his face visible, and he says, I will return to this place. And on the other side, we see Emu with his characteristic eyes, also very serious. And this is extremely important because returning to this place, it seems that Rox, well, we assume he didn't return, but seeing everything that's happening with Blackbeard, it would make a lot of sense for him to be the one to return. And you know that on this channel, for many years, I've said that the true final villain of One Piece would be Blackbeard, that he would reach Emu and end their life, and that in this way, we would have the final villain of One Piece. And this obviously makes the theory gain a lot of strength because we have a character who is none other than the person from whom Blackbeard himself inherited this will, and who finally says he would return, which has to happen and probably will happen, just as we said years ago. I'd also like to thank the support during this time from those who've been following my theory. Many remembered it, and many know it's something I defend tooth and nail, and many also agreed with me. The narrator continues speaking and says, this incident never came to light, but by a fateful coincidence, that very day the Holy Land allowed the intrusion of another one. And we see the Tenryubito talking, shouting and saying, wow, look, it's much bigger than a giant. I want it as a slave. No, we should kill it and embalm it. And we see the guards saying to protect the nobles. And we see Herald running in flames saying, whoa, it burns. I understand negotiations failed, but okay, sneaking in was illegal. But they shouldn't do this to me. And people shout that he's the one who kidnapped the kings, don't let him escape. And Herald says no, that wasn't him. And we see him cross paths with Rox, and we hear the guards shouting, the admiral's been taken down, the culprit is heading to the palace, be careful. And this is right after Rox has just defeated that admiral. So the Tenryubito say, what a scandal, everyone's out of control. I want the big one, they shout, and Rox says, he's the one who kidnapped the kings, and they want to blame me. And we see Rox say, a giant in the Holy Land? What is this? A country bumpkin. And finally, their swords clash, Herald's giant sword against Rox's normal-sized sword, generating a hockey clash that is an absolute monstrosity. And the narrator says that the impact between those two unknowns devastated everything within a 5-kilometer radius. And we also see how Mary Joyce begins to sway, and things start to get destroyed. We see Rox asks Herald his name, and Herald says that obviously his name is Herald. He introduces himself as Rox and says, the next attack targets the city. If they catch you, they'll turn you into a slave. And Herald says, what? Why? Don't even think about it. And we see the city begin to sway, begin to be destroyed, and all of this is extremely important. Then we see Rox on Herald's shoulder saying, where is Elbaph? The new world is in that direction, he points. And he says, wow, haha, if we're still alive, we'll see each other again, Herald. And we see Herald jump directly into the sea and say, don't talk nonsense, I don't hang out with criminals. And he says, huh, can you fly? And it seems like no, he can't fly and he's gonna fall. And it's simply a joke that he's jumped and he's gonna fall into the sea, I think. I honestly understand this. I don't know if it will finally be like that. There's a hidden foreshadowing, but I understand it's this. The narrator continues saying, the Marine Admiral that Rox had just defeated, despite resuscitation attempts, lost his life. For the many crimes committed that day, his ill repute spread across the world like lightning, causing a great global commotion. That is to say, Rox, without his crew, snuck into Imusama's palace and told him he would return, besides obviously causing an enormous disaster and killing an admiral. And we see the bounty poster for Rox D. Zebek, but not his actual bounty. This is important. I imagine Oda wants to play a bit with the mystery. And we see the photo, and the photo is very interesting because many theories have emerged because many comments have arisen that this photo reminds someone, and it's very, very, very similar to Buggy's photo. And it's that Buggy, when he becomes a Yonku, has a very similar photo with his hand in the same position, his tongue sticking out. This could fuel the theory that Rox is Buggy's father, which I believe Oda didn't include by accident, so let me know in the comments what you think about this. The narrator continues saying, as time passed, Rox attacked a ship carrying a large sum of celestial tribute bound for the holy land of Mary Joas. Then he destroyed the gates of justice and escaped again. With the stolen money and ship as capital, he fully entered the business of piracy. Although his actions were always directed against the world government, his next target was something unexpected, other pirate ships. And here they're going to tell us another interesting thing about the character of Rox. And I know many of you sent me messages saying you were very happy about this because it's another thing we got right. And it says there's a long tradition in the pirate world, the Davy Back Fight, a ruthless competition where pirates face off in various challenges to steal each other's nakamas, ships, items, or flags. And Rox used these games to gather the most promising and powerful crew members. Without raising any flag, it was just a gathering of villains, and that group of criminals had arrived at Elbaph. As I said, I'm very happy because I already stated that for me, Rox had gathered, if not the entire crew, a large part through the Davy Back fight, which made a lot of sense. And people honestly came forward to me when this was revealed, and they've sent me so many messages of support, of gratitude, saying they're very happy for me, which also makes me happy. Thank you very much. Next, we reach Elbaph and head to Ura's castle, and we see Harold say, I returned quickly once I found out. You've recovered, thank goodness. And Harold says, I know you're strong, Loki, but don't visit the underworld so much. This time it was just a cliff fall, but down there are dangers that could cost you your life. Harold doesn't seem aware of Loki's power, as we saw Loki was injured by Rox's attack, not anything else. We see a Loki who's very surprised, saying, my father's back. Is he really back? And he thinks, it must be a coincidence. He couldn't have returned for me. He just can't seem to grasp it. He says, she can't be coming back for me. I'm a demon. Nobody cares about me, right? Giving the feeling that he's very abandoned by everyone, showing how sad Loki's past is. But I'd like it to relate to when Luffy brings him into the crew and gives him affection and shows him that he loves him, right? Like he's a nakama. Then we see Harold, who's meeting with Rox. Rox and his entire crew are calmly eating a huge meal. Harold says, Rox, I've heard of your bad reputation. What have you come here to do? And he says, Harold, I've been wanting to see you. Join my crew. The world government won't listen to your demands, will they? You saw it yourself at that moment, and Harold says, I'd never collaborate with infamous scum like you. I'll immediately lose the trust of all other nations. And Rox says, so you want to remain under the world government's control? I'm looking for another way to do things. Everyone should be equal, says Harold. And Rox says, don't talk such dreamy nonsense, Harold. Elbaph is the home of the strongest warriors in the world. If there's something you don't like, just smash it to bits. And Harold says, that's a thing of the past. Elbaph is going to change. The essence of man does not change. That battle blood keeps running through his veins, says Rox, and Shirahige says, come on, you can't even enjoy a simple meal. Harold replies and tells everyone, if you follow a man like this, all that awaits you is destruction. And Shiki laughs a lot and says, follow this idiot? Don't make me laugh. We are independent. Rox has never given us any orders, and then we're introduced to all the band members. After Shiki, we see Miss Buckin, young, just like you, right? But with a different hairstyle. Is it Miss Buckin yes or Miss Buckin no? I do. Miss Buckin says, you're not wrong, but we can get a lot out of his plan. And we see a new character introduced, named Don Marlin, a gangster boss from West Blue. He asks, have you heard of Hachinosu Island, also known as Pirate Island? It's an island where the most violent criminals are sent, those whom even national prisons cannot contain. Then Whitebeard is shown, and he says, it was a deserted island with no food, where one could only await death, right? We're introduced to Ochoku, the character we know who defeated Blackbeard. The one who defeated Blackbeard to kick him off Hachinosu Pirate Island and take the throne. Lately, those guys have survived and started forming pirate crews. Do you know why? It's important to note this character reminds me a lot of Caribou. He's quite curious. Some translations even suggest he's a cult leader or was in a pirate cult. Caribou was also in a cult. They likely have much in common. Ochoku surely told Caribou things about Rox, his captain, and Caribou admired Blackbeard because he saw they were the same. Then we are introduced to Ganzui, who is the same character we saw in Thriller Bark with that golden armor, and he says, nothing less than a huge vein of gold was found beneath the island. When the news spread, underworld organizations became interested in the island, and criminals amassed an immense fortune, which greatly angered the government. Rox continues speaking and says the island is populated by terrible criminals who would lose a lot if they dared to approach, and he says this is where they come in, offering the government a deal. If you recover that island, how much money would they give you for it? And he says, then once we have the money, we'll destroy that pirate island and divide the treasure, but neither the island nor the criminals will we hand over to the government. The entire island will be under our control. With all those rebels, we'll turn it into a true country for pirates. I can clearly imagine the world government and Marines expressions. And this is very interesting because we see so much similarity with Blackbeard. They're people who coldly calculate everything and are very, very much pirates, aren't they? I quite like the personality. I've seen many people saying they don't like Rox's character because they thought he was much crazier, much more of a killer, and so on. This has also coincided a lot with the theory, everything that has been revealed about Rox, since I told you that the information we had about Rox was too little, and spoken by people who were on an opposing side to him to accurately assess him, and that precisely Rox's plan is what comes next in the chapter. As Rox says, this event will be the prologue of my life, and that island will be the starting point. I will annihilate the Navy, bring down the Holy Land, and finally become the king of the world. And this is exactly what I've been telling you for many years, regarding Rox and also Blackbeard. What Blackbeard wants from the One Piece is simply that, if necessary, he'll take it, but his ultimate goal is to be king of the world. That's the goal. If by obtaining the One Piece and becoming king of the pirates, he'll then be king of the world, well, that's something he'll simply have to do. But what he truly desires is to become the king of the world, not necessarily just the king of the pirates. Harold says the enemy is far too great, that they are talking about the entire world. And Rox says, say whatever you wish, someday someone will achieve it. Eternal power does not exist in this world. Join me, Harold, together we shall be invincible. And this is exactly why Blackbeard will defeat Emu, and many people have already agreed with me on this, even those who were initially against this theory, saying no, that Emu was the true villain. Many people have told me, no, you were right all along, I was completely mistaken, and what you're saying will absolutely happen. And honestly, welcome aboard everyone. Thank you all so very much. Come on over here. Let's all climb aboard Blackbeard's ship, the ultimate final villain. In a new chapter, we see Loki out of bed, listening to Rox's speech, and the narrator himself says, Loki realized he had been saved. We are given to understand that Loki himself is very happy with Rox's speech, that he is very pleased. He likes taking over the world, being king of the world, and making that his objective. This is where Loki's great adoration for Rox stems from, and the narrator says, 4 years after asking Harold to join them in vain, Rox set his plan in motion. The illustrious group that supported him were the ones who would make the entire world tremble with fear. And we witness Rox's flag being raised, forming the pirate crew, the very origin of the true Rox pirates, with the shouted phrase, "Come on, you damn boys." And here we see the beginning of the legends, as told by the narrator, and the start of Rox D. Zebek's crew. This chapter was like a movie, so well done, so thorough, with things constantly happening to Rox's character, which we were so eager to find out. A ton of super interesting things, truly. What an incredible chapter. We start right away with a color spread. We're not following Yamato's mini story, which I have to say I'm quite glad about, because nothing was really happening. I want something to happen already. It can't be that we've had 40 chapters of Yamato's mini story and absolutely nothing has happened. But the color spread, I must say, I find it beautiful and one of the best Oda has ever done. Seeing Luffy in the middle with Roger behind him, seeing Rayleigh, Scopper Gaban, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, who looks gorgeous. I love it, honestly. I find it incredible. But we begin the chapter and remain within the flashback, and we hear the narrator say, at that time, certain idols were sailing the seas, and we see a country being attacked by pirates, and they exclaim, hey, why aren't they fighting? They're completely useless. They've just stolen everything from me. Men are completely useless against them. And the narrator mentioned that not even the members of the Navy knew what to do with them, and that group was known as the Kula Pirates, all of whom came from the secluded island of women, a pirate crew of beautiful women where men were strictly forbidden. And we see the captain walking through the crowd, and they're all completely enamored with her, and she says, I wonder if I'll ever escape this prison called beauty. Gloriosa Sama is spectacular, they say, and then they show us the sign for Empress of Amazon Lily, captain of the Kula Pirates, Gloriosa, who will be Grandma Neon in the future. Yes, this woman we see here is Grandma Neon. It's truly amazing how badly age affects so many characters in One Piece. We then see how the other Kula Pirates at that moment exclaim, she's so beautiful it hurts. I love her. I feel like my brain has reached enlightenment. My heart is going to stop beating. And we see them bringing her a bunch of cards with hearts. Gloriosa Sama, these cards are from her admirers. And then she says, another one, and here, what about all those over there? And we see there are, well, a lot more. Many, many more. And they say, these are for Shaki-sama. And she says, hey, but these are 100 times more than mine. And we're introduced to Tritoma, the next Empress of Amazon Lily. I'll take this chance to mention that people are already saying she's Luffy's mother. It's incredible. Half a pixel of a woman appears in One Piece, and everyone's like, God, she's Luffy's mother. Ugh, honestly, I can't deal with this. I'm not saying it is or isn't, but there are the same arguments for this one as when Bello Betty came out, or Crocodile's mother, or when it was rumored that Bonnie was Luffy's mother a while ago. It's true, let's stop saying every character is Luffy's mother. It's totally irrelevant. The one who matters is his father, Dragon. Then we see Gloriosa gets angry and says, "Damn it, I'm the captain. You can't just cast me aside like this." And they say that even when she's angry, she's comparable to a precious gem. And the narrator says, "As you've already noticed, the only one capable of outshining Gloriosa-sama's beauty was the star of the moment, Vice Captain Shakuyaku." So they say, "Captain, an enemy ship is approaching." And Gloriosa says, "Wow, that's him." Then we hear a megaphone say, "Testing, testing. This is Roger, Roger's Pirates." You'd better surrender now, Kula Pirates. Today is the day we'll definitely take Shakuyaku with us. This is a bit strange because I don't really understand why Roger wanted to kidnap this girl. I mean, it's weird. So Roger was a bad person, right? Because he wanted to kidnap someone from the other crew to have her for themselves. And if you think they were all men and in love with her, it's strange. It's very murky. So we see Gloriosa say, "Roger, it seems you'll never learn your lesson. You don't even care that a woman like me is in love with you. Capture her," Roger's pirates say, and we see them confront each other. But Shakuyaku appears saying, "Who do you plan to capture?" And all of them go crazy, and the narrator states, "It was said that absolutely every one of her movements was captivating." And we see Roger's pirates also deeply in love, throwing her flowers and telling her to take their flower and fall in love with her, and so on and so forth. And the narrator continues to recount that whenever she appeared, the flowers would wilt, the birds would forget how to sing, and people would turn against one another. And we even see Roger's own pirates fighting amongst themselves, telling each other not to hit Shaki. And Shaki, "Oh wow, it really is Gaban." And she kicks him in the face with a style just like Boa Hancock's, the very same style, and says, "Just hearing his name is already saying far too much. It's been a very long time since we last saw each other, Roger." And Roger moves to strike her with his sword and says, "You will pay for having hurt Gaban." But we see that she defeats him effortlessly because he is completely in love and says, "Damn it, it's just that I like you so very much, Shakuyaku." I understand you, Roger. I must say that a part of the fandom here is saying Roger was a simp or something like that. Let's look at it. First of all, if you had a woman like this in front of you, you'd be the same or much worse. And another thing is that Roger, despite being a monster, was also human, and they're playing on the fact that he was in love. Believe me, if Roger had had to risk his life facing this girl, she would have ended up in a very bad situation because Roger would have crushed her. But here, they're playing with the tone of humor, of love and all that, people. You have to understand it. It's not that Roger is useless, please. Sometimes the reading comprehension of some people seems surreal to me. The narrator went on to say that her beauty could subdue even the most powerful men. But Shaki speaks to Roger saying, "You ought to know I'll never be anyone's prisoner." And they're all so in love, her own crew says they can take all their treasures. They can even take their souls. And we see Gloriosa lunges for Roger and says, "Roger, don't worry, because I truly love you. You know that, right?" And Roger says, "Get out of the way, Gloriosa. Can't you see I can't see Shaki like this?" It's incredible. This is so funny to me. But we see Shaki, who says, "I suppose this situation must be difficult for you, right, Ray-san?" And Rayleigh says, "Yes, my crew is full of idiots." And we see her wink at Rayleigh, hinting at what would later be the relationship between these two, who would end up together. And I must say, young Shakuyaku looked great too. Not that she looks bad now though, but she wasn't like that when young. Then suddenly another ship appears saying, "Gloriosa-sama, a marine ship is approaching. We really must hurry, take every single piece of bread." And then the ship cries out, "Oh, it's the Kula Pirates with Roger's pirate crew. Take this great opportunity and snap a picture. We'll sell it for a very high price. You'd all better stop now." Then Roger says, "Hey, don't get distracted. We also have to leave." Roger looks over there. It's Garp's ship. What did you just say? Listen up, everyone. I have a new order. We're going to finish them off. And they show us a panel that I adore. I truly love it. How beautiful. And to our left, we can see Monkey D. Garp, the Vice Admiral of the Marine Headquarters, who is Luffy's grandfather, the future hero of the Marines. And on the right, we have the pirate Gold D. Roger, Ace's father, and the future Pirate King. I love it. And on top of that, Roger with the hat. And I also have to say that seeing him wear the hat, we must notice that when Roger's ship appears, he has Jackson's golden egg, an egg we thought he might have gotten after God Valley, which confirms he already had it before, and surely left it somewhere at some point. I don't know, this is important. Maybe it's not an egg, as I said, maybe it's a stone, but whatever it is, Oda won't forget this. We'll definitely see him in Elbaph, I'm sure of it. Then Garp uses an attack called Genkotsu Meteor, which I truly adore. Honestly, Genkotsu Meteor, it sounds incredibly good. So the Kuja pirates depart, Roger and Garp remain facing each other, and they launch a powerful blow between them that doesn't even make contact, yet both end up getting hurt. Obviously, it's not as exaggerated as the clash that Whitebeard and Roger had. And here they show that both were at a level that was insane, but they still hadn't reached the highest peaks, which was to be the true geniuses of piracy. The narrator says that Roger, Garp, and Rox would become ancient legends that would be told in the Great Pirate era. However, back then, the blood flowing through their veins was overflowing with youth. We then see Gloriosa-sama on the Kuja pirates' ship, unconscious. The Kuja pirates, for their part, were at the height of their popularity. No one could speak of the events of that era without mentioning them. Many considered them idols, and their bounty posters were sold at very high prices. They even had to start regularly dealing with stalkers who were trying to take their pictures. And here they show us how Gloriosa became lovesick, which is what they told us at the time when Boa Hancock fell in love with Luffy, that Gloriosa knew this illness, since she herself had been in love with Roger. So, we're told Shakyaku became the new empress, and her popularity reached unprecedented levels, much like Boa Hancock's. Then we head to Elbaph to Ida's tavern, and they say Loki started to drown after boarding the ship because it couldn't bear his weight, and he always acted that way when Harold wasn't there. And the captain said he hesitated a bit whether to save him or not, and at that moment Harold says, "I'm very sorry for the trouble, but I still thank you for helping him. Loki, you have to resist." But Ida starts to scold the captain and says, Hey, wait. You waited for us to arrive as an adult, and it's your responsibility to help him. What would you have done if Loki had died? Then Harold says, hey, calm down. Loki's the only one to blame for wanting to sail off alone. Then Ida keeps scolding the captain, and Loki says he didn't ask for his help, and the captain gets angry with him. Ida says she thinks he was lonely because his mom isn't with them anymore, and his dad is very busy. Then Loki gets mad at her and says, shut your mouth, old woman. She asks if they want to go home with them, but Hyruden and Loki say no. And it's curious because Loki says, you're not fooling me, Ida. I know you're acting like this to replace my mother and take everything in the castle, right? And Hyruden goes mad and wants to kill Loki. Harold tells Loki that's no way to speak to her, to apologize at once. And what do you think Ida will think of this? And Ida says she thinks she'll cover them with lots of kisses for being such cute kids. And I quite like this, as we see Loki is a very distrustful person because life has treated him that way, and everyone has treated him that way. So when he sees his own father, as we saw a few chapters back, goes to Elbaph seeing he's not well, he thinks it must be for another reason. And when he sees Ida wants to help him, he thinks no, because she wants something more, because she wants all the treasures or something else, but not for him. He is unable to perceive that anyone feels affection, love, or any kind of fondness for him. This is all because of how he was raised. Then Loki declares he's fed up with that country, that everyone is weak and good for nothing, that he wants to be free like Ro. The narrator states that ever since he first saw him, each time Rox returned to try and recruit Harold, Loki would ask to join his crew, but he was always rejected. Loki says he knows that would make them very happy, so that's what he'll do. He'll throw himself into the sea, and just so they know, he hates them too. He continues, saying that months after the Rox pirates recovered Pirate Island, we find ourselves at the current location. We see a mysterious figure arrive and say, hey, who are you and where are you from? I want to join Rox's crew. And then he says, well, you're free to try if you want, but you'd better give up. There's no way you'll succeed. And they keep saying that Rox's pirates are the all-stars of the sea. And they say that if you can see that rocky mountain that looks like a fish, it is said that all of them live there. And we see Hachinosu, but still without the eyes, still without that skull shape where it looked like a fish. Curious. One of them says, if you want to meet them, you have to go there, but you'd better know that the further you go, the crazier it gets. I really hope you meet them. And this person kicks the hooded man who was asking, and the others laugh saying, ha ha ha, come on, stop. But this individual, who appeared quite tiny, suddenly becomes a giant, so much so that with his hand he's able to grasp the head of the man who had attacked him, and they introduce us to this man as the Yakuza Silver Axe in the future. And here there are already many theories just about this man. The first thing is that I saw a quite similar resemblance to Don Krieg. I don't know if this is an Oda design choice or if he's really the father, grandfather, or anything else. Another thing that's being commented on is that he had a rouge fruit because before hitting him he was quite thin and quite small, and then he becomes giant. So he has the same power as a rouge. I think this theory makes a lot of sense and I quite like it. And then we also see that he could be quite similar to X-Drake, with some even suggesting he might be his grandfather or something of that nature. Basically because we can observe he has an X mark upon his chest, quite similar to the one X-Drake possesses. He also has an X mark upon his chin, very much like the one X-Drake has. And it's being suggested that he might be a marine infiltrator who was responsible for the Rox pirates meeting their end in God Valley in such a manner. All thanks to him. It could make a great deal of sense, and it's something that we must analyze. But we'll have to see how it impacts the chapters further down the line. And I must say I'd love it, because I think it could be quite interesting, and if they play this card well, and if Rox knew this man was an infiltrator or something like that, it could be very interesting. The others are surprised and say, wow, it's Kyo the Assassin, Shiki's rival. What is he doing here? And we see how the narrator says if there was one quality Rox had, it was attracting the most powerful. So the two holes are made in the skull of Hachinosu Island, which we see it has now, but didn't have in the past. And we see the moment they were formed, and they say, just look at this view, what a beautiful horizon. Definitely, my idea of making a couple of holes here was a great decision. What do you think? Anyway, as I was saying, there are two devil fruits I wish to possess. One of them is definitely an Elbaph and can only reach its true power if Harold eats it. Here's what we'll explore, because I want to analyze this. I want to make many theories. There's a lot to discuss. I want you to leave in the comments right now what you think, what he means by these two fruits. If he means he wants to eat both of them. If he means to possess them, that he wants to have them in his power, because he wants, for example, Harold to have one and he to have the other. Initially, I thought perhaps he wanted to consume two, like Blackbeard, but we see that he says he'll only achieve his true power if Harold consumes it. So it implies, I guess, that Harold has to have one and he has to have the other, or something along those lines. Leave your thoughts in the comments below, and I'll share my exact thoughts in a video completely dedicated to this, because I need to analyze the translations and see what they say. Captain John says, "We also need to find Galila, don't we?" Though I understand it's merely a legend. And Charlotte Linlin, Big Mom, says, "I've been using all my connections to find them, and yet no one has seen an army of frozen giants." And we see they start giving us more ideas about Rox's plan. They begin to explain what's happening with this man, what his true objective is. We see Whitebeard, who says, "Either way, it doesn't matter if we find them. By this point, they'll just be a pile of corpses." And Strauss says, "You're right, there's no way they can be resurrected." And Rox says, "Shut up, I'm talking about my dream." And we see a new pirate we didn't know, named Barbell, who is a catfish fishman. And he says, "On the other hand, even if we find a way to bring them back to life, there's no way they'll listen to you and do what you say. That's why we need Harold," says Rox. Not only does he have power, he's also Elbaph's king. So from this, we can already gather a few more things. Then we see the pirate Kaido, who says, "Why don't we just use our strength to subdue them? We could do the same with that hop." And Rox kicks Kaido in the face, saying, "Don't you ever say that, you brat." Then the others try to stop him, saying, "Hey, stop, Rox." And then Kaido also wants to hit Rox, and they say, "Hey, stop, you bastard." And this is curious, because we have to remember that Kaido at this moment was very young, perhaps 17, 18 years old. He was a very young person, and he was the most inexperienced of them all. Even though we later saw a Kaido who is hyper powerful, at this moment he was a Kaido who was still learning. So it's completely normal for him to be treated this way by Rox, because he was still, well, the most inexperienced. He says, "We just recently acquired this island, and do you seriously already want to tear it apart? It's obvious that no matter which path we take, a group like ours will end up in the worst way, but it doesn't have to be now." A little foreshadowing of what would happen in God Valley, at least what we know from the outside. Captain John says, "True, at least he expects us to get a lot more resources and money. Did you get that, horned rookie?" And Rox says, "Harold is my friend. If you ever say something like that again, I won't hesitate to kill you, Kaido." This is interesting, because I don't know if we've ever seen Blackbeard have this kind of friendship for another person. I find it interesting, I like it. The fact that he says Harold is his friend is important, because as I've mentioned, I haven't seen any kind of relationship with Blackbeard and other people, and it would be interesting if they develop it, or if they play a bit with the duality of these two. That one perhaps struggled with friendships, or perhaps the other didn't, I don't know. And finally, we have the presentation of the Rox pirates, and we see them all at once in the same panel, which is beautiful. And Rox says, "Listen up, good-for-nothings. Elbaph is the key for us to destroy the Holy Land. If any of you doubt my words, then you'd better leave. Ultimately, you decide if on that destined day you'll fight by my side or not. And if you've decided to stay, then don't hesitate to follow me. I will take them to the very top of the world, the Rox Pirates." And we see a panel that is truly quite beautiful. If I find a good colored version, I'll put it on screen. I find it truly incredible, and honestly, these people possess such a powerful aura. They make me feel a little bit envious when I compare them to our Straw Hat crew, because it's absolutely true. You see these individuals, and they are all absolute monsters. But then you look at our own crew, and if you remove Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Jinbe perhaps, then that's genuinely all there is. And even so, I mean, Sanji and Jinbe won't compare to Kaido, Big Mom, Whitebeard, or Shiki, or these people, honestly. There's quite a difference. We start directly with Yamato's mini-story, a mini-story where we're 39 volumes in and still nothing's happening. We see Yamato, who arrives directly at a tomb, which we already saw a few chapters ago they were heading towards, and that's it. They simply arrive at the tomb, and that's it. Honestly, this mini-story simply makes me see that Oda effectively had planned to do more with Wano, to explain its geography and more, but ultimately Oda didn't do it, and now it's like he's trying to make up for it a bit with this mini-story. And yes, it's fine because we see a bit of Wano, but honestly, with what's happening in the manga and without the Straw Hats around, it's a bit boring. I hope this mini-story ends with Blackbeard's raid directly on Wano, or that Kaido and Big Mom are alive, and something like that happens. But we start the chapter, and we see that we are in the Federal Temple of International Benevolence Food Colony. Remember, we're still in the Rock's flashback, and all this, which was Loki's flashback, feels more like Rock's than Loki's. We see the Rock's pirates attacking, stealing treasures, stealing everything. They say, thanks for everything, we're leaving. They claim the money's for needy children, but they don't care. And we also see something curious, because there's a moment when Shiki betrays some of the Rock's pirates and throws a bomb into a hole they're in, saying that there will be more for them. And in this way, they try to betray each other, as Rox had often anticipated and as we had heard when talking about this pirate crew. But this time, we see it in person, simply so they keep more money on their end. So if there are fewer people, the money to be shared is more for each one. Simple. We see the temple monks complaining, asking please not to steal it. They try to close the temple doors, but suddenly the ground begins to sink, and we see a scene very similar to what we saw in Marineford. And this is Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, which many of us thought he obtained in God Valley, but it turned out he had it all along. In fact, we see a curious conversation between Kaido and Whitebeard, where Kaido tells him he'd love to have a fruit too, a devil fruit's power. And Whitebeard tells him he'd better take good care of it because he's gonna keep it his whole life. And it seems to me that Kaido finally did have a good devil fruit. But then Silver Axe emerges badly wounded from the bomb Shiki had thrown earlier, and we see him say, "Who dared to set a trap for us?" And we see them point out that it was Shiki, and he says, "Oh, it was you, you damn bastard." And we see Shiki says, "Oh, my little Kyo, you're still alive. I was so worried," and they start fighting each other. Then Rox arrives and says, "What in the hell are you doing? Hurry up, you better make sure the treasure's intact, of course." And then they say, "Look, Rox, look at that. In the sea, The Navy has completely surrounded the island, and we see a lot of ships, a lot of Navy vessels surrounding the entire island that the Rox pirates just attacked." And Rox laughs and says this has gotten interesting, that it's not the time to fight among themselves, and they should hurry because the Navy is there. And Whitebeard comments on something important, saying, "They've been very fast. Could information have been leaked?" This is extremely important. It implies there is indeed a mole, someone leaking information from the Rox pirates to the Navy. In the previous chapter, we discussed the possibility that the individual who might have betrayed Rox, leading to all the talk of treachery, was Kyo, also known as Silver Axe. Why? Because we observed certain similarities in the character's design with X-Drake. We noted design resemblances, there was even that X-shaped scar, and it was even suggested that he could be his grandfather or possess some kind of familial relation. And we already know that X-Drake was, well, a marine infiltrator who was in Kaido's crew, which was also, well, let's say similar to the Rox pirates, a very powerful pirate crew. So this is a topic to discuss and analyze, but perhaps we'll have to do it a bit later, because the next chapters might reveal more information. Then Rox says, "Change of plans. We're not leaving. Prepare to fight. Attack. Sink them until they drown and steal everything they have." And the narrator here starts to tell us that in a mere 2 years of their existence, the crew of the Rox pirates launched 16 attacks. They sank 76 ships, they burned 14 ports, they destroyed 5 cities, they overthrew an entire country, they caused 3 special cases that directly violated Article 18 of world law, which I don't know what it is, and they erased 25 criminal records. And they say that the future pirate king, Gold D. Roger, also sailed those seas, but that those years were known as the Rox era. I like this because it's a simple, quick, and very easy to understand presentation of who the Rox pirates were, how violent they were, and what they did, even seeing how the Marines surround them. And instead of leaving, they say, "Hey, let's attack them, let's take them down, and on top of that, let's steal whatever they have, we'll get more loot." I like it. And they also show us that there's a mole, that there's betrayal, that they're attacking each other. I like this because we also get to see everything that was mentioned during the Onigashima arc, during the Wano arc, that Kaido and Big Mom said all pirate alliances always ended in betrayal. I would really like to see that. Although I have to say that in Wano it wasn't fully explored, since Kaido and Big Mom didn't betray each other, and not much happened regarding the theme of betrayals. But it's true that this phrase, being so repeated, we should see it reflected right now in the flashback we're watching, which I repeat is still a Loki flashback, but we're seeing more of Rox than anything else. We continue advancing in the chapter, we go to the New World, to Anishi, and we see Harold's ship facing some World Government Navy ships, and they are also in front of a town, and they say, "What the hell do you think you're doing? Get out of here immediately. Harold, countries not affiliated with the world government are considered outside the law. The people living here have no human rights." And Harold says that shouldn't be the case. Why should the world government impose its laws on everyone? Please free these people. When Elbaph was struck by famine, they helped us without asking for anything in return. We owe them so much. And we see that these people are the very same ones we had seen in previous chapters, where the humans had gone to help the giants of Elbaph with all they could, with all the food they possessed, because they were enduring a very severe famine. And now we see that these people are gagged and are pleading that, "Please, Harold, come and help them." Harold continues speaking to the world government, saying, "I won't leave until my debt is paid." Then the world government official says, "Harold, if I'm not mistaken, Elbaph isn't affiliated with them yet." You'd better not help them, because if you assist a country not affiliated with the world government, you can forget about your application. And he shoots a girl there in the shoulder, but I don't know if he would end her life or not. And he says, "I told you to leave, Harold." And Harold immediately gets angry. He can't take it anymore and says, "These bastards are not human." He lunges with his sword to split the ship in half, determined to destroy these world government vessels and free the people, because Harold was quite temperamental in this aspect. But here we see something curious, because we see a newspaper report, and the newspaper says King Harold has shown his true colors. While he was pretending to be an ally of the world government, he betrayed them by sinking an innocent vessel of the Navy, the World Economy newspaper. This is impressive, as it again shows the world government's news manipulation. They show how everything's manipulated, and how the government used it to its advantage. I'm curious because I don't know what happens if this news is published by Morgan's, since Morgan, if I'm not mistaken, would be 2 years old at this time. But we know how he is, if he's capable of putting a 2-year-old child at the newspaper's service and making him Jesus Christ. But what I really want to know is whether this newspaper we're seeing right here, the World Economy Journal, was completely governed by the world government, and if that's why they manipulated the information in their own way for their own benefit, and now that it's under Morgan's control, if they don't like that, and at what point this all occurred. I find it quite interesting because it's a medium that obviously changes people's opinions. So we go to Elbaph, Ida's bar, and we see two people talking there. One says, "Haha, I told you, that's just how they are in the government. Let's go have a drink at the castle, Harold." And we see Harold says, "Don't be stupid. I will never let a man with such an infamous reputation as yours enter our country. You just have to become my ally, you and your country," says the mysterious person, who is Rox to no one's surprise. "Come on, Harold, accept it. I'm sick of seeing you submit to the government." And Harold says, "I'll do everything possible for Elbaph to be recognized someday as a world government country." And Rox says, "Did you really think they'd take you seriously if you shaved your head?" And Harold says Garp also made fun of him. I have to say, I don't understand why he shaved his head. I mean, why did he do it? Why? I mean, what? I don't get it. Can someone explain it to me? Is there anyone in the comments who can tell me why Harold shaved his head and the world government was supposed to take him more seriously? I swear, I don't get it. Leave it there, please. So Rox says something I really like. He says, "Oh, Garp, did you know this guy hates his superiors? He should become a pirate." And I really like this. I really like it because it reminds me of the first drawing of Garp we saw, who was a person who was kind of Luffy-like, so to speak, and who was on top of a tiger, which reminded me a lot of Luffy, who was there with a treasure chest. It was quite pirate, so to speak, and who later finally became a Marine. And for someone like Rox to say he should become a pirate, well, I really like that. He adds that despite much trash in its ranks, the Navy remains an organization saving people daily, and that's respectable. He also notes several giants have already joined the Navy, and he's sure that by sending more soldiers to its ranks, he can help real people, which, from his view, is very good. Even as he says, the Navy has people who want to help, but the world government unfortunately doesn't seem to want the same. And Harold, well, he doesn't want to accept it. We go to the Marine headquarters, where we hear a phrase that says, "Giants are creatures capable of crushing humans while they sleep. Their mere anger is a danger to our lives. Do you really think they could live in harmony with humans? This is what they told me. We don't care what they told you." And we see a meeting of certain very important Marine figures who are still important today, namely Kong, Shiryu, Sengoku, and Garp. I love it. We see Garp asking if his strength isn't enough reason to join the Navy, and Sengoku says Harold is sincere, truly trying to change Elbaph's history. Even Shiryu says rumors claim Rox is recruiting him, and if so, the Navy couldn't stop them. And Kong knows it perfectly, but it's complicated. They do possess historical ferocity. And Garp interrupts him, saying, "That's precisely the power I want in the Navy, Kong." I really like this because we see Garp wanted powerful people, knowing they could help more with greater power. Garp also says to hurry and make Elbaph an affiliated country, adding it'd be simpler if it were up to him. And I like this because perhaps here we can see certain things about Garp that he doesn't like about his superiors, that he doesn't like about the government, and for God's sake, I hope they explain more about this sometime. I'd really like to see it, but of course for that we'll need several flashbacks. We go back 42 years to Hachinosu and find big news. Shaki from the Kuja Pirates has given up her captain status, and they say there's no longer any chance of meeting her on the high seas. Everyone goes crazy, they get sad, and we see Gloriosa, who was with Big Mom, asking, what could Shaki be thinking? And Big Mom says she probably stopped to follow an unusual man, just like Gloriosa did, and that the Island of Women finally succumbs to the power of love. And Gloriosa says, a woman who bears so many children, just like a hen lays eggs, will not be able to understand the ravages of love. And we see something curious because we see Daifuku, Oven, and Katakuri. Katakuri, who I don't know why he looks like a doll there. Honestly, no, I don't know. His eyes look like they're sewn on or something. And it's just so strange. So strange. But anyway, Katakuri and the others are there. Oven and so on, which is cool, a nice detail. Gloriosa says she finds it hard to believe she suffers from that curse, and if it's Roger's fault, she won't forgive him. Then we see Stussy saying, Shaki here, Shaki there. At least you'll love me forever, won't you, Newgate? And Whitebeard says, I've never been in love with you. And we see Stussy grabbing Whitebeard's neck and saying, why are we talking about me? I'm the popular Miss Buckin. I've been calling her Stussy, but she's Miss Buckin. I use Stussy so everyone knows she's the young one, otherwise you'd picture the old Miss Buckin. Then Whitebeard says, better for you then. And Stussy says, no, you're the one I want. But then we suddenly see a ship approaching. It's the Kuja Pirates ship arriving at the coast. And we hear the narrator say that this incident can be considered one of the most important in the history of pirates. That out of all possible events, the idol who captivated the entire world is now arriving at a refuge for bloodthirsty monsters, and that naturally caused a massive uproar. And everyone just goes wild because we see Shaki as she's getting right into the middle of the island. Everyone's absolutely crazy, completely in love, saying they've been blessed, that it's incredible, that they're so fortunate to actually get to see her. And here I'll point out a small detail. If we look closely at her belly, she has a tiny scar, a small scar that is most likely a C-section scar. When a woman is pregnant and has a child, if she undergoes a C-section operation for the baby to come out because there's some small difficulty, a small cut is made there, a small scar remains, and this, well, it's probably the scar that Shaki has there. And here I take the opportunity to remind you of something I've told you many, many times, and which now gains much more power. And I've mentioned to you that for me, one of the things that aren't canon, but for me they are, is that both Shaki and Rayleigh were Mihawk's parents. And this gives much more strength to the theory, because this happened 42 years ago, meaning he has this scar, and it's surely something recent, because as we've seen her recently and she didn't have it, well, this scar has appeared recently. So if Shaki got this scar 42 years ago, we'd have to consider Draculae Mihawk, who is 43, which if we think about it, would make a lot of sense for this character to have had Mihawk, and that she had him, well, a year ago, meaning Mihawk would be 1 year old here. Some of you might be wondering where Mihawk is. Well, there's a possibility that Rayleigh has him, or he could be somewhere else. This is something we still need to see, but as I've been pointing out for several years now, there are many things that make a lot of sense in terms of each one's designs. Shaki's hair that we see in the present looks a lot like Mihawk's hair with these tips next to her face. Even Mihawk's beard resembles young Rayleigh's, not to mention Rayleigh was called the Dark King. And then we have Mihawk, who has a black sword, and Rayleigh was also a swordsman, and Mihawk, well, obviously too. This would also explain Mihawk and Shanks' relationship, because it would make a lot of sense for them to be together, since he would be the son of one, and also the friend of another, whom he's known since childhood, so it seems to me that this would make a lot of sense. But Shaki arrives on the island saying she won't stay forever, but wants to live there for a while. And since she's a pirate, the Navy will keep searching, so it's best to hide there. She then asks if they'll truly protect her, and obviously everyone, like Sims, says yes. And then he says he wants to open a store. They build it for him in a moment. Rox arrives all angry and says, hey, what's going on here? Why are you so excited? What's happening? And we see the narrator say, a place spoken of in pirate legends. This is Shaki's infamous 1 month waiting list for her scam bar, and we see that yes, they've opened a bar, and we see Shaki in a dress with a very short apron, but it suits her very well, and she stands before Rox and says, hey, do you want to come for a drink? I'm so happy, come on in. You will be my first customers. And all the Rox pirates, absolutely all of them, their hearts leap out. They fall madly in love and say, she's an angel. And the narrator says that this peony, which had taken root in that arid desert, instantly blessed the entire island. Over time, it would become a treasure that the pirates of this island could never afford to lose. Because if there's no treasure, I don't risk having it stolen. And we see Rox and the others at the bar. We see Shaki say she can't open a bottle, and everyone rushes like crazy to open it for her because they're so in love with her, because she's super beautiful and all that. I have to say, this generated a lot of controversy. It already did in the previous chapter, because many people were saying Roger was a simp, that these guys were simps, that they had no aura, that whatever, that the characters had fallen a lot, that they no longer felt the same respect for them as before. I'd like to remind you, we're in One Piece, where every 3 chapters the characters do silly things. And remember Zoro, one of the most iconic characters in history, who gets lost because he can't walk straight, can't follow directions, and is always tripping. Sanji is a character who's always falling in love with every woman he meets, and Luffy is someone who can't even open a bottle. So people, yes, they might project an aura and all that, but they're human, and One Piece is a show that really makes fun of this. And I think the best way to make these people look silly is to put them with a beautiful woman and have them completely smitten, chasing after her. Also, I'm telling you, so many simps, and in the end, Rayleigh screwed her. Very good, Rayleigh. I like that. But to close out the chapter, we have something that, although brief, is the most important thing that occurs in the entire chapter. And we see the narrator say, "The Holy Land of Mary Joaz, the Authority Room." And we see the Gorosei speaking, who, by the way, from a distance, appear to be the current Gorosei, I suppose, right? I mean, well, the current one, Figureland Garling, isn't there, but Saturn is. And we see them say, "Tell Harold the following. Warriors of Elbaph, we promise your country world government member status on one condition: kill Rox." This, besides being extremely important, we see is said by one of the current Gorosei members. I think it was San Mars. Correct me in the comments if I'm wrong. And this is impressive because here they already raised the question of what Harold will do. Will he try to betray Rox? Let's also recall that a couple of chapters back, Kaido ordered an attack on Harold to convince him, to show his power and subdue him, and Rox said no, because he was his friend. So it will be interesting to see what Harold will do regarding what Rox did. Rox didn't want to do anything. Harold, I don't think he will either, I suppose, but it will be interesting to see. We've reached volume 40, and this time something truly interesting happens. But I must say, many people are saying, finally, Yamato's mini-story served a purpose, and I wouldn't go that far. I believe what's being revealed is important, but Yamato's mini-story hasn't quite fulfilled its purpose yet, I'd like to think, and for the moment, it's only showing us Wano, which confirms what I mentioned back when Wano concluded, that it really needed 10 more chapters, at the very least, to show us all of Wano and for there to be a proper post-Wano arc. Many people came at me, saying this wasn't necessary, and you see we've had 40 chapters of Yamato wandering around Wano, and we still haven't been shown much, but Oda really wanted to do it. So seeing this revelation, I feel it could have been revealed in Wano, explained more, and turned out much better. I still don't understand why they abruptly cut the end of the Wano arc, but the thing is, we see a tombstone that reads, Kazuki Moria. And we see that they tell us he is the righteous pirate who rests in that place. And in the previous chapter, they tell us that this tomb was of a powerful warrior who faced Kaido in his time. And seeing Moria's situation, this character would be our Gecko Moria. And here there are several doubts, because this tomb is supposedly Moria's, which doesn't mean Moria is dead, but that his body was never found. And here there's also something interesting, because the Kazuki connection doesn't necessarily imply that Moria is a Kazuki, but that there's a similarity with his name, because it turns out that the kanji for Gecko, when you reverse them, are the kanji for Kazuki. In fact, I found a person who 7 or 8 years ago made a theory talking about this, saying it was the daimyo of I don't know what in Wano. Honestly, some people really blow my mind sometimes, and I have to say I was a bit skeptical about the kanji thing because knowing how Japanese is and how people are, always looking for random translations, I was a bit skeptical. But after checking it myself, I saw that indeed, if you flip the kanji for Gecko, it becomes Kazuki. So, it's quite interesting, and I like it, and many here are saying Gecko Moria changed his surname. It's not Gecko, but Kozuki. He just flipped the kanji, and that's why he became Gecko. There's even the other option that his name could be Gecko Moria, and here, not knowing him well, they might have flipped the kanji and thought he was a Kozuki, which would make sense. And I don't know exactly how this might work, if it's very relevant or not, but we'll develop a theory and examine it in depth because perhaps this isn't placed randomly. We'll see if future chapters continue to give us more information on this. It could be that by the end of the chapter, we even have something that will connect with this. We start the chapter and we see Roger's ship, the Oro Jackson, and we see them talking to Roger, telling him that Shaki has opened a business on the pirate island, on Rox's island, on Hachinosu Island, and Roger is quite angry. And we see Scopper Gaban tell us that Roger is quite angry ever since he left the captain's cabin with Rayleigh. They were talking together and were shown a piece of their conversation. And Rayleigh says he had planned not to tell anyone about it, but that Roger was the only one he couldn't hide it from. And that all came about that time they were fighting the Kuja pirates before she resigned from her position, referring to Shaki. We see that Roger mentioned that time he could tell Shaki appeared to be suffering from some kind of illness, and when the news of her resignation came out, he worried too much about her health. And so, he's telling her that he knew about it that time they fought with her. And Rayleigh says yes, he just didn't know how to say it. And I have to say that I'm not so convinced this is a serious illness. What I mean is, in the world of One Piece, love has been treated as an illness. We've seen it with Boa Hancock, and we've seen it with Gloriosa, and we've seen it with other characters. And this might suggest that Shaki is also lovesick, due to something we observe in the chapter, and Roger states that quite obviously he also sends her a message which was nothing less than a love letter, because it reads, "Please, come for me," signed Shakuyaku. And Roger gets really mad, saying the worst part is that he doesn't even care. And we see Rayleigh says he'd be lying if he said he didn't care. He just doesn't want to be tied down to her. So Rayleigh wants to be free, and okay, he cares for Shaki, but well, he wants to be a free person. Very respectable of Rayleigh, and Roger says he won't give up for anything in the world. And if there's one thing that defines a pirate, it's their love for plunder, so he won't stop until he gets what he wants. That is, he wants Shaki. This is weird, I must say, honestly. It sounds very nice on the surface, but think about it a bit and you'll see it's weird, because Roger is supposedly trying to kidnap Shaki or something, pirate style. And that's not very normal, to be honest. It's pretty dark. We see it as nice because it's Roger, but if Blackbeard said this, it'd be weird. The thing is, it says they're talking about Shaki and heading off to the pirate island. And he says he's wondering why he ever stayed on Rock's Island, where everyone has the same opportunity to steal it. And he says, well, be that as it may, let's go and take it. And we see him ask the cook for some food, and they set off for there. But we see a bit later, and then 40 years ago, in the sacred land of Mary Joise, and we see a crucial dialogue. We see the Gorosei say, "You're being too impatient, Garling. The last tournament just ended." And Garling says, "I know. However, when I was in the midst of a mission, I had the opportunity to reach that island. It is an unaffiliated country, and its inhabitants live by their own rules and culture. Of course, I tried to persuade them to join the world government, but unfortunately, they refused. Not only do they have many resources that would greatly benefit us, but I also discovered something much more incredible. I swear to you, it was an unexpected discovery. I promise you that our Ondai, the superior Imusama, will be very satisfied. That's why I recommend God Valley, starting now, to host the tournament 2 years from now. And here, truly, this is something quite important, something we really need to address, because what's being discussed here are matters of great significance. And he's talking about how he actually went to God Valley, where he found something extremely interesting. So interesting it would certainly intrigue Emu, and that's why he wants the main headquarters to be established there in 2 years. I've seen many theories, and a lot of people are discussing this. I don't think I'll be making any theory that's too focused on this, or working on it extensively, because probably, with how the spoilers are released, the spoilers will be out by Tuesday or Wednesday, and I know most people will read them and will want to know what happens with this, and it's possible that information will be revealed. So, to theorize about something that will be revealed in a day or two, I don't think makes much sense. I won't make any far-fetched theories about this, but I will say that in my opinion, given how he's saying it, it must be something that cannot be taken from God Valley. I mean, he's a person who is in charge of the world government, someone who is directly connected to the Gorosei, and if it was something he could have simply stolen from God Valley, I truly believe he would have already taken it by now. Some people are talking to me about a devil fruit, others are mentioning a specific character or something similar, and honestly, this is something that doesn't quite convince me. In fact, it's said that he found a D, and that this character he found as a D would be precisely what Emu means. Personally, I don't understand why a D would be so important to Emu when there are several Ds in the world, and no interest has been shown in any of them or anything yet. Honestly, I don't get it, and what I've thought about this is that it's something inherent to the island, something attached to God Valley Island, or something that cannot be transported. Several options have come to my mind. The first one is a road poneglyph. The road poneglyph we're missing that was in God Valley. It could be. Why not? And I think it would be a good way to introduce it into the story and see who really has it. Then another thing that comes to my mind would be precisely Lulusia's weapon, and we know that this weapon, which I repeat has not been called Uranus at any point, so it might not actually be Uranus. It could be that they took it from God Valley, that this weapon was in God Valley, and that it even formed part of God Valley Island as a landmass, and that from that moment on the world government had it. And this might explain why they haven't used it extensively, because perhaps it only had one shot with which they eliminated God Valley, and until the Mother Flame was created by Vegapunk to supply the energy, they couldn't use it more times. I think that's something that makes a lot of sense and could very well be. And another thing, as I say, is something that is inherent to the island, something that is inside the island that forms part of the island, and that is of the territory as such, If we see that he wants to unite that territory with the world government, and that he sets it up so that in 2 years it will be the venue for the tournament, it's because I understand that there's something that is part of the island that is very important. For me, this would make sense and would explain why that island ended up sunken beneath the sea. Because it's probable that Lulusia's weapon, or whatever was employed to destroy it, if it wasn't the very thing they sought out in God Valley, was absolutely necessary to eliminate something Emu had witnessed. Because surely God Valley involved Imu's power, and upon realizing something truly monstrous was there, whatever it was, it probably made the world government decide to eliminate this entire island, seeing the people who were heading there. Because if they had simply held a normal tournament, or if the gods' knights had gone and taken the valuable items, it would have been absolutely perfect. But we must take into account that figures such as Rox and Roger and Garp perceived a great deal of power there. Consequently, confronted with the possibility that they might seize whatever Imu desires, they chose to destroy it, or at least at first, because we know how One Piece is, and it's quite probable that if they introduce something of that nature, it will eventually make an appearance at some point in the story. We shall see. Likewise, leave me all your comments about what you think, and let's continue with the chapter. We're at Pirate Island, Shaki's Scam Bar, and we see different pirates arriving. There's an enormous line, and they say they've come from North Blue just to see her. They say the whiskey is delicious, and the stew is the best in the world. She says hearing their praise makes her very happy, but she'll never cook for lazy bums like them, since she obviously sees them as useless. So the cook says they've run out of whiskey and says, alright, I'll just give them cheap rum. He pours them a glass of cheap rum and says, here you have the finest quality whiskey, and everyone gets very happy, and obviously they allow it because it's Shaki. Then Shaki talks to Rox, and pay attention because this is something curious, interesting, and very quick, and he says, what's happening, Rox? You look satisfied, but I don't feel your heart is still beating for me. You're going to make me feel alone. And we see Rox kind of half smiles, and Big Mom says that a woman's intuition is chilling. And Rox says, shut up, you idiot, I'm not about to reveal confidential information just like that. Whitebeard, who's completely lost, not understanding a thing, we see Miss Bucky, Stussy, tells him, if you look closely at his face, he radiates the kind of happiness a man feels for a woman with whom he has a child. So they imply that here he's either already a father or he's about to become one, and that she's gonna give birth, not him, his wife, to Blackbeard. Who is the woman? We don't know. It's something that will happen off camera, I would suppose, so that when Blackbeard's past is explained to us, they'll have something to explain, because if you're already explaining a great deal about his father, and we've even been able, quote unquote, on the channel to solve the mystery of the plan, then there's not much left to discuss. So I think they do well keeping this to themselves. The thing is, suddenly Roger's pirates burst into the bar shouting, Shaki, guess who came to see you, Shaki? None other than me, it's Roger's pirates. And we see a scene that I really like, where Roger and Rox confront each other face to face inside the bar. And I like this because it's a natural interaction. It's not like the script dictates a specific pattern where, for example, if Luffy were to meet Blackbeard right now, with both of them being great pirates, they would fight, they would clash, and they certainly wouldn't be drinking and laughing. But this is completely different, and that's what I appreciate the most about it. I always love these past moments in One Piece, not just this particular flashback. I mean, when we saw Roger's flashback, seeing Whitebeard drinking with Roger and having a great time, I really enjoyed it. Then we see Rox getting angry and saying, Roger, how many times do I have to tell you that this is my island? And Roger replies, remember, we're at Shaki's bar. Did you perhaps forget that fighting is strictly forbidden here? So stop your whining, you damn porcupine. Then he asked how they got in, because there was an enormous line. And he says, that's odd, we didn't see a soul. And that's because obviously everyone's been defeated, since Roger was so strong he beat them all to get in. Then Whitebeard half leaves the bar and says, these guys are so noisy, I detest them. And then we see Shaki start talking to Roger, and she asks, hey, hasn't Rayleigh arrived? And she's clearly very much in love, saying, no, I assure you I told him to come, but unfortunately he wasn't feeling well and stayed sleeping on the boat. And we see Gloriosa throwing herself at Roger, telling him how much she missed him, that they sail on the ship, and we see him playing dumb, saying, I've told you 1,000 times I hate the type of woman everyone falls for. Though, well, Shaki is an exception. And Gloriosa, she's like, well, what kind of logic is that? And then we see Shaki looking at Gloriosa and Roger saying, I want something like that too. Meaning she also wants to feel that love, but she feels it for Rayleigh, for something we'll see later on as well. And then we see Roger saying, hey, Newgate's here, I want to drink with him. And we see Big Mom, who's right next to him, saying he just left. And I really like this because we don't just see Roger looking for Whitebeard, knowing he's very strong, and that later they'd be great friends and get along well as great rivals who seek each other out to drink and all. But he's also with Big Mom, laughing and drinking. This is something I never expected to see. I thought they were perhaps much more apart, like in Pirates 10:15. We don't see Luffy having a laugh with Big Mom, Kaido, not at all. Obviously, because it follows a script, it follows a story, and Luffy has to fight the world's most powerful pirates and so on. But here we see Roger with Big Mom, with Whitebeard, with Rox, and they're all laughing and having a great time. And this is something that, as I always say, I love. Let me know in the comments what you all think. Let's continue. So we see Rayleigh, who is right there on the ship's deck singing Binks' sake. And Shaki, she hears it and almost faints, saying, Shaki just passed out. I'll take care of it, everyone starts to say. And we see Gloriosa defending her, saying, hey, you scum, get away from her. And the narrator tells us, Shakaju stipulated a golden rule that fighting on the island was forbidden, but only if it involved his business. Thanks to this, when powerful rival pirates crossed paths, they never caused any kind of conflict. However, that only made the situation out at sea become much more tense. And we see a panel of Rox and Roger, which I absolutely love. It's really beautiful, I love it. We move to Elba, to the infernal world. We see Loki clinging to a tree, then he's blasted away. The creatures are scared, everyone's suffering from the power unleashing there. And we see Rox fighting Harold to the death, smashing each other with swords, and it's something truly epic. So, Rox tells Harold, you're being manipulated by the government, Harold. I just don't get it. Is what you're trying to achieve truly so important that you would kill a friend for it? And he continued saying, are you really going to obey them like a lapdog? Wake up, you idiot. Ultimately, they are just taking advantage of you. For them, doing these kinds of things is always the answer. And in their eyes, the Giants are nothing more than a military force to be exploited. In the end, all of you will eventually become their enslaved soldiers. Has your warrior's pride suddenly vanished without a trace? Where is your own will now? And Harold says, don't act like you know what you're talking about. The concept of a warrior is tied to a history of violence, and now that concept is the worst obstacle we have for Elbaph to achieve peace. And we see a small flashback where a village tells him, we truly believe you are a kind person, Harold. Unfortunately, our country was attacked by giants a long time ago, and the reality is that fear is not something that can disappear overnight, and we see a sad Harold because of this. So Harold says, you know, Rox, it doesn't matter if the Tenrevidos are ungrateful, since they're the only ones who can make Elbaph part of the world's circle. And we see Rox say, don't say another word to me, you're a damn coward. And he uses that specific sword strike, which is like a hammer, as they described it to us in Rox's introduction. And Rox shouts, negotiations are over, I'll never try to recruit you again. And Harold says, I am a king. It is impossible for me to risk the lives of my nation's people by betting on a senseless battle, much less if it means joining a villain like yourself. And we see that the narrator says their confrontation remained unresolved, unlike their strange friendship which ended at that moment, and they would not meet again until the day of that incident. And this is important because first, I want to highlight the phrase, they would never meet again, as it really reminded me of the mural. I don't know if there's anything from the mural that could be salvaged with these two to draw a parallel or something similar. I don't know, maybe it's just a random phrase, but I like it. And here I want to point out that Harold's character has fallen a bit in my estimation. He's disappointed me somewhat as a character, not because of his power, not at all, but as a character, as a personality. He's a character who claims he doesn't want violence for the people of Elbaph, and the very first thing he does is try to eliminate Rox, who was his friend. When have we ever seen Rox, even to achieve his world objective, say that he wouldn't attack Harold? That he considers him his friend, that he doesn't want to attack him, even though he's his target, saying, being a person who wants to achieve his own selfish desires, his own goal and plan, he says he doesn't want to attack Harold because he considered him his friend, when he probably could have done it with Rox's crew. And here we see how in the previous chapter they had told him to kill Rox, and then the people of Elbaph would be free. So personally, I find it a bit disappointing because Harold is actually believing the world government, when it's quite obvious that they are not good. It's quite obvious that they are not. If they've already altered your newspaper's front page, calling you evil, and are putting every obstacle in your way to keep you from joining the world government. Harold, I assume, thinks they're the good guys because they are the world government and he wants what's best for Elbaph's people. But he needs to realize that they're not good, that they're horrible, and that they are bad people. In fact, surely the smart thing was to join Rox, or at least talk to him and discuss, and listen to his plan, his idea, and what he has to say about it, because in the end, he only proved Rox right. Harold's character disappoints me a bit regarding his emotional intelligence, and honestly, that hurts me a little, because considering Rox didn't want to attack Harold since he was his friend, and Rox was supposedly the bad guy, while Harold is, quote-unquote, the good guy, it truly disappoints me that he's attacking his friend above all else, and for something that won't even give him any benefit. It's important to emphasize that they wouldn't meet again until the day of that incident, which I understand to be God Valley. Be careful with this because, and I'm just throwing out a wild theory here, but let's consider an idea, okay? Let's say, for example, that Rox didn't want to kill Harold, because I get the feeling that if the confrontation remained inconclusive, it was because Rox didn't want to finish off Harold. Let me explain. If Harold was supposed to defeat Rox as his target, I believe he was obliged to defeat him, and Rox didn't have a reason to defeat Harold. So I think Rox was perhaps stronger than Harold, but he didn't want to defeat him because, despite everything, he considered him his friend and didn't want to kill him. And I think I'd like it. It would be absolutely crazy if Harold had been captured in God Valley or something of that nature, and that Harold was there for that very reason and Rox went to rescue him. It's something I would really like, and it would be truly beautiful to see Rox still considering him his friend and going all the way to God Valley where he died just to save Harold. That would be an incredible plot point, honestly. I know that if you analyze the dialogues, this probably won't make sense. I'm just mentioning it without having reviewed it too much. It's a vague idea that's crossing my mind, but I'd like it because I also don't quite understand how Harold will end up in God Valley. But anyway, we'll see. The thing is, we see a young Loki reading the newspaper and news about Rox, and Ada says, "Loki-kun, I'm sorry to tell you this, but Rox isn't coming back." And Loki says, "Shut your mouth, you damn old hag." He then tries to drink juice and gets angry, but she tells him he can't. We see Loki acting tough, but in the end, he drinks the juice because he's a kid. Then we jump 39 years ago. The West Blue God Valley. I don't quite recall if it had already been revealed that God Valley was in the West Blue. I must say I like it. And here, truly, important things happen in this sea because apparently Ohar was in the West God Valley. We see it's in the West Blue, and Thriller Bark was said to be an island in the West Blue. What if it was God Valley? I don't know. I've reviewed Thriller Bark in the manga, and it looks absolutely nothing like God Valley, but we know how One Piece is, so they could have done a million different things on the island. Likewise, anyway, this sea, why is it so important? Are all of them so important? I don't know. The thing is, we entered God Valley and we heard people saying, "Oh, but they are twins. They're so very cute. I see they inherited your red hair. I hope that when they grow up, they are as intelligent as you. And since their father is absent, we will help you." And she says, "Oh, sir, thank you very much. Could you please tell us what their names are?" And he says, "He is Shanks and he is Shamrock." I have to say this. Let's see, there are many things to comment on here. The first thing is they say she's very intelligent, which I like, because it means she's going to be a curious and important character, and we'd understand why Shamrock and Shanks seem to have that prominence in intelligence too, not just in strength. The strength I imagine will come from Garly, because there are also people asking how Roger knew Shanks' name was Shanks. Here's the option that he knew the mother and she told him, his name is Shanks. It's possible, it's a possibility. But then there's also the other option, which is totally wild, and that's for Roger to speak like a baby. And you're gonna ask, how is Roger gonna speak like a baby? Well, it's simple. He could hear the voices of everything. Why wouldn't he be able to hear a baby's thoughts if the baby knows his name is Shanks? Perhaps he can't express that his name is Shanks, and he can't speak, but he knows his name is Shanks. So maybe he was reading the baby's mind and knew his name was Shanks. I'm saying this half in jest, half in truth, obviously. I mean, I'm saying it, but I don't think it'll happen. It's a bit of a meme, but Oda is such a scoundrel that if he wants to justify why he knows Shanks' name, he's capable of putting this in and could do it perfectly. I quite like the chapter. It's a very complete, very interesting chapter, and above all, it's a development chapter. But the chapter begins, and we go back 39 years to Hachinosu, the start of the riot, and they say they're searching the entire island. We see an enormous storm hitting Hachinosu, and there are many people lying on the ground. In fact, they say that Don Marlin and his people have been murdered, and they say what happened, that if Don Marlin couldn't protect them, then something really terrible must have occurred. And we see Rox and Whitebeard arrive, saying that Shaki has been kidnapped. And then the narrator tells us that everything happened in just a few hours, but no clues could be found about the matter, that the pirates were confused and trembling with rage. And meanwhile, they show us Wang Jura, who is Ochoku, the character who defeated Blackbeard to expel him from God Valley. I believe he's Caribou and Korobu's father. It really seems so, as he's counting bills and smiling, meaning he orchestrated all this to get money. And the pirates start shouting angrily, saying, "Hold on, Shaki, we'll save you." And we see Roger, who angrily tears up a newspaper and says, "Damn, Rox, what is he planning? I'm going to smash him." The narrator says that the information had quickly spread across all seas, and smiles had faded, and people had plunged into despair. It was even said that global economic activity had been suspended for several weeks. So they show us 1 year after the incident, 38 years ago, meaning Shaki has been kidnapped for a year, and they take us to West Blue to God Valley. Then we see that Shanks and Shamrock's mother says, "Garling, I'm so happy. I knew you'd come back. Shanks, Shamrock, here's your father." And Garling says, "Oh, are they twins? They're adorable." And she says, "Yes, they're your children. Stay with us on this island, please." And Garling says, "No, and even if we should live together, it wouldn't be here. This island is destined to disappear soon." And she says, "What?" And Garling says, "I've chosen and claimed a woman worthy of me. If I win this tournament, she'll be mine." "A tournament?" she says. And then he stabs her in the chest with the sword, and she ends up lying on the ground with one of those typical silhouettes you see in flashbacks when someone is killed, often with a gun, but this time it's with a sword. And we see Garling say, "Get ready." And the soldiers start arriving on the island, the Marines, and he says, "Understood, we're disembarking." They start arriving and the citizens don't understand anything. They ask, "Did you say Navy ships?" Yes, the island is completely surrounded. A criminal is hiding among us. The citizens obviously don't know what's happening. They don't understand why the Navy's there. Then the Marines arrive, told to use tranquilizer darts and capture resistors. And then we see a young Marine asking, "Commander, what's the objective of this operation?" And this commander says, "It's a training exercise." "You need 10 more years in the Navy to ask questions like that, rookie." Then the boy replies saying, "But sir," and the commander interrupts him saying, "Hey, who is this arrogant brat, Commander?" "Excuse me, I'll deal with him accordingly." And we see this person is asking too many questions, and the Navy doesn't like it. So a citizen says, "Something happened." They shoot him, tear him apart, and then we see a mother with her children screaming, told not to resist or do anything. I must say, this man we see here, he reminds me a bit of Gecko Moria. I don't know if it's him, but this kid reminds me of Gecko Moria, and his age fits. Citizens obviously start fleeing, and we see the Marine from before, the boy, says, "They're just civilians." The other Marine says, "Don't argue. A soldier's personal opinions have no place here. Just focus on the operation's success." And he, while he's aiming with his shotgun, says, "Everything will be fine. They're just tranquilizers. They won't kill them." And he says, "I'm sorry. If they surrender, I will not shoot." And then they introduce this man, Monkey D, Dragon, Marine soldier, future Supreme Commander of the Revolutionary Army, and Luffy's father. It's important they don't mention he's Garp's son. This is important because there's a theory Dragon isn't Garp's son, as it wasn't actually stated, but rather Garp was Luffy's grandfather and Dragon was Luffy's father, but not necessarily that Garp was Dragon's father. I don't know, in my head it makes a lot of sense. They have the same last name, but we know how One Piece works, and this chapter above all proves we can't trust names and surnames. The citizens resist, but he shoots them, putting them to sleep. A loudspeaker announces, "Masks on! Sleeping gas grenades!" Then we see a Navy prison ship escorting slaves. They take us to the telecom room, and a Marine says, "Wow, someone was here." And we see them say, "Big Brother, Aniki, Ginny, are you okay?" Yes, all went well. The journalists must know by now. So the other prisoners say, "Annoying idiots, don't cause more trouble. They'll condemn us too." What kind of sentence? Then Ivankov gets mad and says, "You bunch of idiots, we're all gonna die. We don't know where this ship is headed. Don't wait. How can they be saved if they don't try to survive? Don't underestimate miracles." So we see a young Kuma thinking, wow, they're very lively for slaves. We go to Cypher Pol, the intelligence service. We see their base, and they say there's unexpected news. What's happening this time? And we see a young Morgan saying, "Don't play dumb. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Give me my money. It's in your best interest to buy my silence, right?" So they ask, how can a local paper run by a pretentious kid be so well informed? And he says, "Ha ha ha. Try to stop me if you can. No matter what, I'll spread this news across the whole pirate island." Morgan's president of the World Economy newspaper, and we see how the paper is starting here, which would later become a frenzy. I like it a lot, and I must say this character has interesting things because Morgan's has the albatross fruit, and that is confirmed. This means it's surely possible he's a character we've already seen or will see, and that he has a human appearance and his secret identity is Morgan's, who uses the fruit and is Morgan's. I like this. Suddenly we're in Hachinozo, and everyone's happy because they say, "Shaki's alive, it's true, where is she?" That's great, she's in God Valley. Where is that? Then they say it's suspicious, the source is reliable, and we see Ochoku, who's not happy they want to go to God Valley because he orchestrated it all and now he's involved. But everyone was happy with the news that they know where she is, and they say what's certain is it must be a disaster within the Marines. They turned her into a prize in a game for the Tenryubito. Damn them, her kidnapping was the work of those bastards from the world government. And Shiki is thinking, my little Shaki. Then Whitebeard says, the Tenryubito's human hunt. I thought it was just a legend. Kaido's talking to Big Mom and she says, oh, there are devil fruits too. Kaido, you want one of them, right? What kind of powers do they have? Kaido says. And Big Mom says, well, it could be useful for my kids. Then Straussen says, clearly it's a trap, don't you think? Rox tells him to shut up and says, cowards can stay here. We're heading to God Valley. I love this. I love Rox's determination, but it smells like a trap. Straussen's completely right. This is a trap. It's illogical to make Shaki the prize and not expect everyone to rescue her. It's logical. Roger's pirates then ask, Gabin, where is God Valley? It's far from here, but we'll make it in time. We are going to save her, boys, says Roger, and Rayleigh and the others say, of course we will. Then Roger asks, is Rox coming along too? We can't let him get ahead. The narrator says, to make matters worse, that confidential intel motivated the most powerful in these seas. We see them tell Garp that Roger will join and wants to go to God Valley first. But Rox's ship directly meets the Giants, and they say, it's the Giants' ship, no matter, sink it. Wait, what? We must stop. And Rox says, wait, and they say, we can't stop, Rox. But Harold talks to them and says, I was ordered to stop a pirate crew who loved a woman, Rox. If we must fight, sinking your small ship will be child's play. See that ship over there? It's a government escort. And Rox says, do you think that will help you befriend the government? It seems you're underestimating us, Great King. So will you join the world government and let them watch us fight? Whatever you do, you'll still be the madman who wants to change the bar. How about a quiet chat, just the two of us? I really like this Rox character. I really like him because he has his plans very clear and his goals are very clear. But he cares for Harold. He sees him as a friend. They have a lot of respect. It all feels very natural. I like this character. I'm a big fan of Rox. Well, Rox or Davy. So they start sharing sake and say, you must know what we'll do and where we're going. I'll only discuss this with you. I won't even tell my men. What could His Majesty be talking about? He says the Giants. It'll hold us back. My little Saki needs help. The rest are thinking. I don't trust Silver Axe here at all. Silver Axe seems upset, probably because Harold is talking to Rox and they're getting along, not fighting. I think he's a marine trader, something like Sword. Then Rox speaks and says, actually, my real name is Davy D. Shurd. Then Harold says, so it's not Rox? The government probably tried to erase my lineage's name. After all, our ancestor was the legendary pirate Davy Jones D. That's why we've lived in the shadows and barely survived until now. And here I want to suggest, be careful that the D doesn't mean Davy. And someone will say, why would the D mean Davy if there's a D in the name? If we see it's Davy D. Jones, the original. Well, I think it could be that the pirate was Davy Jones, who wasn't known to have a D because he didn't. It was simply the Davy clan, as will be mentioned later, and that this letter D, being erased from history in the other clans, transformed into that D, which would be, for example, the name of Monkey D. Luffy, and perhaps that word from Davy was the letter B. But knowing Davy Jones also belonged to that clan, the letter D was inserted because over the years the information was misinterpreted. I know this sounds like a wild theory, but it wouldn't surprise me if Oda put the D right in front of us, hid it with something so simple, and then revealed it. I'm not saying this means the D at all, but I think it's important. Rox continues speaking. I don't know if it happened at the best time, but 2 years ago, I had a son. To prevent anything from happening to them, I took my wife and son to my home island, telling them one thing, trust the Davy clan. That's why I say the D could mean Davy, the Davy clan, the D clan. Harold says, I see, your son and wife are on your home island, but why reveal such a weakness to me? Rox says, my home island is God Valley. I don't know what's happening on this island, but something very important is occurring here. Something very important is happening. It's no coincidence the chapter title is Island of Destiny. And now we'll talk about destiny. You know I've mentioned it many times, but it seems this island is destined for madness. I don't know, but I need details. Harold asks, did the government do all that to lure you? No, the Celestial Dragons would meet on that island. They have no interest in me going, says Rox. They've also made a grave mistake, and that's the truth. I feel like I'm being drawn by destiny. Be careful with destiny. I don't know its meaning. Maybe the D2 destiny, who knows? It was a huge mistake to capture Shaki. If I can let my wife and son escape, that will be enough. This will surely cause their death. I feel like luck isn't really on my side, Harold. Help me. And Harold, with a face I must say looks a bit like a joke. The funny face Oda draws says, I refuse. I'll sink them right here. And Rox says, I see, then do it. Then the rest of the giants say, huh? And Harold tells them not to intervene. Then you hear, you fucking coward. And the narrator says, incredibly, every 3 years, celestial dragons hunt humans on a rich, unaffiliated island, stealing its resources and massacring the native people. And I must say, mind that what we see burned on the ship are the sails. Beware this isn't a strategy by Harold to approach God Valley with the excuse that if they were seen there, it wasn't them because they weren't flying the giant pirate flag, and that they could be any giants, thus helping Rox without breaking the deal with the world government, but still helping his friend. It could be something like that, huh folks? I rule nothing out. Then we see God Valley's people crying, saying help, that can't be possible. And we see God Valley in its splendor, with all the celestial dragons eyeing the prizes. The tournament presenter announces, after the extremely rare devil fruits, here's the grand prize of this tournament. Directly from the island of women in the Calm Belt, next to the Grand Line, the former empress of Amazon Lily, considered the world's most beautiful woman. Here is Shakuyaku. You may take her as wife or slave, your decision. And people say she's beautiful, they want her. And the presenter says, we've cared for her well since capture, jealously preserved her. She's an exceptional prize. Perfect, Summers. Win this for the Shepherd family. Summers says, not in your wildest dreams. If I win, I'll make her my slave. Garling says, she's my wife. Stop dreaming, Summers. Then we see two divine knights. One is Gunko, the other unknown. He says, Gunko with me. Perhaps we can win the Clan War Trophy. I must say, we haven't seen the other character. We don't know who it is, but maybe they're important, so Oda hides their face. I don't know. Then Dragon enters a room where Shanks' mother, we presume, is with her children, and she says, please, escort my children off this island, don't let him keep them. And that's when Dragon faces the situation. I love this about Dragon. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. But we also see another scene. Someone in a cage, a mother with her son, and she says, don't worry, Teach, everything will be alright. Unbelievable this. Unbelievable. We see a baby Teach having a terrible time because he's obviously a slave, captured by the world government, all due to his lineage. Brutal. And the host says, and finally, the super rare prizes of this tournament. Not only is there a Buccaneer child, but also members of a lineage believed extinct 800 years ago, the Davy lineage, which reminds us of Saturn's words. And Saturn, when he was on Egghead, told Katarina Devon and Van Augur that Teach's lineage was a special lineage, obviously referring to the Davy lineage. I thought he was a Buccaneer, but no, he's from the Davy lineage. Or maybe he is, I don't know. But he's from the Davy lineage. I think that's really cool. We're still in God Valley, and several interesting things are starting to be revealed. We see all the celestial dragons throwing things at the prizes, at the prisoners. We should discuss the prisoners, and we see them saying various things. They say, presenting the Davy clan, which they're introducing, as we saw in chapter 1159. And the celestial dragons start saying they have no idea how much they hate their clan, that they're sure even their ancestors despise them, and that's for something we still don't know and that I'd like to learn in this flashback. And they make us understand that something about the D clan is negative, and I don't know if it's just about Davy D himself. Jones that was introduced in the plot, but perhaps it could go another way and be something a little more complex, and honestly I'd like it to be that way and revealed soon. They also tell us something interesting, which is that they say they are also Buccaneers, leading us to understand that the Davy clan is a branch of the Buccaneer clan, which would make Blackbeard a Buccaneer, something we already discussed here a long time ago, and which, as I said, is the explanation, in my opinion, for why he has two fruits and will have a third. And it's because the Buccaneers have two souls. Only Blackbeard specifically has three. This can be justified because we see that Kuma lost his soul when he underwent the entire Megapunk process. But then he went to save Bonnie using Haki, which is nothing more than the representation of the soul's will, implying that Kuma in fact still has another soul living in his body. This might sound like a wild theory, but I believe there are several arguments in the manga for this. And now that we get the supposed confirmation that Blackbeard is a Buccaneer, I think it makes a lot of sense and would be a very simple way to logically explain it in the manga. We see them still throwing things, saying they're too dangerous to leave alive. Even the God Valley contest spokesperson says to stop throwing things onto the stage, and the celestial dragons say if they kill them today, that day would definitely become a holiday. And then they show us the slaves. I don't know if they're from the Davy clan, if they're Buccaneers, or not. I don't know. I have no context for exactly who these people are, because we aren't given all the necessary information. But we see a character wearing a hat. I don't know if it's specifically straw, but it's a character wearing a hat. And if we've seen some fan arts of Joy Boy, he looks quite a lot like what this man would be. I'm not saying anything, but I wouldn't be surprised if this character is a reference, a nod, a foreshadowing from Oda to later show us Joy Boy or some important similar character, since that hat isn't random. He could have put many things or nothing at all, and he decided to put a hat on him. This is obviously for a reason, so we also keep seeing the other slaves, the other prisoners, and among them we see Blackbeard, who's with his mother, whom I've seen many people saying is Nico Olvia. I don't think she's Nico Olvia. In One Piece, female designs are very similar. They're pretty simple, so many characters can look alike. So I don't know if this is Nico Olvia, her sister, her cousin, or whatever, so I can't say if this makes much sense, but let me know in the comments what you think. And something interesting we see is Teach's point of view on all this. They show us how he's seeing the celestial dragons, how he's seeing the Tenryubito coming for him. And then we see how he basically views them as helmeted demons, and they are shouting to finish them off, and we see the fear in the eyes of Teach. I really like this because then we understand the character's entire evolutionary process and why he is the way he is. And surely, as I've been saying for a long time, Blackbeard's goal is to get rid of the world government, which I'm glad I've been saying for so many years, and now we have a very strong reason to believe this is almost 90% true. We cut to Saturn and Garling, conversing. He says he did well to find them, feeling it was destiny's work, destiny once more. You know, we posted a theory days ago discussing this, discussing destiny, its importance, and why it constantly repeats in One Piece. It's repeating again, and this will be crucial for One Piece's ending and the final war. The narrator then says he'll introduce the top contenders, who are the main event of the individual challenge. But first, we cut to Dragon, who, remember, met Shanks' mother and the twins. I saw there was some confusion, and it was initially understood that Dragon had met Teach. It wasn't like that, just two similar panels, very close and stuck together, but no. We see Dragon met Shanks' mother, Shamrock's mother. They're talking, and the mother tells him she's in her final moments. All she wants is for them to be raised by someone kind. She asks him to become that person, and no matter what, not to let that man take them. And then Dragon says of course he'll help. He grabs Shamrock and he grabs Shanks, runs off, saying it doesn't matter if they're strangers, because after all, if he's on this island, it's precisely to do that, help. And I like this because it already shows us that Dragon from the very beginning was a person with very clear ideals, helping people. So, the event host announces 13 are considered super rare, worth 10,000 points apiece, and 150 are just considered rare. The hunt starts in an hour, and until then, the citizens of God Valley hide, run, and take cover wherever they wish. The game begins. And the people obviously are completely terrified. They're acting crazy. Most of them are handcuffed, not to mention practically everyone is cuffed. And people don't quite grasp what's happening. They don't believe it. They say this has to be a joke, that they can't all die today. And this scene, personally, I love it because it shows the world government's sheer atrocity. The idea of going to an island and then, overnight, saying, alright, everyone here will be victims of a game. I won't even kill you. You'll be victims of this. You must hide wherever you want, and I'll send people across the island to kill. And the person who kills the most will get the most points. And on top of that, I'd like to know how they'll account for this. How do you account for killing someone behind a tree at the island's end? I don't understand. The citizens obviously start running. Most run with children in their arms, children who are also handcuffed, and they say they can't do anything but run. They wonder if they'll find somewhere to hide their children. But we see how the hunt begins, and the Tenryubito are riding on, well, like ostriches, I suppose, or some such creatures, and they go directly with shotguns to hunt them. And we see a father and mother behind a rock begging their child not to cry, because if he does, they'll be found. But the Tenryubito eventually finds them. We see them pleading for mercy for their son, at least, that they don't kill their child. But the Tenryubito obviously doesn't care and ends up killing them all while shouting, "Impossible with a heart," meaning he's happy and enjoying himself killing people. It's an absolute outrage. Throughout the panels, we see more people suffering the same thing, people constantly being gunned down by the world government, by the celestial dragons, being massacred, and we even go for a moment to Mary Joy's, the sacred land, the god's domain, and we see them broadcasting like on TV, everything happening in God Valley. They've shown us multiple video Denden Mushi around the island, transmitting a live signal of everything that's occurring in God Valley. We're told the Figureland family is in the lead, followed by the Babbitt and Mamayer families. We see Figureland Garling absolutely crushing everyone. The Tenryubito women are going wild for Garling, and we even see them talking among themselves in Mary Joyce Palace, saying, "Hey, who did you bet on? I bet on the Shepherd family in the clan war, and in the individual challenge, I bet on Gunko. Seriously, she's a knight known as the Faithful Sword of God." Then they introduce Gunko, who's also hunting people, saying, "Oh, the Mamayer family just scored another wave of points." And then they introduce Gunko, who says, "The Faithful Sword of God, Mamayer family." Sign, Gunko. This is important because the concept of the Faithful Sword of God, I believe, is something we should keep very much in mind if we relate it to what we saw with Imu. We saw Gunko was with Imu the whole time when Rox entered Mary Joyce's palace, and this could be related to her being called the Faithful Sword of God, having a much closer bond with Imu than the other knights. And perhaps this is for a reason. We've also seen she's the person whose body Imu took. So I wouldn't rule out anything here. In fact, when we discussed this live, I concluded that perhaps, and this is a bit crazy, she could be the one who killed Cobra, and some of you won't understand what I'm referring to. What I mean is, since we haven't seen Imu and they've always been covered, their face unseen, it's possible the one who shot that arrow to pierce Imu was precisely Gunko, as she has a very similar ability. The Imu we saw was simply Gunko's body, controlled by Imu's mind, having taken control, just as in Elbaph, and went to the empty throne simply to avoid damage, not leaving the flower chamber, attacking Cobra this way. I think that would have been quite interesting, and that Gunko is some kind of body Imu can manipulate to do certain things, and that could be interesting. That would be a great twist, and it could happen. Let me comments, what do you all think? We're still in God Valley, Shaky's trapped. People are happy for Figureland Garland for having a wife like her. We continue to watch Summers, who has a child up in a tree. Since the child won't come down, he makes a bed of thorns on the ground. He says the child will eventually fall, and when he does, he'll land on the thorns and suffer even more. I mean, he doesn't even shake the tree or jump to get the child. Instead, he puts a bed of thorns on the ground so that when the child falls, he suffers as much as possible. This is very brutal and reflects, as I said, the whole world government issue. In fact, we see a father jump to save his child, falling onto the bed of thorns, and ultimately dies just the same. So we see Dragon confronted with the sight of all the dead people on the ground, and Dragon says that if he wanted to save someone, he'd have to go against the Tenryubito, and if he does that, they'll kill everyone in his squad. Then we're shown how the whole squad seems to be back on the ship, ready to leave, and they even ask if everyone has left the island. They say yes, but we see the captain thinking to himself, where is Dragon? We see Dragon meeting a celestial dragon, standing before Kuma, Ivankov, and the other slaves. The celestial dragon declares he's found the buccaneer worth 10,000 points, and will kill him. Then Ivankov gives his speech. Don't dare dream of freedom, but think how to escape this game together. Dragon is very surprised because he says they haven't lost hope yet, and then he realizes that the celestial dragon is about to shoot Kuma, but Dragon is faster, shoots the celestial dragon in the head, and puts him to sleep since Dragon's bullets, we recall, are not lethal, but tranquilizer darts meant to induce sleep. And it just hit me, now I get why they were tranquilizer bullets, because obviously they don't want to kill anyone, so the celestial dragons can do it. It's not out of kindness, but they prefer the celestial dragons kill them to count for the game. Now it makes sense. I must add, by the way, I love this dragon thing, and I suppose this would be the spark that ignites the revolution Dragon will lead with his army. We keep seeing a bunch of celestial dragons blowing people up, but then suddenly there's a massive explosion and they ask, what the hell is going on? And then we hear them shout, the Rox pirates are coming from the east of the island. And not only that, several famous pirate ships are also coming from all directions. And here I must say that there are several interesting things. To the left of the panel, where I'm seeing the Rox part, I see a ship with a very curious flag that instead of having two crossed bones, has a third one that's crossed horizontally. It reminds me a bit of Blackbeard's. I don't quite understand what this is exactly, and actually on the front sail it looks like poneglyph style writing. Maybe it's unrelated, perhaps it's just this low quality capture, but as I see it, it slightly resembles poneglyph script. Maybe I'm crazy, but someone can tell me what it is. I'm not sure if I'll be able to display the image on screen due to copyright, but please let me know in the comments what you think about this, because I find it quite curious. And finally, we see the Rox pirates arriving 100% at the island. Let's recall that during Kuma's flashback, we saw this same panel in far less detail, viewing it from a distance, and actually, we couldn't even see Rox's face, and here we see it in detail, and we see Rox saying, "Listen up, I know you're here for Shaki, treasures, and the Kumanomi, but frankly, it'd be a waste if we killed each other now, we must cooperate. Every treasure we obtain will be distributed equally. It's a fair deal, don't you think? Any complaints?" Then we see each one's references, one saying they can't share Shaki, another saying it's obvious the first to rescue her will win her heart, another saying it's true, so he won't give up for anything. I still think this Silver Axe guy is a traitor. We see Captain John say, "You're kidding, right? Shaki will give her heart to whoever finds the most treasure." Then Whitebeard says, "Regardless, I'm here because I see her as a good friend, but if I win her heart, I wouldn't complain. This guy is the best." It's like, well, it's a joke, but if you want, it's not a joke. We see Stussy say, "What the hell does that mean, Newgate?" And then we also see how Gloriosa says, "I just discovered that if I rescue Shaki, Roger would thank me with all his heart, right?" Straussen also says, "Don't forget that Ochoku stayed on the island. He's been banned from the bar." And this is important because if they tell us Ochoku stayed on the island, and they tell us Blackbeard was the one who kicked Ochoku out of Hachinosu, this means Ochoku was the person who remained on this island for 40 years. That is to say, none of those present ever returned to Hachinosu Island, and I find this curious. I don't know, I thought they'd come back at some point for something, but no, it seems that from here on, each one went their own way. Big Mom says they're all idiots, and even if the world turned upside down, it's obvious Shaki wouldn't seek their help, and Kaido asks Linlin to give him a Kumanomi if she finds one. I like it because I see a good relationship between Kaido and Big Mom here. It's a shame Kaido's flashback wasn't explored in detail, that we only got those 3-4 panels which were quite regrettable, and we didn't see more of their relationship. I find it very curious. They seem almost like siblings, friends, a couple, I don't know, but they clearly have a good relationship. I like it. We see them start shooting at all the Navy ships. The Navy doesn't really know what to do, and Rox shouts that the Marines are useless and that they follow his pirate orders. And they show us Rox's ship in detail, and we see they have a kind of corpse tied to the front of the ship, and it's a big smoke. But maybe this is David D. Jones, his corpse or something. That'd be good. We see the ship destroy everything, dock at the island, Rox's pirates disembark. Everyone gets scared, screaming, running. The Celestial Dragons demand the Marines do something, and Dragon holds Shamrock and Shanks, immediately running so they aren't caught. He even tries to avoid it all as they shout Roger's pirates are docking. And then something curious, I don't know if it'll matter later, but Dragon finds it strange the children aren't crying. It's a miracle. I don't know if this will make any sense, but it doesn't seem like a typical Oda dialogue for no reason since it goes nowhere in the chapter. Why don't they focus on those two and say it's a miracle they're not crying? I don't know, I think it will be important at some point. They try to escort the Celestial Dragons to the island's center to keep them safe, and we see the Marines saying, "What's happening? It looks like the end of the world. First Rox and now Roger, and Roger's pirates have just arrived on the island too, and Roger says he'll rescue Shaki. Honestly, he doesn't think they can do it, so they'll steal treasures." And we see this crew doesn't care. They run right over Roger, shouting, "Give us Shaki back." I've even seen many attacker insult Roger, messing with him, saying he's lost his aura. Guys, Roger is still a Luffy-like character. We won't get a super epic legendary character in One Piece for no reason, because One Piece isn't that kind of show. Characters like that, we have 3 or 4, and everyone has comedic gags. It's a series with 1,000 chapters, and some people still haven't gotten it. Folks, please, all characters end up with a comedic gag at some point, nearly all, and Roger wasn't the exception. So we see Figureland Garling, who says, "Damn it, the game is ruined!" And even the Celestial Dragons reproach him, saying, "Hey, do something, damn it!" And we're introduced to the God's Knights in their entirety. I love this, and we see them say, "Tell the Marines to protect the Celestial Dragons. The God's Knights will handle the rest." I have to say, I really doubt these people can take on Rox and Roger at the same time. I imagine different factions will form here, some craziness will happen or something like that, but I find it very difficult for these people to face Rox and Roger at the same time. And we see a couple of new characters we didn't know. We see one, I don't know if it's a male or female, who has a cigar in their mouth, who has like 2 horns, like black and white hair. We see something that reminds me of an amber, but with a beard and wings. I'm not sure. We also see a woman who is surely Kina's mother. Yes, we confirm it. And the one we don't see is Gunko. I don't quite understand why she's not in the panel, but I imagine she's doing other things. We see them saying pirates are coming from everywhere, that warships keep attacking, that they mustn't let them reach the island. We see the Rocks pirates already starting to wreak havoc on everyone, and suddenly a cannonball is launched at the island. It explodes, and we even see Roger and Rocks get quite angry, quite annoyed, saying, "This is a real danger." And then they say, "Look, that ship belongs to Vice Admiral Garp. I'm here. Reinforcements have arrived. It's Vice Admiral Garp." Yes, we are saved. And finally, Garp arrives with a very typical entrance. The Marines finally have hope, and we hear the narrator say that meanwhile, amidst all the bonds of fate, this dead-end island turned into a battlefield of nightmares. We see the Tenryubito leaving through a tunnel, said to be an evacuation tunnel. The Marines tell them not to worry, but the Tenryubito say they'll pay for this mess, calling them useless. This implies Marines who survived face severe punishment from the Tenryubito, at least the less important ones. We see that amidst all the chaos, the slaves being pursued by the Divine Knights say it's time to flee. Then we see Roger asking where Shaki is, hoping she's okay. We see Rocks thinking about Eris and Teach. Remember, an important detail, Eris was the name that appeared, and if you don't recall, I made a video explaining the full importance of this word, this name, Eris D. Tar, and all its references to One Piece, which was crazy. In fact, I'll put it right here. You need to see this from One Piece. In chapter 1150, Imu started destroying the world, but a new detail emerged, as one of Imu's magic circles reads Eris D. Tar. And this may seem a bit random, but what it implies is crazy. At the start of the arc, Robin enters the library of the Buff That Turns Giant with a book, and this book we see is one of chaos magic, given that the mentioned Eris was the goddess of chaos. If we apply the general belief that the solar system connects to One Piece, with direct ties between characters like Luffy as the sun, Emu as Earth, Garling as the moon, the Gorosei as Mars, Jupiter, Venus, Mercury, and Saturn by name, and the ancient weapons as Pluto, Uranus, and Neptune covering Poseidon. To this, we could add a planet once considered the 10th, precisely named Eris. And Eris, the goddess of chaos, is depicted as a woman with black wings and black clothes. Doesn't that remind you of something? And now for the craziest part of all, if we remove the D from Eris D Tar, we get Eristar. And Eristar was a plan created in 1972 by NASA and Auburn University to build a massive system to store and share Earth data. Doesn't this remind you of something? Exactly, Vegapunk's plan to share it globally. And if you think this is senseless, check the project's symbol. Sound familiar? It's like Emu's summoning circles, and worst of all, only 20 people were chosen for the Eristar program. Exactly the same number of people who united to form the world government initially. This is crazy. And we move to Dragon, where we see he's fleeing with Figurlin Garling and with Shanks. He's fleeing to save them, trying to escape, but he realizes the Marine ships have already left. This is what we saw previously, and suddenly one of the Divine Knights appears, whom I thought was a man, but turned out to be a woman. I do, by the way, and he fires a hyper beam right at Dragon's chest, piercing him. He falls, saying, "I got him." Then we see him speaking on a Denden Mushi, saying, "Thanks, Mafi." Had we failed, Garling would have killed us. And we see a child fall from Dragon's arms. Mafi catches him. Surprise, Garling actually has a baby. So, we're introduced to the character who says, "Divine Knight, Satchel's family, Saint Maffei." Dragon tries to cling to life, saying those babies are his way to redeem himself for this massacre. But Mafi ends Dragon's life, stabbing him with a sword, and says, "Goodbye, young Marine." Dragon then resigns himself, saying he surely deserves this as punishment for letting so many innocents die. This was likely a turning point for him to create the Revolutionary Army. I have to say, what we're seeing of Dragon, I'm loving it. Let me know in the comments what you think of Dragon so far, but I like seeing this past interspersed with God Valley for when they show us his full past and to more or less have the origin. I like it. But just before he ends Dragon's life, an attack appears that cuts down many trees and cuts Mafi's body in half. And we see it's the mighty Whitebeard who is arguing with Big Mom, and we see how Dragon hides because he says they are giants and very powerful. And this is quite curious because Whitebeard saved Dragon, leading to all that would follow. We see Big Mom and Whitebeard arguing, and Whitebeard tells her he wasn't aiming at Big Mom. Big Mom then confronts him, calling him a liar, saying she could have died, and if he's putting her in danger, they can duel right here. Suddenly, we see Shiki and Kaido arrive, and we see them start to join the other two. Then, we see a group of pirates who say, "It's Rock's crew. We'll be popular if we kill them." But among these four, we see them start fighting and easily defeat all the others. And Mafi sees these characters and wonders what the hell is happening on this island. If I have to say, it's clear these characters, the Divine Knights, aren't that powerful in terms of raw strength, but they're very powerful when it comes to regeneration. But recently I uploaded a short where I was saying these people weren't more powerful than the admirals, obviously, and many people jumped on me, saying that yes, they were. I think it's quite obvious no admiral would be defeated by a mid-level Whitebeard punch, let's say, just a glancing blow. This character would obviously be defeated, but we see they have incredible regeneration, so their power and strength don't match the admirals, but their regeneration is just absurd. Suddenly, we see Dragon realize Mafi is leaving with the babies, and then, suddenly, he finds Shanks, knocked out on the ground from a blow to the head. And this makes a lot of sense, because if you think about it, it's logical Shanks isn't crying, he's unconscious from the hit. In fact, I'd love it if when we see Shanks on screen more, he has some kind of head twitch or something from the blow he took. I'd really love that, it would be very funny. And this is the explanation of how Shanks and Garling separated. One went with the world government and the other went with Dragon. I think this is quite simple to understand, but I'll explain it. And Mafi, when she found the baby, simply thought it was Garling's child, and that was it. He shouldn't have known they were twins, since normally they aren't. It would just be one baby. Suddenly, we cut to Garp, who we see punching all over God Valley, saying there are big, top-quality fish here, and he starts throwing punches while chasing Kaido, Big Mom, Shiki, and Whitebeard. Then he tells them to surrender, and they say no, it's Garp, they should run and can't waste time. And instead, Kaido says, "Why won't you come fight me?" I love this point of view from Kaido, and I love this personality he has. It's a shame his flashback wasn't very deep. So Big Mom uses Zeus and Prometheus to launch an attack called Heavenly Fire Breeze, which we see Garp completely devours, but suddenly we see he's in a completely perfect state, with an incredible aura, saying that with that he wouldn't even be able to cook a rack of ribs, and Big Mom gets very scared. What a beast Garp was! What a beast Garp was! The best written character in all of One Piece. We see Mafi, who says that Kidnapper is surely dead, and she has the baby, assuming all is well. Then we see Dragon leave with Shanks. He says he's sorry, but he can't save his brother, though he can protect him, and this is crazy because Dragon saved Shanks, and Shanks, in turn, saved Luffy. I really like these kinds of connections about saving lives that Oda is introducing. I'm a big fan. We see the Divine Knight of the Magmayer's family, how he starts shooting all the slaves, and then they show us a map of God Valley to understand where everyone is located. They tell us that Rox's crew is in the southeast of the valley, Roger's in the northwest, and they are surrounded. We see the explosions, the Marines under attack. They're told to hold their positions even if it costs their lives, and Rox is coming from the other side. Then we see the rest of the pirates, Rox, along with Shiki, whom we'd seen before, fighting each other to see who will save her first. Important detail, we see Captain John with a metal arm, just like Eustace Kid, suggesting he's probably his father or something similar. I have to say that in a normal circumstance I would like this, but you already know that Oda showed Eustace Kid's past in an SBS, and this obviously seemed horrible to me. I saw many people who agreed with this and thought it was fine. In fact, when I got upset about this and mentioned it, many told me Kid wasn't an important or relevant character to the One Piece plot, and I must say, it bothers me that his father is a truly interesting and important character, and Oda put his flashback in an SBS. It annoys me a bit. I wish we'd see more of Kid. We see Summers heading towards a house, and we see a lot of defeated Marines. So Summers says if they're mocking him, how a woman in handcuffs defeated them. And we see Shaki saying she has the impression the pirates have made quite a mess. Then Summers says she's a woman armed with courage and hits her face, saying she's pathetic. Then Shaki kicks him, hurting Summers, and Summers grabs her leg and with a spiked mace hits her leg, filling it with blood. So he says she's really famous. All the pirates came to save her. Her popularity's a headache. It ruined his tournament, and if she survives, Garling will claim her. No one will gain anything at all. So why not kill her right there? It'd be fun to see them travel all that way just to find her body massacred, and he wonders what faces they'll make. So, we see Roger fighting Whitebeard, which shows Roger can't go. We all see him cast his hopes to go there. Roger says he's too busy now and they should handle Shaki. Then we see Rayleigh, who jumps and heads straight somewhere. We switch back to Summers and he says if he hears it, they're right there. But unfortunately, they arrive too late. And though a soldier says St. Garling won't accept it, he says it doesn't matter, they'll make it look like an accident. Then Summers laughs and says, "Look at her face, she's desperate. This isn't a fairy tale. I'll kill all who come to save her. This is a cruel world. I'll kill her in 5 blows, and with each blow she'll have to repent. She should reflect on world peace while bathing in her own blood." I find it very curious how a world government soldier, a divine knight who is committing all these atrocities, speaks of world peace and all this. I find it interesting. I don't know the context, if it's a random phrase, or if they genuinely believe they're achieving peace for some reason. I'd like to know their perspective. and as he's about to strike Shaki, you hear, "I'm sending you to hell." Gigant Bana then hits Shank Summers, smashing him against the wall, leaving Summers' silhouette, and he's sent flying. Then Rayleigh, with all his aura, tells her, "Shaki, forgive my delay, I've come to find you." And Shaki breaks down, crying on Rayleigh's shoulders, telling him, "Raychan, you took too long." Then Rayleigh says he's sorry she had to go through all that. And I love this because we see Roger and Gabon crying, watching the scene with sadness and happiness. And I love it as Rayleigh tells her she'll never be afraid again because he's with her now. I love it. I'm a huge fan, my parents. Well, my parents and Hawks. It's not confirmed, but I'm telling you. And then Roger says, "You'll tell him later." Guys, let's save Shaki, grab the treasures, and let's go. We start by seeing how really big battles are taking place, and among them, on the map, we see one that stands out. It's Rox versus Garling, which we'll get to now. So we're seeing many explosions, we're seeing that things are getting really ugly, and Roger tells him to take Shaki to the ship to get off the island quickly, and we see how Rayleigh is leaving with Shaki, running, fleeing from all the explosions. Roger's pirates are protecting him, and we see Rox's pirates say to change their objective. Since they can't take Shaki because they've already lost her, they're going for all the treasures as there are many there, and it's a very good opportunity. We also see a very interesting scene of Shaki talking with Rayleigh. Rayleigh tells her, "Shaki, there's something I need to confess." Shaki replies, "Even if you didn't tell me, I already knew." I think he's referring to being in love with her, a purer love, not just because Shaki is beautiful. We move to the main prize storage, where there are two people we know very well, Ivankov and Kuma, with both fruits, one Kaido's and the other Kuma's. And we see Ivankov attacked by Big Mom, who smashes him directly against the wall. Kuma eats the fruit right away, so Big Mom can't take his fruit since she already took Kaido's. Ivankov starts laughing, saying they can consider this a victory over them, as they've managed to save one of their own. We also see the Navy's communication, stating the island has become chaotic, and they're debating whether to order a full retreat or try to capture him. Meanwhile, we see several fights, and one thing stands out. Marco appears to be kicking Silver Axe. And I just want to remind you here that Marco was 7 years old. I mean, this man, who seems to be Marco, I've seen people say he's Marco's father. I don't know, he looks too much like Marco, so he could be the father, but they're like two peas in a pod. I don't know. Then I've seen people say he's Zeph. You might wonder about the arguments. Well, there's no real argument. People just say it's Zeph, and it doesn't make much sense. But anyway, it seems to be Marco, and at 7 years old, he's thrashing Silver Axe. Silver Axe was a charlatan, or Marco was already very strong, because, honestly, 7 years, that's insane. Next, we see a Marine, who's conducting the communication, and I don't know why his face reminds me of Kainu. It's probably not him, but his face does remind me. I'll try to put a manga image on screen because some people ask me, why don't you show manga images? Folks, it's copyrighted. I can't put a manga image here. Ova will come here and tell me, hey, stop putting my manga images in your video, and he'll take it down. At most, I'll filter it and put it up with poor quality so it avoids copyright. We see Bogard and Garp fleeing, running from there, and Garp asks Sengoku, did you know about this? Sengoku replies, if I recall, a man vanished from the Marines after complaining of such incidents. This is important because they already introduced the fact that a Marine complained about these things, about the hunting all the Tenryubito were doing here. And I don't want to say if this character is alive or dead, but the fact that they say he disappeared plays a bit with him being alive or dead. So for example, it's being said, and it seemed to me reading the chapter, that he would be a good character to be the man marked by flames that's mentioned, since there's a lot of mystery surrounding this character, and he might be a Marine who somehow got a poneglyph so the government wouldn't have it because he saw their terror. It could be interesting, something worth seeing. Garp says it's not a damn dream, but reality itself. We see Garp deeply affected by everything happening, but we jump to Rox's side, seeing huge explosions and Eris, Zebek's wife, demanding to be taken down. She says she has no choice but to flee, as everyone caught was transformed. And then we see Zebek take her away so they don't change that form. And we see all of Davy's clan who have indeed turned into demons, just like we saw happen in Elbaph. Zebek wonders if it's some kind of ability, and we see, as I said, the characters up close, then we see him call them father and grandmother. People are saying Zebek says this, but Zebek doesn't. Eris does, and she's the one who knows them. We then see Garling and the other Holy Knight, whose name I forget. We see Garling with his head split open, regenerating, saying he's as strong as he expected, that the wounds he inflicted haven't fully regenerated yet, and the other girl says, now we know he's part of the Davy clan. The Master will be pleased if we eradicate him. And she says that's right, even though the game was ruined, it's lucky they found him. And I have to say something I'll comment on later, but be careful with the Divine Knights, because they might not be all we thought they were. We see Eris tell him to let Xebec down, and she asks if he thinks he can defeat him with just one arm since the other is occupied. And we see Xebec say to listen carefully that anyone bearing the Davy surname, if captured, will endure such torment that hell itself will seem like a playground in comparison. Eris says she knows it very well, and that's why she's proud to be part of the Davy clan. Everyone was good to her. She says she understands her destiny well, being part of the Davy clan, so let her down. She pulls away from Xebec's arm to the ground, and says that if she were the kind of girl who can't protect her son herself, he surely would never have fallen in love with her. And I find it incredible. I really like it. This character in just 2 lines has captivated me. I truly like her. I understand why Xebec fell in love with her, even though her hairstyle is a bit strange. Then, Xebec calls her foolish, and she replies that if they ever caught him, she'd kill Teach and then take her own life. And he says, we're going to survive. We'll meet again in Lulusia, Xebec. I must say, these people have terrible aim with the places they go. It's awful. First God Valley, they destroy it. Then, Lulusia, they blow it up. If they come near where I live, we might as well say goodbye to the channel. Then Garling turns to Rox, saying, so you finally released your wife and child. Let's see how he plans to strike. And then Xebec says, do you truly believe I'm someone who needs saving? He draws his sword and delivers a massive blow, which we see from outside, and says, from this point on, you won't be able to advance any further. Come at me with everything, you damn monsters. And we see the explosion in the background. Teach is watching it all. Eris runs off, and we head towards the main prize warehouse, where we spot Big Mom, who has saved the fruit and declares, this is the Uo Uo no Mi. I will feed it to Katakuri. For my future pirate crew, I will need a power like this. So, just then Kaido appears, striking Big Mom directly in the face. The fruit goes flying, and Kaido devours it. And we move on to see the moment Kaido has the dragon fruit, and I must say this confuses me a bit because it's true the theme of betrayal was discussed a lot in Wano. It was discussed immensely, but it didn't end up being important in Wano. Pirate alliances always end in betrayal. I don't know if this is the betrayal Kaido meant. I don't think it's such a very big deal to give it so much importance, as we don't see Big Mom having any impact on this. And there's also a kind of plot hole, because reviewing the Wano manga, I realized that it's Big Mom who tells him Kaido owes her a debt because she gave Kaido the fruit when in reality she stole it. I don't know what debt she has. I mean, it makes no sense. I don't know if it's an Oda error, which is possible. And that's it. No need to give it more thought or why. Honestly, I don't know. From the translations I've seen, Big Mom complains, saying, damn you, Kaido! And we move on to 2 panels I really like. Dragon going right with Shanks, saying he won't let him die, and Eris going left with Teach, saying that even if it's just Teach, she'll make sure he survives. We go backstage to the secondary prize warehouse, and they say they found the treasure, and we see a pile of gold. Roger's pirate's very happy, saying there are even devil fruits. I understand the bar fruit will be there. Buggies. By the way, I'd like to know where Buggy is. What's with Buggy? He won't show up, nothing. No trace, no one. I just don't get it. Rock's pirates clash with Rogers to stop them from taking the treasure. The Marines declare they won't let the pirates leave the island, and we even see Garp say, on an island like this, where chaos reigns, what justice should we pursue? I really like how all this is presented. It's quite interesting. We see the slaves say, it's the world government's navy, please, help us dig. We hear through the Den Mushi, God Valley is not a world government affiliate. We can't do that. Then they show Kuma's panel, saying he wants to save as many people as possible, contrasting what justice is supposed to be, saving people. And Kuma, well, he saves people simply because he's a good person. I really like that they're already bringing up these things because we're entering the final part of One Piece, and it's important that we understand that nothing is as simple as we think. We see how someone who appears to be Imu communicates with Saturn and says, Saturn, Rox is dead. And he says, no idea. To tell the truth, he has exceeded our expectations. In fact, all that destruction, I have a strange, unsettling feeling that a new threat might emerge, and that is very much lurking. Then Imu says, therefore, I will not permit that to come to pass. and we see a dragon emerge from the island's center, flying to the sky. People go wild. Truly a giant dragon was all God Valley needed. Then we see Kuma freeing all the slaves, touching them with his hand. They say reaching any different place will be like entering paradise. And we see Kuma start touching people, sending them to various places. And I have to say, I don't quite understand this. This seems a bit like a plot contrivance to me. I mean, how Kuma, who just obtained the fruit. First of all, I don't quite understand how he knows what the fruit is. I don't recall if Ginny had the Devil Fruit book, which is plausible, and she might know what fruit it is. I get that, but how can someone who just got that fruit already know how to use it so incredibly, being an inexperienced child like Kuma? I understand that Kaido can transform into a dragon and would try the fruit because he's an already recognized pirate with a certain bounty and has lived things, and I can buy that. But a small child like Kuma, who is capable of repelling people to places, because let's remember that Kuma's fruit doesn't teleport you, it repels you. That is, it touches you and is capable of repelling things. I can understand it repelling smaller objects at a short distance, but repelling people to islands or other places seems like damn madness to me. I just don't get it. I understand the plot simply needed it, and it makes for a beautiful moment, and the truth is the moment is precious. But if you think about it coldly, it doesn't make much sense. Anyway, it doesn't matter because we're starting to see a massive wave of hacking, and we see a triple panel I love featuring Garp, Rox, and Roger, surprised by that power. We see Saturn's transformation in a small panel, and Okashira says, "Here come Rox and his crew." They say this to Roger and they say, "Forget about them. It's not the time." Then we see an incredible panel of Rox that says, "Damn you, did you think using my family against me would work? I chose to kill them myself. I preferred that to dying by your hands." And we see all those who tried to attack Rox, all the defeated Divine Knights, Garling completely devastated and shattered on the ground. The truth is, I wanted to mention that the Holy Knights have been overhyped, just like the Gorosei. Many people once thought the Gorosei were very powerful, and that the Holy Knights were also hyper powerful, but it's been shown they're not that strong. I mean, Rox is super strong. We all agree. I'm not saying Rox isn't strong, he obviously is, but if several Holy Knights and all the demon soldiers went for Rox and were effortlessly humiliated by him, they're not as strong as they should be, given that Garling is supposedly the strongest, having gone the furthest, been a captain, and now a Gorosei. So what's clear is that the Gorosei wasn't very strong, but rather regenerated. These people, the Holy Knights, aren't very strong. What happens is that they regenerate. And with Imu, the same thing will happen. It really seems that way. He'll have some power, but his main asset will be regeneration. So once that regeneration is nullified, they won't be a problem. I've been saying for years in One Piece that Imu won't be the villain, but Teach Blackbeard will be. And now, with the end of the chapter, you'll understand. We see Rox talking to Whitebeard, and he says, "You know you'll gain nothing from it? Still, you'll lend a hand." And Whitebeard says, "Don't mention it. Thanks to you, I've been drinking free all this time." And Kaido flies out and says, "Oh, look at this. Goro Roro Roro." And he goes directly to where Rox and Whitebeard are and says, "Now that I've finally gotten my ability, I want to try it out." Rox replies, "I'm happy for you. Since I've known you, I haven't seen you this happy." And Whitebeard says, "Everything's fine, but can I ask you something? What the hell is that?" And we see how from Saturn's head, the figure of Imu begins to emerge. And we see the Marines say, "Saturn Osei, what does that appearance mean? Wow, it's a monster." And they're really scared. Here, I'd say it seems like Saturn is possessed. Not so much that Imu is manifesting, because otherwise it makes no sense for Saturn to transform into his awakened form, right? I mean, it's like manifesting through possession or something. We'll see, but I doubt Imu teleported here. We'd have seen a summoning circle or something. I don't know. It looks like what he did to Gunka, which confirms Imu needs a body to fight, so maybe he's not that powerful. Then Garp says, "I must be dreaming. What's happening on this island?" And Roger says, "How great are days full of adventure?" They remind me that I still have a great deal to learn. And Rox says, "Are you asking me what exactly that thing is? One could say that this here represents the entire world." And then we see Imu's eyes and what her face looks like. The showdown starts. I love this. I love this. And as I say, the chapter's end makes it clear that Imu won't be the villain. Blackbeard will be the villain. And some of you might say, "Hey, why are you saying this?" Well, we have to go to chapter 1107 of the One Piece manga, where we see Saturn ask Katarina Devon and Van Augur what their crew's objective was, as they were making some very strange moves. And they replied, "The world." So when we see Emu, who is being represented by the words of Blackbeard's own father, who is saying that he is the world, when they refer to the world, it's nothing more than a nod from Oda to say that they are going after the world government, that they are going after Emu. I'll explain this in a future video, but we need to understand that if Rox failed, because we know Rox died here, Teach will not fail. Remember the phrase he told Emu that he would return. This entire flashback we're seeing now, whatever happens on the island, Rox couldn't win, but Emu did. But Blackbeard, however, he will certainly win. And that's going to be cinematic. It'll be very cinematic when Blackbeard overthrows Emu, and we have a final confrontation with Emu possessing Saturn. But this time, it's a bit different. As we saw, it seems he's taking control of Saturn's body, but he's appearing above him. I don't know, it's strange. We see the Marines are quite surprised. They don't know what's happening, and then a kind of tentacles emerge from Saturn's legs, piercing all the Marines. It reminded me a bit of Spider-Man's Venom symbiote, to be honest. It reminded me a bit of this. I don't know exactly why. Perhaps it could even be something like ink. This was mentioned some time ago, and I think it could be interesting. Darkness, perhaps. I don't know, but I quite like this idea, this concept. As the chapter continues, the pirates are very surprised, asking why he's attacking the Marines, whose side he's on. Then they realize he's on no one's side, attacking everyone, and the Marines flee with the treasures. Then we see the Marines order everyone to retreat, stay away from that monster, not attack him, and secure the evacuation route. So we see Roger with his crew, telling them to resist, and Gaban to take care of the treasures. Gaban tells him not to do anything crazy, and Roger lunges at the monster. Garp is also talking to the Marines, asking what's happening, what that thing is, and they reply they don't know, but Saint Saturn has changed form. Then Garp says, "An old man? It's the first time I've seen one. I'd bet all those vermin look like this one." And they, the Marines, tell him, "Don't say that, Vice Admiral Garp," implying that Garp already disliked the Gorosei. He didn't like the Celestial Dragons, as is well known, and when he sees this monster, he's not surprised it's one of them, and says, "Well, they must all be the same." I wouldn't be surprised because they're vermin, the best character in all of One Piece. But we move to a super epic scene where we see Rox facing Emu one-on-one, and he says, "Hey you, King of the Rats, you've come to kill me, haven't you?" And Emu says, "So it's you, Davy Jones." Poor Emu is senile. He thinks he's Davy Jones. But Zebek tells him, "You've got the wrong person. I've never met that guy. However, a promise must be kept." And Emu says, "You're going to disappear right here and be erased from history." Emu's words are always the same. He always wants to erase from history. He doesn't need to kill someone, but to erase them from history, which is interesting. And we see him say that Emu's world is still incomplete, to which, while defending himself, Rox says, "This world does not belong to you." This phrase might seem random, but it holds more meaning than we think. I've said many times that whatever Emu is, I believe that even if this sounds far-fetched, the movie One Piece film, Red, has certain details and things that relate to Emu as if it plants clues for something we'll see later. Something similar happened in One Piece Stampede. The way they defeated the movie's villain and Kaido was exactly the same. Plus, we also saw numerous supernovas and Luffy fighting the movie's villain, a parallel with Wano. So, in One Piece film, Red, to sum it up, we see a demon possesses Uta, taking control of her body and driving all the film's actions. I've shown you scenes of Uta singing, and one where she sits on a throne with swords on the floor, exactly like Emu's empty throne. So, I already mentioned when I watched this film, I really connected this to Emu, and be careful, he might actually be a demon. Going back to the manga's line, "This world doesn't belong to you. Be careful, Emu isn't a demon who has taken the body of someone who has subjugated the world." Simply that, as a demon, let's not rule out he's an alien or something similar. I know some might think this is a Naruto too, but I must say that since Water 7, aliens have been in One Piece. Enel's mini story, as we discussed days ago, already introduced aliens, and we've been on the moon. This is something Oda has planned for a long time. Anyway, let me know your thoughts in the comments, and let's continue. The Marines are surprised that Rox cut a piece off Saint Saturn, and they wonder if they should help, but Garp says, "Of course we must help," and Garp charges into the attack, but the Marines say, "Wait, help who?" Garp immediately wants to confront the Gorosei and destroy them. Honestly, I really like this about Garp. I love his attitude, and I'd love a flashback just of him. It's true we're seeing his past in pieces, but I want Garp's full past, 100%. We see all the destruction happening in God Valley, how everyone is taking the treasures, and Captain John says, "Goodbye, Rock's pirates," and we see him leaving with the treasures. We see Dragon fleeing with Garp and reaching the ship to leave, suddenly dragged by a force due to the metal on his back, which is the marine weapon he has. And we see how Captain John uses an attack called Big Eater and attracts all metals, all treasures towards him and keeps them all. And we see how they say it's Captain John's Jiki Jiki no Mi, confirming what we saw a couple of chapters ago, that he has Eustace Kid's fruit. And Roger, we see he doesn't seem to care about this, saying treasures don't matter to him. But then we see Ganzui launch explosive snot next to Captain John, confirming he has Mr. Five's fruit. And this excited me more than Kid's fruit. I mean, Kid's fruit seems quite logical for a powerful character to have, but for Ganzui from the Rock's Pirates to have Mr. Five's fruit, 5 of the boogers, I find it unbelievable. This is very Oda, I like it. We see Shiki confront Ganzui for attacking him, then Ganzui asks if he truly thought he'd share the treasures fairly, and as Shiki turns, we see Ganzui throw a booger at Shiki and then start to attack him. This confirms what many of us suspected. The Rock's pirates disbanded because they all ended up betraying each other. While Rox was distracted for a moment, being a responsible father, everyone else started attacking each other. A crew destined for failure. Will the same happen with Teach's crew? We'll see. We see all the Marines trying to stop Garp as he charges straight for Emu, and Big Mom is just arriving for Kaido to attack him to make him throw up the fruit. But everyone launches their attack at once against Emu. And we see an incredible panel where we witness Prime Garp's Galaxy Impact, Prime Roger's Kamusari, Prime Rock's Pandemonium, Prime Whitebeard's Hakua, his Earthquake Punch, Prime Big Mom's Ikoku, and Kaido's Bolo Breath, who isn't Prime Kaido, as he's very young here and just got his Devil Fruit. Also, curiously, he calls it the Dragon Attack since he just got the fruit and hasn't named it, so it's a normal Bolo Breath. And all these attacks that we've seen, which are crazy on their own, do nothing to Emu because he regenerates, obviously. We see how he disassembles and directly reassembles without complaining or anything. It's strange, by the way, because here we see Emu's face up close, and it's still a blur, no visible face. So we'll see what Oda does with this, because I understand that back then, when he seemed half hooded in Mary Jawaz, his face wasn't shown, but here I think we should already see his face more clearly. I guess it's about the fruit or something, but let's see how they fix it. We see the clash of powers knocking out many islanders. We see Roger's own pirates think it's the start of Armageddon. We see Dragon lose Shanks, and Shanks seems to get into a chest, which Roger would later find, starting Shanks' entire adventure on Roger's crew. We see Emu regenerate again, and he says Moose sees them running through the forest. While others fight over what blow destroyed Emu, though we see him regenerating, Emu confirms he's speaking of the new Davy, the woman and child, who despite the chaos, try to survive and must not leave. Then Rox directly lunges to cut Emu, who cuts him without any difficulty. As I've been telling you for a long time, Emu is not a powerful character. Emu can't withstand a cut. Emu doesn't even deign to attack these people. But Emu, claiming he was nothing, pierces Rox. We see Rox doesn't even flinch, saying it's just a sting and hasn't even hurt him. And Emu tells him he'll take care of them, that he'll massacre his wife and son. And Rox says he is an idiot, he won't do that. Then, Emu launches the Domi Reversi, and we see him starting to transform, while Teach and Eris flee the island, thus ending the chapter, and this has caused a lot of uproar in the community. And I have to say, I have things to comment on this. I understand people's disagreement, because the Domi Reversi is a somewhat dangerous thing. I mean, we've seen Emu isn't a powerful character, not one who attacks. He has regeneration and Domi Reversi abilities, which are very broken, but power-wise, he couldn't beat me with a baseball bat. A dying Cobra did win, but that's all. What happened is certainly very predictable. We've talked about it here for a long time, and you've even mentioned it. It's one of the clearest theories I've seen the whole community hold for a long time, and it was evident. But being obvious doesn't make it bad. But it has also sparked much controversy in the community because apparently the Domi Reversi technique means you can use it on anyone, anywhere, anytime. I don't know, we need more information on this. But for now, it's a very dangerous technique because it sets a precedent of, I don't have to fight anyone, I'm simply immortal, I just touch you, and boom, I turn you to my side. So, I don't know, I feel it's giving him too many broken skills without the needed strength. No, I don't know, it's a bit strange. Similarly, I tell you, I'm not too alarmed by this, because just as Rox's Domi Reversi was very obvious, I clearly see how they'll nerf it. Well, we see it suffering the Domi Reverse's effect. We see Imu's shattered body begin to regenerate, and all others who attacked are surprised, saying the damn attack didn't even affect him. And they start to wonder what the hell that is. I have to say here that many people told me Imu had tanked the attack. Folks, Imu hasn't tanked a thing. Even Rox's attacks tore him apart. The thing is, he has regeneration, but tanking refers to when you withstand an attack without any kind of problem. That is to say, they can't harm you, they don't pierce you, you stand firm, and they don't cause any type of wound. Here we've seen how Imu's body has been destroyed, but it regenerates. It's not meant to tank an attack. No one can tank that attack we saw back in 1163. What happens is they destroy him completely, but he regenerates. I'm bringing this up because I saw many people saying that if Imu tanked that attack, they didn't know how he'd be defeated, but that's irrelevant. There'll be a way to nullify his regeneration. We see Imu talking to Xebec, telling him how persistent you are, to which the other replies, "Don't underestimate humans, monster, Davy D. Jones." That is the name of the ancient king of the world. This is very important, and it will truly give me enough material for more than one video, because now an interesting conversation is coming, but Davy Jones is mentioned again. Be careful. We see Imu say, "Shut up, that man was never a king, not for a single moment. You know nothing about the grudge that exists between Davy and Mu." I truly don't want to say too much, because I want to make a video explaining this in detail, but I believe that with this, and things that we're seen in, this can give us a starting point to begin connecting loose ends of the ancient kingdom, the Void Century, and all the history we don't know about Davy Jones, and another character who will be mentioned now. About Imu, and this will be interesting. So, Rox says not to be intimidated by a simple name like Davies, and Rox continues saying, "You were always afraid, weren't you? Afraid that Davies' will would be inherited, and that someday he would come to fulfill his promise." And they focus on Teach. They focus on Blackbeard, which, well, I've maintained for many years that Teach will be the one to defeat Emu, the one who takes command of the world government, and Oda, with this panel, all these dialogues and all this, lets us glimpse that it will indeed be so. Xebec continues speaking and says, "Which of the two scares you more, Davy D? Jones or Joy Boy?" To which Imu says, "Stop dreaming. Those guys will never appear again. If only you would disappear." Implying that he thinks neither of them will appear, that he won't have any problem, but both will appear. Davy D will appear. Jones again, and Joy Boy will appear as Blackbeard and Luffy. Perhaps this would explain why he had the wanted posters of both at the time. We see Mu saying, "Davy, Mu has found a great army. They are enormous, harmless, and a rather indecisive tribe." And Rox replies, "The giants? Fool, don't you dare touch Harold. Those guys only wish for peace." Just look how incredible this character is. That despite Harold's betrayal, he understands it. He understands Harold's point of view. And even though he just fought him and destroyed his ship so they couldn't stop him, what he's saying is not to touch Harold, and he wants to defend him. I really love this. This is an unprecedented chance. A king so easy to manipulate will never appear again. And it says that just like you are right now, you should hurry up and put an end to this right now, Davy's dream. And we see how Imu triggers the dummy Reversey and Rox, which then causes a giant hockey stampede. And here I must say that this whole thing about Davy's dream, I at least interpret it and connect it very much to Teach's words. The idea that men's dreams never truly die. And I believe this is connected to his own lineage, because he knows of Davy's dream, and this dream keeps being postponed generation after generation, and he will be the one to fulfill it, because that dream, even though it's 800 years old, will not be stopped. We see him throw Rox directly to the ground. Everyone is surprised, and we see he's already half transformed. We see Big Mom say, "What happened? What the hell happened up there?" And we see Xebec thinking to himself, "Damn it, I'm going to disappear." Then Imu tells him, "With your own hands, eradicate the Davy clan completely. Erase all life that had anything to do with this God Valley." So Rox stands up, and Big Mom gets frightened because she says, "Huh? Why is he so big?" He says, "Clear the way. There is a stain that must be erased from history." The use of the term erased from history every time we see Imu is incredible. We see him pierce Kaido with his sword and say, "Whoa, Rox, what the hell are you doing?" And he slams him directly against the wall. Big Mom lunges to attack him and says, "Damn you, Rox, why are you attacking your own allies?" But he gets rid of Big Mom with just one kick, defeating her and passing by Whitebeard, who already knows something isn't right. And honestly, this panel with the shadows and all is incredible. I wish I could show it on screen because you know there's a lot of copyright, but I like it. Xebec lunges directly at Whitebeard and says, "Are we a nuisance, Rocks? Us?" And he says, "Yes, you are." And then we see a clash of power between them, one with the Gora Gora, the other with a sword. That power wave shatters part of God Valley's mountain, falling to the ground, splitting in two, destroying part of the island. And here I must say something important. Many people told me I'd said we wouldn't see fights in God Valley, that we wouldn't see them, and yet we are. I must say, folks, we're not seeing fights. We're seeing power clashes, but not actual fights. We're seeing clashes. We're seeing someone hits you. We collide, and that's it. Then we move to something else or another scene. But actual fights we're not seeing, and this is something I mentioned long ago, and it's happening. And there are even people who are becoming aware of this now and are complaining. I don't consider this a bad thing because Oda, he has said many times that he doesn't like drawing fights. In fact, he created Gear 5 exactly for this, because he wants to draw slightly different fights, because he's tired, because he doesn't like them and doesn't always want to draw this type of fights. So all the fights he can skip, he's going to skip them, especially when this is a flashback. Luffy's fights, well, obviously he has to draw them because he's Luffy, and even more so now with Gear 5. Perhaps that's why the fight he had with Katakuri was so good, because maybe it was the last fight he would draw of Luffy, let's say, completely without Gear 5. But the chapter continues, and we see how Xebec directly goes after Teach and Eris to finish them off, following Imu's orders. We see God Valley being destroyed. All ships on the northeast coast move away from the island. We see the Tenryubito and the Marines trying to board the ship to escape from there. We see how Roger's pirates also try to leave with everything. We see how Rayleigh worries and asks if Roger will be safe. Then we see how Roger's pirates also take the treasures. And we see the chest where Shanks got in with the 3 Z's on top, suggesting he's asleep because Shanks fell asleep inside the chest. And we see Dragon hitting the ground, angry with himself, saying, "Damn it, I can't even save a baby, where did he go?" Let's remember he lost him in the last chapter because of everything that happened with Captain John's Jiki Jiki fruit. He was swept away, fell, and got separated. And this image of Dragon, resigned, hitting the ground, reminds me a lot of when Luffy lost the Straw Hats in Sabaody. He was resigned, hitting the ground. It sounds quite similar to me. Then we see Ivankov saying, "I can't go on, if we continue like this, we'll die too." And Kuma says no, that he might still have someone to save, then sees a person in the distance. We see Captain John destroyed by Ganzui. Shiki also destroyed Ganzui, and we see Shiki leaving directly with the chest. Everyone tries to flee God Valley. Here I must mention something important, which is that Ganzui and Captain John were 2 bodies that Moria later had, because if you recall, Moria had these bodies later in Thriller Bark. And there are many theories that God Valley could be Thriller Bark. The truth is, that would be quite interesting. But today I don't know if I see how. Thriller Bark had a castle and all that, and here I don't see a castle or anything. So I don't know if Moria was able to collect these bodies throughout his journey and then took them there, or if there's a connection. And Thriller Bark really is God Valley, as had been mentioned a long time ago. Anyway, be careful because I might make a video analyzing what happened with God Valley, since I've found several very interesting theories about this island's whereabouts, and I could upload a video. The thing is, I'm a bit afraid it'll be revealed in the next chapter, and spoilers come out soon, and then I upload the video and the theory of where God Valley is, or what happened to it, is already like discarded or confirmed, so we'll see what I do. Also, if you have any ideas, leave them in the comments. Next, Rocks, who's in giant mode, Domi Reversi mode, launches directly at Eris and Teach, and Eris says, "Xebec, that form of yours, so you lost, didn't you? Forgive me. To save us, you faced that thing, but it was too soon for you to face it." This is important, as it says here, it was too soon for you to face it. Careful, I mean, Xebec seemed to have a plan, and it seems Eris knew that plan, that there's a way to defeat Imu. He probably knew it, and perhaps hadn't fully developed it yet. Let's remember he needed 2 devil fruits, which he mentioned at some point, and perhaps Teach can fulfill this. Eris tries to protect Teach, and we see her try to jump into the sea. She says all they have left is to swim because she won't let Davy's blood disappear. And she screams she'll live and do whatever it takes for that. The Marines also shout there are fugitives on the coast and fire cannonballs at them, and Rocks is also behind, trying to finish them off. But just as they're about to be destroyed, Kuma touches them, sending them somewhere in the world. I have to say, I really like that Kuma saved them. Truly, Kuma is great. He's incredible. What a character. And watch out, because this implies that Teach's mother isn't dead, which is very important, but very, very, very important. And it also implies something interesting. And what if they've sent each one to a different place? And that would make perfect sense. Let's remember that when Whitebeard met Teach, he found him alone, crying, sad, and surely it was because he'd spent his whole childhood alone, without anyone, probably never having had a mother. So, certain theories are already starting to emerge. An interesting point raised then was that Nico Olvia might be Eris, perhaps having changed her name or something. It was confirmed this girl survived, and also appears to have white hair. It would certainly be interesting if Nico Olvia were Eris. And honestly, I'd like that. We don't have much evidence to support it, but it's something I'd like to see. I think Robin and Teach being half-siblings would be interesting. The fact that his mother belonged to Ohara would also be quite interesting, and perhaps several things could be very important in the future. Anyway, as I said, let me know in the comments what you think. The shots hit the island, and Imu seems to think that Dave's blood has already been eradicated, and tells him, "You are next, Davy." Xing, Davy, extinguish all life on the island. Then we see the Marines call Garp, Roger's pirates call Roger, and both tell them they're fine, to let them know when everyone is safe, and that they still have to go, and they'll remain on the island a bit longer. We see Rox start attacking everyone, even his own comrades, and we see Roger and Garp take a breath and shout, "Come here, Rox," as they unleash a massive wave of hockey. Then Imu turns to look at Rox and says, "Davy?" And we see an impressive panel with Xebec in demon mode, Domi reversi mode, and Garp and Roger are in front of him saying, "I can't let you keep attacking my comrades. What kind of monster have you become?" Realizing that it's not exactly Rox. We see Xebec's inner voice start communicating with Garp and Roger, and he tells them, "Roger, Garp, I beg you." And we see Xebec crying, even from sheer helplessness, as if trying to resist the Donmi Reversi, since there's still some consciousness left in his head, but he can't control his body. Roger wonders what kind of face that is, because he doesn't understand why he's crying. And we see Garp and Roger very surprised by what's happening, so we understand that Garp also has the ability to hear the voice of all things. He hears Xebec tell them to kill him, and the chapter ends with Xebec attacking Garp and Rox, who are about to face him. The story we were told that Garp and Roger teamed up to stop Rox was true, but only partially. We see Xebec, who was asking them to kill him, and we see Garp tell Roger, "You hear it too?" And Roger says yes. And we see Xebec's inner voice. This confirms Roger and Garp could hear the voice of all things, which I think they're hearing from Rox. We see Xebec's face, completely sad and crying. Outwardly, he's doing things for the Donmi Reversi, but inside he feels very different. Roger says his voice, his attitude, and his expression. None of that really suits you. Then we see them exchanging multiple blows and attacking Xebec. There's a huge wave and a massive hockey blast that sends Roger and Garp flying too. We see Xebec's power was insane, further boosted by Domi Reversi. It's important to say that, as I've been saying for many years, we weren't gonna see the God Valley fights. This has been the only fight we haven't even seen completely, because it lasted barely one chapter that we've seen in all of God Valley, since the rest were simply, well, clashes of swords. And I've also seen many people angry about this, and some say no, what we've seen are fights. No, guys, it's sword clashes, or whatever you call it. But so far, this is the only fight we've seen more developed in God Valley, which already feels like the end. And as I said, some didn't like it, wanting more fights. Folks, I don't know why you're surprised. As I've said, I've been warning about this for years, because I know Oda. If you've read over 1,000 chapters, you understand how his mind works. And he himself has said he doesn't really like drawing fights. In fact, Gear 5 was created precisely to make the fights a bit different and not make them as repetitive as always. This was said by him, and Oda ultimately wants to have fun making the manga, and drawing fights all the time. He won't do it because he doesn't like it, and if they're not 100% necessary fights, like those of the Straw Hats, then he won't draw them. In this case, I understand that for fan service and what the fight itself entails, he drew it, and it's not like he dedicated 3 chapters to the battle. We continue to see that through the clash of hockey, the sky has split, and here I must mention something important. I know this has been shown many times. The first time we saw the sky split was with Whitebeard and Shanks' clash, which obviously showed their great power, but it's something we've seen a couple of times in the story. We've seen it in Wano a couple of times, we've seen it here again, I think we've seen it another time in the manga, though I don't recall where now. So it's something that keeps repeating, and I think in this case, for example, it wasn't necessary to show. I mean, we already know about these people's power, we know exactly the power he had, and it wasn't necessary to dedicate a panel and a line from within the chapter to say that the sky has split. It wasn't necessary because we already know the power. It's nothing that impresses us at this point, so maybe I'm being a bit naive, but I have a feeling that perhaps this splitting the sky will have a bigger implication. In other words, Oda reminds you again, even when it's not needed, you've already seen this clash and assumed these people are stronger than characters we've seen before, but they show it to you again. So, I don't know. I feel like there's something hidden here, and maybe this could be very important in the future. For what? I have no idea. As I said, it's more intuition, or I sense something strange, but well, I don't know. Let me know in the comments if you found it strange, if you agree or not. We see everyone on the island starting to flee. We see Silver Axe telling them to steal a ship and head straight for the port. They wonder if they won't return on Rox's ship, but Shiki says the era of the Rox pirates ends here. And we see all the pirates fleeing to the coast to escape. We see Garp also communicating with the Marines, telling them, "My orders are clear. Gather the island survivors onto ships and set sail immediately." And Roger, in turn, is communicating with his ship, with his crew, and they ask what's happening on the island. He says, "Set sail when Rayleigh and the others arrive and wait for me in open sea." It's important Roger already had that egg, or stone I think, on his ship, and we see a panel I love, both saying, "I'll be back, I promise." And I love it, because even if it seems like a silly detail, I like how Roger here resembles Ace so much. I don't know, I like it, and we see them both take off their capes, throw them to the ground, a bit like the legendary Dragon Ball when they'd shed their clothes to fight seriously. And we see Garp say, "Ah, Roger, I came to this island intending to arrest you," and Roger replies, "And I plan to get Shaki back and leave with the treasures." And Roger says, "Then we'll make a temporary truce to defeat him together." To which Garp says, "Even though this is the most hateful offer I've ever heard, I can't let him go free." And they both charge at him, and Garp tells him, "Hey Rox, that form of yours is like a curse. There's no way to stop it." And the two of them start fighting to the death against Xebec, throwing him, striking with the sword, Roger yelling for him to wake up, "You idiot." Rayleigh and the others are talking, and the crew says, "Hurry, Roger and Garp won't stop for our safe escape. That haki's not normal." Then Gloriosa tells Scopper Gaban, "Let me get on the ship." He says, "Huh, Gloriosa?" So I understand that yes, he stayed with them on the ship too, since he left the Rox crew because it was over. And we see Big Mom and Kaido arguing, and she says, "Listen closely, Kaido. Everything you give will always be returned. One day you'll owe me a favor." And we see Kaido say, "Stop talking nonsense and accept defeat, Lin Lin. You'll see, soon I'll create a pirate crew that will impose its law by force." Big Mom says, "You think too highly of yourself, poor you. You'll never defeat me." And Straussen says, "Lin Lin, what are you doing? Let's go, bring the treasures." And Big Mom replies to Kaido, "I will make you pay your debt." To which Kaido says, "I'll be watching you closely." We can see they are certainly angry, but they don't stop being friends. They don't stop being companions. And I also understand that this is a bit what later influenced the Wano arc when they were allied. We continue watching the fight. We see how Rox keeps hitting Garp and Roger. We see Whitebeard leaving there, and someone tells him, "You're the one who made that mountain fall, Newgate." "Who are you?" Whitebeard replies. And the mysterious person says, "It seems you no longer have a pirate crew." "I'm Grand Polo, a captain of the Tolo Pirates, a man who's obviously Marco the Phoenix's father. Now, imagine he's not, but Eustace Kid's dad, just for the fun of it. He says he's a great admirer, and since he's without a crew or ships, he'd like to join him." And Whitebeard says, "Get out of my sight, I'm not in the mood." We cut to Stussy, who says, "Hey, where's Newgate?" And the others reply they have no idea. And curiously, we see a character with Perona's fruit. I really like seeing characters from years ago with fruits from some random new characters. We move on to one of my favorite moments of the chapter, and we see the Marine ship where someone says, "What the hell are you doing, Dragon? Calm down." Dragon puts his rifle to the head of the ship's Marine chief and says, "What the hell are you doing? Don't you see what you're part of?" The other Marines yell, "Hey, Dragon!" And Dragon says, "Rescue these civilians, get them on board. Anyone who resists, I'll execute myself." And we see many God Valley people handcuffed, suffering the consequences of everything on the island. Thanks to Dragon, they're implied to be saved, as other Marines say, "This won't end like this, Dragon." Dragon replies, "I count on it." Once everyone's on the ship, Scopper Gaban and Rayleigh run back to the island. Someone asks, "Where are you going, Rayleigh, Gaban?" They reply, "Don't come closer, take the ship to sea and wait there." What we see there is Emu speaking as the other ships begin to pull away, and he says, "Erase this island from history as if it had never existed, understood." And we see a panel that is generally eerie. It's Saturn with Emu's eyes, as if half possessed and half shadowed, speaking through Emu, and I like it. Then the narrator says, "The God Valley incident, top secret classification, S level." Marine Headquarters, G11 Branch, Cyberpole 6, Secret Mission Log, and Special Reward Information. The list of participants for the human hunt has been destroyed. Event location, God Valley. Information about the island's size and location, deleted. Number of dead in the incident, unknown. And suddenly we see Roger, who speaks to Garp, telling him mid-fight, "Garp, you knew that black monster's from the government, right? Your justice is disgusting." And Garp says, "Though I hate it, I agree with you." And Roger says, "If you ever leave the Marines, join my crew." To which Garp replies, "Idiot, if I quit, who'll protect the Marines?" Honestly, Garp is the best written character in all of One Piece. He knows the justice he defends is crap, but he must protect the Marines too, as there are good people in the Navy. Though this also, as I said, creates many plot holes in my head, because I don't understand exactly how this will end. I mean, Garp knows that monster is from the government. Roger knows it too. They know the government. There's something strange there that creates these things, and that's, as they say, justice is crap. But Garp is still in the Navy. The world government doesn't try to stop him. When they've seen that Garp has been fighting against this and that he's seen Saturn, I don't understand. I mean, if the world government is in charge of the Navy and they have Garp, who knows very dangerous things about God Valley, why then don't they try to get rid of him or cover it up? I don't know. I find it strange. Aside from a couple of things I'll mention at the chapter's end, but moving to the final part, Roger asks him, "Don't you think the problem is the amount we use Garp?" And he says, "Amount of what?" Armament Haki is a power that won't yield even to devil fruits, and if it's also covered with Conqueror's Haki, nothing can resist it. And Garp says, "Sure, but that thing also defends itself with Conqueror's Haki. It's logical they cancel each other out." "Exactly," says Roger. "If we don't surpass his Haki, we won't harm him. If we keep wearing out like this, we'll both fall eventually. We can't beat this monster with just physical strength. So you want us to attack with all our Conqueror's Haki full power?" "Exactly. We attack without thinking what happens next. If we do that, we won't survive. If we succeed, all three of us will be out of commission. If we fail, it'll be our end." And the two get ready, and Garp says, "Hey Rox, I have no words to comfort you. I don't know what happened, but there's one thing I do understand. I understand your frustration." The truth is, this panel really hurts a lot. We see Rox crying, suffering, and just being the Rox that he is. I mean, Rox is a character who is incredibly strong, incredibly brave, and he can't do anything against this. He feels completely helpless. He's frustrated. That's the word. This reminded me of that scene from Interstellar, where the protagonist sees himself in the past and tries to hit, trying to communicate with him, and can't, seeing everything from the outside, so to speak. I imagine Rox, in his head, with the words "end him," sees everything from the outside, and it's sad to see such a powerful character like Rox like this. I mean, we're not seeing Usopp, who's used to crying, we're seeing Xebec. This is complicated. Roger even rubs his eyes, telling himself not to cry, and both Garp and Roger prepare their blows. Rox growls, trying to express himself, but obviously he can't, and we see both attack simultaneously. Roger's sword attack, which is insane, called Divine Fire of Destruction, and Garp's attack, which reminds me a bit of Luffy's Gatling, called Infinite Iron Fist, completely shattering Rox's body. And the narrator says, "The world government tried to bury this incident in the shadows, but the fall of that chaotic organization led by Rox D, Xebec, who had shaken an entire era, resounded with an echo that couldn't be hidden, a resonance so powerful it shook the entire world. The full story of the incident finally revealed. Let's see, I have a lot to say." The first thing is that Oda must immediately explain how regeneration works. I still don't believe Rox is dead here, because I think about it and say, why is he dead? We've seen people who had reversi domain applied to them regenerate. We've seen Broggy, whose arm was cut off and he regenerated. And yes, here we've been given the Haki explanation, but Haki is for causing harm, which is what they hadn't achieved until now. Destroying his body. Remember, the other Divine Knights were cut, had crazy things done, and were still okay. Remember, Garling had half his head split open, and then he was perfectly fine. Remember, Escopette Gaban cut Summers and Elbaph, left him in pieces, and he regenerated too. It's something I still don't understand. I mean, Haki is used to hurt him, which they've already done, and that's perfect, but why won't he regenerate? I don't get it. Maybe Imu cancels the contract now that it's destroyed. That could be, but Oda needs to explain more or less how regeneration works, and how to finish off someone who has the Domi Reversi, because we still have no idea. No one can give you an objective answer because it simply doesn't exist. We discussed this at the time, and people offered me several options and ideas that could be good, but everything was based on speculation. And I think this is dangerous, because if we don't know how it works, I don't know if I should believe Rox will die here or have a different ending, which is another thing. Many people are complaining that Rox's ending isn't the best, that it's not a good conclusion and should end differently. Let's see how the next chapter goes, and how this plays out, but if I could ask, I'd like Rox to finish with some words. Similarly, this ending was somewhat predictable, as we knew how the God Valley incident closed. We see everything destroyed, it's raining, the storm has completely passed, the island is devastated, and Rox is on the ground. And Rox is thinking, have I perhaps escaped this curse? And he also says in his head, you must live, get off this island, I can't do it. Roger, Garp, escape, you are not going to die here. And we see Muffy, Garling, and Summers approaching to put an end to Rox's life. And Xebec's last words, at least in his head, are, oh yes, I forgot to mention it, thank you for putting an end to my madness. And we see Garling finish Rox and take his life. And I must say there's been much controversy, as many people didn't quite like Rox's ending. You know, this character generated great buzz in the community and was liked by many, and people say this ending feels a bit rushed, they don't quite like it, or it's too simple, and I can agree. I would have liked to see a slightly more beautiful, a little more epic ending than one so simple and generic for a character like Xebec had been built. What I find a bit strange is the Holy Knights haven't appeared in many chapters, despite major clashes in God Valley, and many pirates escaped the island without issue. We didn't see any Holy Knight confront them, then suddenly they appeared out of nowhere, returning in perfect condition to deal with David and Xebec. And to top it all off, here we have something even stranger as we see Rayleigh and Scopper Gaban saving Garp and Roger, and they have a conversation with them, saying, what about Rox? Do you care about your enemy? You are our enemy too, says Scopper Gaban. Rayleigh, what happened to Rox? Roger asks Rayleigh, and Rayleigh says, he was assassinated. And this is where I noticed something quite strange. If Garp and Roger were saved, despite Rayleigh and Gabon running, why don't the Divine Knights try to finish them off? I mean, they had a unique chance to eliminate Roger, a very powerful pirate then, and Garp. He was affiliated with the Navy, saw the world government's atrocities, and would be a future threat, so it's very strange they didn't even try to go after them. Plus, it was 3 against 2, as it was just Rayleigh and Scopper Gaban versus 3 others, meaning they could have sustained some residual damage to injure Roger and Garp, and it could have ended their lives. I don't know, it feels a bit convenient. I know many people will get mad about this, and they don't like me sharing negative opinions about One Piece or pointing out its flaws, but you know I'm always completely honest about what I like and what I don't, and this personally feels a bit too convenient and I just can't buy it. Continuing the chapter, we see the island suddenly collapse and begin to sink. And this surprised me. I don't quite understand. I don't understand why the island is sinking. When they said the island sank, I pictured something like Lelouch's lightning or something similar, because it's the only thing we've seen that could sink the island, but I don't understand why the island is sinking. I don't understand the need. I mean, I don't get the need or how it happens. Let me explain. If the island had been devastated as it was, that was fine. It seemed right. No need for it to sink, because why sink the island? The remains could stay, nothing left, especially after the fight, but the island sinks as if the earth swallows it. I haven't quite understood this. I don't know if it's because of the hockey. I'm not criticizing it as bad, I just simply don't quite understand it. I mean, I don't really care if the island sinks or not, but I don't know. I just don't quite understand it. If someone in the comments could give their opinion, their take on this, I'd like that. And we see how the narrator says this incident won't be recorded in history. As if a stage curtain fell, the island sank into the ocean, enveloped by a dense fog. These were the facts of what is known today as the God Valley incident. But after an instant of silence, a gigantic lightning bolt tore the sky, splitting in several directions. And this paved the way for countless new stories to unfold. And meanwhile, we see various panels featuring different characters who would prove very important for the story as a whole, as we see Kuma, Ivankov, Ginny, Teach, Shanks, Dragon, Kaido, Big Mom, Whitebeard, Roger, and Garps, meaning characters who would define a new era in One Piece, and some are still relevant today. Will we also have a God Valley or something like that? Or was this Marineford? I'm not sure how to interpret it, but it might be similar. Anyway, I want to mention that this lightning bolt, the way it tore the sky and split into many directions, opening the way to countless stories. I think this lightning and these events have something more. No, I'm not talking about Enel striking, obviously, but I think this lightning could have a deeper meaning. I'll discuss this in more detail with a theory I'll develop, I suppose, and I'll research it further for precedents. But a couple of things come to mind that make me say, hey, be careful with this. Suddenly we see Roger's ship, and they say they won't open the chest until Roger wakes up, so don't touch them. Then they go find Roger and say, Captain Roger, we want to open the chest now. We see Roger, mostly fine, says, I hope I didn't worry you too much. You're better. What a relief. Well, yes, look at all we have. Roger says, you fools, you care more for treasure than me. And Shaki is doing well too, and we see her embracing Rayleigh. Both of them appear quite happy. Then everyone becomes very pleased and says, we'll just take them out and grab their treasure. There's a whole lot. And then suddenly we hear someone crying from inside a chest, and they say, it's coming from right inside the chest. They open up the chest and exclaim, this is a baby. And we see Shanks, who is all happy. And here is the moment when Shanks meets Roger. I must say that if you've seen, for example, One Piece film Red, or the original sketches for this scene, Roger changes a lot, as Roger in this sketch and in the movie has a mustache and a hat, and he's quite a bit older and less injured. So Oda crafted several things, and I think he didn't quite get the ages right. He made Roger seem a bit too old, and then he thought, hold on, 38 years ago, Roger should be a bit younger. These are details I really like to see, to observe how Oda changes. Then the narrator continues, the Rock's pirates have been annihilated. Of course, the papers were altered, and praise for Hero Garp filled the headlines. And we see many people reading the papers saying, oh, they defeated the Rock's pirates. Rox is dead. Ultimately, the strongest was Vice Admiral Garp. Garp, he's the hero, no doubt. He's going to lose it. Let's go to the Grand Line, to Marine headquarters, and we see Garp very angry, saying, what the hell is this article? That scoundrel Morgan is only telling lies. And Sengoku says, leave it, Garp, surely the government didn't bribe him to write that. Both the world government and the Marines are enormous organizations, including soldiers from affiliated countries. There are tens of millions of personnel worldwide. It's impossible to control all their movements. Even if you see the madness of high officials, just pretend you saw nothing. And I must say, I don't like this from Sengoku at all. I understand Sengoku's point, but it seems very hypocritical. I mean, you're supposed to be defending justice, and you tell someone who's realizing these things when you're supposed to already know them, and you tell them something like, well, just look the other way, don't pay much attention, and that's it. Just ignore it and move on. I find this a bit hypocritical, and I dislike it from Sengoku. It's not that I dislike what's in the manga, I find it interesting from a reader's perspective, but when applying it to One Piece's real world, I say, hey Sengoku, wise up. In fact, Garp tells him the same, fighting Sengoku and saying, that's your damn problem, Sengoku, you'd do anything just to get promoted. And Sengoku says, shut up, you won't change a thing barking from the abyss's depths? And Garp says, if you ever turn corrupt, I'll surely come to kill you. And Sengoku says, that's why I'm glad to have you as my best friend. You're not resigning, are you, Garp? And Garp says, I have many to protect deep in that abyss, and I won't abandon them. And I must say, truly, Garp's character is the best written in all of One Piece. People criticized him for not turning against the world government, for defending the Navy. And we must also understand Garp's character. Garp wants to help people, and the Navy is his way. He can't act freely. He knows what those above do isn't right, but sadly, as Sengoku says, he can't change it, especially alone. At least he wants to help everyone he can from there. He never was an admiral, precisely for this, because he said, I'm fine here. I don't want to be an admiral, because then I'd have to take orders from the Tenryubito, as we've seen. And that home, he rejects it and finds it disgusting. Then, even with Ace, it's too late to regret what happens in the Marines, as it means giving up his entire life. I find him an incredible character. We move to the new world, Elbaph, but still in the past, and we see Loki very angry, shouting and remembering Rox's words. You again? I won't let you on board. How many times must I tell you, runt? Do you really think I'll admit a kid into my crew? The man I want attention from doesn't even look at me, and a crying brat like you just keeps bothering me. And Loki said, I think you are Nika, Rox. And Rox says, Nika? And Loki replies, he's the warrior of liberation who destroys the world laughing. And Rox says, destroy everything, you say? I want to be king of the world. If anyone has such power, it must be your old man. I love this because it truly confirms my wish to be king of the world, and his son will achieve it, Teach will achieve it. Rox continues, listen Loki, somewhere in the world are these Galela, terrible destroyers who lie dormant, and the only one who can wake them is your father. I really should dedicate a video to analyzing this because there's so much to discuss. First of all, it says they are terrible destroyers who remain asleep. It's referring to the giants we saw on Punk Hazard, who are frozen, but there's a lot to know here. How does he know this? Why does he say asleep if he doesn't know where they are? And if he doesn't know where they are, he doesn't know they're frozen. Many questions here. We lack info on what he truly knew. And it also mentions destroyers. I said this live, and beware that Pluton might be Galela's people, meaning Pluton isn't the ship, but the name given to Galela's carpenters somehow. Be careful with this, because all the info Crocodile gave us about Pluton were just rumors. It would make sense if the name Pluton was given to a ship, but back then, it referred to the carpenters who built such a massive thing. That would be quite interesting. Xebec continues, saying, I can gather all the villains of the world, but if Harold and I were to join forces, there would be nothing and no one who could stop us. And Loki says, wow, incredible. Then he remembers and thinks, why didn't my father join Rox? For love, surely, but I'll meet him 100 times, 200 if I must. And we see him looking at the paper, unable to stop crying. Then we go to an island and hear King Harold of Elbaph is attacking. And they ask, is he attacking civilians? No, those being hit are giant thugs. It's really violent, and we see a very, very angry Harold saying, you still haven't understood, have you? I promise I'll never hit humans again, says that giant. I'm very sorry, but Harold says they definitely don't understand anything at all acting that way. You're nothing but enormous trash. Because of trash like you, we have such a bad reputation. And because of that, people don't trust us. Not even when we say we want to join the government peacefully. I've already lost consciousness, your majesty, people say. For Elbaph to join the world government and not disappoint them, I couldn't go to help you. I abandoned my best friend, who begged me for help. He died because of me. And I must say, I feel no pity for Harold's character here, because he seems quite foolish to me. I've been saying that for a long time. Several things about Harold at first seemed very noble, very honest to me, and I really like this character, admirable. But then you see certain things like the government is laughing at Harold, humiliating him, manipulating news, doing things against Harold, and Harold just keeps going and going and going and going. And I understand wanting to free his people, but honestly, he's being foolish, because it's one thing to want to free your people and another to keep banging your head against a wall, seeing the wall hit you back, and you just keep going and going and going. It makes no logical sense. It's not that the character is badly written, not at all, but he's just so dumb. There's a phrase I like, he's so good, he's stupid. Well, Harold is exactly this. He's so good, he's stupid. Harold shouts, there's no turning back. He'll never forgive any giant who commits an evil act. The narrator says, the king of the giants goes mad. We see this news is published directly in the world newspaper once again, annoying Harold. We go to Marine headquarters, the underground prison. We see Dragon, who is handcuffed, say, old man, I'm leaving the Marines. And Garp says, I know. I despise you, says Dragon. And Garp says, I know. And he throws him the key so he can leave, starting Dragon's journey. I really, really want to see Garp's entire past. I'd like to see a past dedicated to Garp, another dedicated to Dragon, and I'd like to see a scene where Dragon and Luffy meet. And if we can get a Dragon, Luffy, Garp, or Dragon Garp, or similar, I'd love it. We return to Elbaph and see, Harold, I've made a decision. Ida, Lord Gerald, nothing matters now. I won't hold back, and you two are my precious children. Make sure you get along. Together you can protect and sustain Elbaph. We cut to Marineford, Marine headquarters, and they say, it's the king of Elbaph's ship. What's happening? I'm sorry, Harold. We have orders from above not to let him land. Harold gets down and says, then tell the High Navy officials and world government leaders to listen to what I have to say. And he rips off his horns as we were told at the start of his introduction, and the Marines say, whoa, that must hurt. And Harold says, let me pay for all the mistakes made by the giants 1,000 years ago. I want to clear up the misunderstandings the giants have caused. From now on, I want Elbaph's justice to exist without harm, and for us all to live in peace. I want to show our oath of unity and peace, so giants and humans can live together. I beg you to give me a chance to pay for all my sins. If necessary, I am willing to become a slave. And Emu stares at him, and this is what Emu said. There will never be a king as manipulable and idiotic as Harold. So here we have it. The government laughs at him, keeps doing 1,000 things to him, and Harold, instead of trying to change the situation, or having joined Rox and overthrown the world government, well, he decided no. He wanted to join the world government despite them doing 1,000 things to him. Finally, he defied the world government to no avail and likely became a slave, which later led to the Domi Reversi. We begin the chapter with a cover story. A cat gets scolded for stealing a book, but Jen and Nojiko aren't angry. You know I like these cover requests. They're pretty, but I don't have much more to comment on them. And the narrator says, 33 years ago, 5 years after the God Valley incident, we then see Morgan interviewing some citizens who say, and that's when those pirates appeared. And behind them, a massive shadow emerged from the thick fog. We then cut to Impel Down, where the prisoners are talking and they say, everything just exploded all at once after that. And before I even realized it, the ship was completely shattered. I thought we'd end up as fish food. And the prisoners laugh and say, was it a sea king that did that? No, it had a humanoid form, they reply. We also see other journalists interviewing others and they say, that maritime zone wouldn't happen to be the Florian Triangle. They talk about this again. This is important. The sailor says, "No, not at all. We never fish out that far. Everyone knows you have to avoid it. Regardless, that monster had a human form." And the narrator says that around that time, a rumor began to spread in the Grand Line countries that a monster was lurking in the mist-covered waters, destroying pirate crews. That monster was, in reality, Harold. Few people who sailed those waters had ever seen a giant with their own eyes. To them, he was nothing more than the very image of terror, and we see Harold, who is easily splitting a ship with his sword. This makes sense because, as I've said many times, most One Piece characters in the world generally believe that giants aren't real. You see people living outside and far from the new world, and especially those who are somewhat informed, all think that giants are nothing more than products of legends. The narrator continues to state that to redeem himself from that millennium full of errors, Harold worked in the shadows for the Navy, and that in the meantime, the pirates who separated at God Valley continued to make a name for themselves, and in a matter of 10 years, each one would reach the top, becoming a prominent figure of that era. And we see Kaido, Whitebeard, Big Mom, Shiki, and the narrator continues to say that at that time, pirates were completely obsessed with wars for territories, but there was one particular crew that truly surpassed all the others, achieving a feat that was widely believed to be utterly impossible, to sail around the entire world. That was the crew of the Pirate King, Gold D. Roger, shortly after the capture and public execution of the Pirate King was announced, a clear display of the world government's power. And here I'd like to make a quick side note, because here we already see Buggy in the crew. I mean, Buggy joined during these 5 years after God Valley, up to this point where we are already seeing him with Roger's crew. I'm curious what Nika's dance is doing, by the way. I don't know if this is on purpose or not. Honestly, at this point, I really think it is. Why? Well, I don't know, but this Buggy business seems important. I need information about where this man comes from. The chapter continues, and the narrator states that after Roger's death, countless people launched themselves into the sea, that the world plunged into even greater chaos, and that everyone was searching for the treasure he left behind, the One Piece. And we see Roger's execution again. The narrator continues, saying no one had predicted the coming of the Great Pirate Age. In response to that new era of piracy, the Navy recruited giants to reinforce its military strength. During that time, Harold firmly obeyed the government, and then he was granted permission to visit the Holy Land. And we see the reactions of the 100 Rabitos upon Harold's arrival, saying, "He is enormous. He is an ancestral giant. I want to make him my slave." And we see Harold, who is next to the Gorosei, and asks, "A shallow sea pact?" The Gorosei says, "Right, from now on, consider yourself the Divine Knight's right hand, God's sword." And we see Harold with a tattoo on his arm, and he says, "It's a great honor." Then the Gorosei says, "There are 3 levels of pacts. The Shallow Sea Pact, which is the weakest, the Deep Sea and Abyssal Sea Pacts, which are only granted to those who swear total allegiance to the true God." And this is indeed quite important, because I would need to check multiple translations in different languages, but they do mention something important and say, only 13 individuals throughout the entire world can be united with the true God. And this is important because many people haven't quite grasped it, but it explicitly states only 13. What I mean is, it's not as if there are already 13 and more could potentially be added, but rather that there are only 13 individuals in the entire world who can be united with the true God. It's that number cannot be surpassed. I suppose this must have some kind of importance or relevance. I mean, why can't there be more than 13 people? Well, I suppose this will be explained either when we learn more about Imu or when we learn things about the Void Century or whatever. But it's true that for me it's going to be important, so we need to keep an eye on it. And Harold says, "What do they mean by God?" Then the Gorosei says, "Only when you become a full-fledged divine knight will you understand what is hidden in the depths of this world." And Harold says, "Could Elbaph then become a world government nation?" To which the Gorosei says, "Clearly, Harold, that day everyone will be eager to welcome you." And Harold says, "I'm truly grateful for this opportunity. I love seeing how Harold is so incredibly foolish. I know his intentions are good, but he questions absolutely nothing. He just questions nothing at all. They tell him, this is a pact with a god and so on. And he says, oh well, a god. Okay, but I can join the world government, can I? Alright, then let's move forward. I don't know, it's a little bit strange. So then we head to the Temple of the Sacred Knights, Shangara, domain of the gods. Shangara, it really resembles Shandora. I don't know if the Japanese words have anything to do with it, but it looks like Shandora. We go to see St. Figureland Garling, captain of the Divine Knights, and we see Summers and we see Shamrock. So they wonder what His Majesty is planning, and we see Summers, who asks, "Will you truly obey us as King of Elbaph?" And Harold replies, "Of course, just give the order." Then Garling says, "Take a long-distance Denden Mushi in case we need to contact you. You may travel freely throughout the surface world, but you are forbidden to speak of what happens here." And he says, "Understood." We go back 20 years to the Ryugu Kingdom on Fishman Island, and we see Harold and King Neptune both laughing. Harold laughs and says, "It's been years since I've laughed like this, Neptune." Me too, my friend Jamin. We both have headaches, don't you think? To be honest with you, I don't believe your son is bad at heart. Let's not forget your own youth. And Harold says, well, when you put it that way. Then Neptune says, I'm just telling you the plain truth. In fact, a seer told me that in 4 years I'll have a daughter. When the time comes, why don't we promise Loki to my future daughter? And Harold laughs and says, now you're going too far. And Neptune says, don't dismiss her so quickly. She won't be just any ordinary mermaid. My daughter could be born with a power that no one would be able to control. And Harold says, well, that certainly sounds like a perfect combination. Let's toast to the future of my little troublemaker and your Mosa Mosa. And he says, don't call her that. She won't be hairy. The Mosa Mosa part means bearded, and he's making a joke because Neptune himself has a very prominent beard, implying his daughter will surely have one too. He's just making a humorous remark. And since I've seen many theories that Mosa, the person who was talking on the Denden Mushi with this gentleman, who was with Harold, is none other than Shirahoshi, I have to say here that for me personally, the idea of it being Shirahoshi in principle, I would actually like. I mean, I've mentioned several times that for me, Loki is Uranus, and I think this conversation between them, also discussing Shirahoshi's power and their potential relationship, I'd find it interesting to see that connection between two ancient weapons, and honestly, I'd find it incredible, but I've reviewed the conversations between that Mosa and Loki, and she doesn't seem like Shirahoshi at all. It's true she talks about having a bad experience recently, and it could be exactly what happened with the world government, who tried to capture her, but initially I find it very hard to understand how Shirahoshi would end up contacting Loki. For that, they both need a Denden Mushi she can call there. Know that Loki has a Denden Mushi there, which I also don't understand why Loki has a Denden Mushi. They'll have to explain that, I imagine. And this is supposed to have taken place after we left Fishman Island. I don't know exactly how much time has passed, but it's been at most 3 months, and I say it must be after leaving Fishman Island, because otherwise, Shirahoshi, I'd say, would have told us she has a friend, not that she's locked up and alone all the time. And also, something much more important, reading her dialogue, she speaks like a very formal person. In fact, there's a moment when Loki shouts, and this Mosa says, please Loki, don't raise your voice. I just can't imagine Shirahoshi saying, please Loki, don't raise your voice. I mean, if it were Shirahoshi, she'd logically be crying and saying, no, please Loki, don't shout, or something like that. It might turn out to be Shirahoshi, yes, but I'd see it as a very poorly done trick by Oda to mislead us, giving us conversations and dialogues that character would never say just so we don't guess the theory, which I'd find terrible. I must say, he's done this several times in his work, and lately, he does it more. Remember when he suddenly said, the Gomu Gomu isn't the Gomu Gomu, it's Nika's fruit. Rox D. Zebek isn't Rox D. Zebek, he's Davy D. Zebek. That is to say, Oda is frequently misleading us to conceal mysteries, which I personally don't like. I prefer him to hide mysteries from us, as he has done throughout the entire work, and that you have to rack your brain, but that it still makes sense. If he tells you, this is white and then it's black, well then clearly you cannot think because Oda hasn't provided you with the necessary information. In fact, he has given you the opposite information, and if we have to start doubting Oda, doubting everything he tells us, then One Piece will face a very great danger regarding speculation. Then also, I have seen people say that Mosa is Neptune. That wouldn't make any sense either, for the very same reason I'm saying. Neptune cannot speak 2 sentences straight without saying Yaman, and we've seen him talk to Mosa and he's never said Yaman, so I'd find it another very bad way to introduce him and for it to be Neptune personally. I don't know how all this will finally end. You already know that I believe Mosa is one of the characters among these 5 elders who govern from on high, let's say Elbaph, what I call Elbaph's Gorosei. Everyone is free to think what they want and everyone will have their own theory, and you can leave it for me in the comments. But you must argue it. The chapter continues, and we see that in that same year they are in the Owl Library in Elbaph, and we see Harold talking to Saul and saying, don't mention it, you're free to live here, Saul. Thank you, really. Actually, there's something I wanted to ask you, Saul, and he asks, what is it? If we manage to gather more scholars from Elbaph to help us, would you like to open a school here? A school? That sounds quite good, he says. 15 years ago, a major incident occurred in the Holy Land of Mary Joas. It's rumored the slaves are being dug up, the cells are destroyed, and that he should go quickly unless he wants to remain their pet forever. So we see Fisher Tiger, who is on the run, and he encounters a celestial dragon. And this celestial dragon, instead of attacking him, actually seems to free his explosive collar and tells him, listen, I'll leave the armory open for you, I'll tell you exactly where it is. And here's something quite important, as Fisher Tiger appears to strike this celestial dragon on the head, ripping off his blindfold, and he's left there bleeding. So it's implied that this character is Shanks. Now we'll understand why. We see many explosions. Andersonia frees Boa Hancock, saying someone outside is fighting to get them out of that hell. We also see Koala being saved, and the narrator says that the attack on the Holy Land was done by Fisher Tiger. After that incident, he would eventually become the captain of the Sun Pirates. I have to say that I like this Fisher Tiger story. It's good and all, but it seems to me something that if you analyze it, it doesn't make sense, especially given what we know about the world government. Are you telling me that Mary Jawaz suffered a massive attack, that we see it completely ablaze, and no Holy Knight or any of the Gorosei was there to stop it? I mean, Fisher Tiger wasn't an unstoppable, super strong beast either. All the Holy Knights were living right there. It's not that they lived somewhere else, it's that, as I said, they were living there. The same with the Gorosei and Emu even. I mean, nobody did anything. This seems to me like one of those things that Oda, I don't know how he's handling it entirely, because I just can't believe it. I mean, either there's more they haven't told us, or I'm very surprised that no Holy Knight does anything when they're setting the whole Mary Joyce on fire. I just don't get it. The chapter continues, and Harold says, "Sounds like there was chaos." And Summers says, "They say someone from the world government left the armory open. Now we'll have to find the culprit." I can't wait to execute him. Carlin tells him, "Harold, I want to introduce you to someone. His name is Shanks. He's Shamrock's younger brother. They were separated long ago by circumstances beyond their control. He has suffered immensely on the surface. If he manages to form a deep-sea pact, I think he'd be a great asset on par with Shamrock. Currently, he's been granted the rank of God's Sword, just like you." I know I said the same thing when I met Shamrock, but I can't help feeling like I've seen you before. I interpret this as him saying it because he must have met Roger at some point and seen Shanks as a child. Shanks, with his eye bandaged, supposedly from Blackbeard's scar, though I don't trust anything anymore, says, "I don't know what you're talking about. You're nothing but a mere common giant from the surface. Don't act as if we're close. I was born blessed with Figureland blood in my veins. Do not doubt that I will become a divine knight before you." And Harold is surprised and says, "Well, I suppose I was mistaken." Shanks says, "Come on, Shamrock. I wish to deepen my knowledge of the Holy Land, and I will capture that traitor to claim the credit I deserve." Any clues? "You can wait until your wounds heal completely, Shanks." And Shanks says, "You cannot understand the anguish of having wasted the last 24 years of your life. No wonder the rest of the world seems so disgusting to me." Here we see a Shanks who is pretending and doing a bit of espionage to find out what's happening in the Holy Land. And I have to say, here's an interesting fact. We see Shanks holding his sword with his right hand, even though Shanks was left-handed. I say was because, since he lost his left arm, he isn't anymore. And this reminds me a bit of what happened with Conjuro. If you recall, when we saw Conjuro in Dressrosa, he drew poorly because he was painting with his bad hand. That is, he was using his non-dominant hand to attack and draw, which is why he did it badly. And then, when Yang was discovered to be the traitor, he drew perfectly and used his good hand. I believe they're doing this so they can't know the true extent of Shanks' power, so they see his right hand and think he's an incredibly powerful character, and then Shanks, able to use his left hand, would unleash 100% of his power to surprise them if any problem arose. Shanks also says he hates everything down there, and Harold is a bit surprised and just stares, thinking about Shanks. I have a feeling he's found out everything about Shanks and probably understands why he's like this. The narrator takes us to that same year in Elbaph's fishing village, and we hear him say, "It's no good, my medical knowledge is too limited. Let's call Harold and see if he can put us in touch with a more qualified doctor." No, he has too much on his plate right now. What's the point of fostering a network with the world government if we don't use it? And we see Ida, who is laid up in bed with some kind of IV drip, and she's very affected by some sort of illness, and she says, "I can recover on my own." "You keep saying that, but you're worsening daily. You must improve. Harold will be devastated if you don't, you know. Matto, keep the tavern open." "No way. How can I when you're so sick?" And the doctor seems to say, whenever Harold comes home, he goes straight to the elders and begs them to let him legally marry you. That fool knows I'm happy with my tavern. I enjoy making friends with sailors from all over the world. It may not be much, but I feel like I'm helping Harold by doing that. And we hear a voice from outside saying, "Hey, foreign witch, Loki, you can cook this meat for the old woman, right? The tavern is my main place to hang out. I want it reopened." And we see he's brought a huge bull he captured all alone. Thank heavens, that troublemaker went wild. I'm glad you managed to keep him in check. Even Konhai Rudin and his friends went far to find a doctor for you. Your boys really love you. We see Hyrudin, who began his pirate adventure in search of a doctor. Ida is very upset and says, "Everyone's overreacting, I'll be fine." But yes, that makes me very happy, and we move to Alkal Village, Loki's mother's birthplace. And we see Loki says, "Huh? What did you just say?" A citizen says, "We were talking about how unbearable it would be to let that foreign bitch sneak into the royal family. You're with us, right, Loki?" "We are Estrid's family. She was Harold's true wife. We cannot let anyone claim our inheritance. That's why I gave him a dose of poison. This poison is lethal. His days are numbered." And we see the doctor say, "Matto, we can no longer delay Harold. I'm going to do it. He may not be my blood, but I see him just like Hyrudin. Loki is still my little adorable son." Loki is giving a massive beating with the hammer to the person who gave Ida the poison and says, "Ida isn't going to die, is she? I still remember my biological mother. She hated me. She threw me into the underworld." And we see how he has destroyed the entire village of Alkal, set it on fire, and is holding another giant by the neck as if it were a plush toy, the one who gave him the poison. Let's remember that he is a giant, not a normal human being. I mean, Loki is so ridiculously huge that he has a normal giant as a plushie. Who the hell cares about heritage? Your whole family is nothing but trash. Now answer me, Ida isn't really going to die, is she? She's the only one I consider my mother, and the chapter ends, and they say, his true feelings finally emerge. This Loki character is going to be incredible. He already is. He's an amazing character, and please, let him leave Elbaph well. Let him leave Elbaph alive, and let him leave Elbaph as a Nekama. You know that ever since I saw a bit of this character, I liked him, and I want him in the crew. The chapter is titled The Snow of Elbaph, and we begin with a cover page request from a family of sheep who are knitting 6 gloves for Hatchain. The chapter begins, the narrator says, 15 years ago, all over the world, and then we start to see the reactions of different characters to the news that is coming out, and they say, these giant marines are doing a truly great job. It's incredible to be able to count on them. I thought their race was terrifying, but now I wouldn't mind getting to know one of them. Won't you be able to supply us again? Elbaph's fish has become incredibly popular, you know. It's premium Elbaph cedar, something quite difficult and rare to import, meaning people are getting a little more accustomed to giants. We move on to Elbaph and see Harold, who is giving a speech saying, once we become a government nation, we should build tourist ships so we can visit all our allied countries. In reality, compared to the rest of the world, we are only a small minority. The world has many different peoples, each with its own culture to preserve, and with each encounter, Elbaph can extend its ties and knowledge. Let's make one final push. The future has truly never looked brighter. I'm going to achieve it, Ida. What I mean is, we see Harold, who's trying to change the very foundations of Elbaph, and he's incredibly excited about it. Just as I would be absolutely thrilled if you hit that like button, hit the hype button, and subscribe to the channel to see more videos. We now move to the Walrus School, where we see some children playing, and Harold and Saul are talking. And he says, all this is thanks to you, Saul. It's better than a child with a sword, right? But Harold, aren't you afraid to fail? And Harold says, now I don't believe that military strength defines a nation's power. Ida was the one who taught me all that. My encounter with her was the greatest blessing of my life. And we go on to see Ida's tomb, which obviously confirms she is dead. Harold, Elbaph has really changed a lot. When I first came here, there were so many conflicts, it made me feel a bit scared, but you have changed everything. Now the children study, laugh, and play happily everywhere. It's like a completely different country. And Harold says, those old retrograde customs and traditions, all the bad habits from the warrior era, they must be left behind. I actually like a bit of that warrior pride. I think it's quite incredible. One should really appreciate their own culture. And Harold says, my culture is what made it so we could never marry, Ida. I can't forgive that. I know that all this time you wanted to make me your legitimate wife. That's such a tender thing for you to do. You're so sweet. And Harold says, oh, he could be Hayred's little brother, right? To me, they've always been brothers. And Ida says, those feelings keep my heart full and have kept me going all this time. But don't worry, everything will be fine because you are the king of them all, and you're about to get it, right? Very soon we'll be connected to the world again. Our world will expand to infinity, and when that moment comes, we'll be able to travel together like the old days. And Ida speaks her final words and says, yes, that would be absolutely lovely. I am looking forward to it with great anticipation. And Harold says, me too. And the moment Ida places her hand on Harold, she passes away. And we see Harold exit the room in tears. Then Hayred immediately enters to see her mother, seeing how she died smiling, and Hayred is crying over her. By the way, nobody in the comments come tell me that Ida was a D because she died smiling, because that idea of Ds dying with a smile is just a fandom thing. That's never shown at any point in One Piece. Loki, who is in prison, most likely for the disaster he caused in Ida's village, which was totally deserved. And in fact, we see that destroyed village being covered with snow, and Loki lowers his hat and covers his face a little as a sign of respect or shame. 14 years ago, in Mary Joyce's Holy Land, they ask, has Shanks vanished? Yes, he has. Had he completed his last mission, he would have been formally knighted. As you are our next choice, that chance now falls to you. What will you do? And Harold says, to accept the honor of being one of God's knights. That way secures Elbaph's status as a government member. And the Gorosei begins to lead Harold to the empty throne room, saying, congratulations, His Excellency has agreed to trust you. It's been a long process. You'll be remembered as a good king who brought great change to Elbaph. To be honest, Harold says, I've decided that once Elbaph finally joins the world government, I intend to abdicate and yield the throne. I believe a younger, more virtuous ruler should take over. And Imu says, that is something you must decide. Mu. I'd really like to know at what point we went from Emu to Mu. I simply don't understand. And Harold asks, why is there someone on the empty throne? And Imu says, "Come closer, Mu has been watching you," and a scream is heard, "No, no," and we see Mary Joyce suffer like an explosion. Let's say this is often seen in cartoons. When a house explodes, it's shown to inflate. It's something like that. Not a true explosion, but the sheer force of the scream makes it swell. I know this might seem quite trivial, but seeing that Luffy has the ability to handle things with cartoon-style power, and that he can manage it in his own way, it could be that this is a foreshadowing that Imu's power has something to do with this, because it's something too much like a cartoon to put in the manga. We see Harold, the mark on his arm is spreading, a new line appears, and he says, "This power? I feel an immense power coursing through my body. It's terrifying. It's Imu's power." And the Gorosei says, "This is the power of immortality. I still feel shivers down my spine. You are no longer just a savage monster. Now you are a powerful weapon." And Imu says, "Consider yourself an immortal knight in Mu's eternal service." And he says, "Immortal? I can't believe it. Create an Avis pentagram in Elbaph. That will solidify the bond between us. As soon as this final mission is complete, your dearest wish will be granted, and Elbaph will be recognized as a member nation of the world government." I have to say that these pages in the manga aren't fully drawn, probably because Oda was rushed to deliver the chapter. We can see that some characters, some designs, and some elements are still in a sketch phase. Honestly, I find this very sad coming from the publisher. I would really like them to give Oda a break if it's necessary. If he needs to rest for a week to finish the chapter properly, then he should just rest. It can't be that Oda is solely responsible for the manga, and some weeks he can't make the deadline, having to submit a poorly written manga. After all, this is Oda's work, it's his creation, and I think it's a bit unfair to force him to do it badly and rushed, simply for the financial reward. I think it's a bit unfair, but anyway, let me know your opinion on this in the comments, and also on the chapter. Let's continue. We see Harold, who is really happy and toasting to Elbaph, and he's just arrived at Aura's castle, where this flashback began, and Harold says, "What? What did Imusama just say?" "Mo wants you to bring the nation together and raise a mighty army of warriors. A fleet as large as the Navy, faithfully serving the world." And the world is again in quotes, basically referring to him or the world government nation. And Harold says, "No, wait a moment, let me explain. Everything I've done has been to free my people from violence, so they can live in peace. Of course, if anyone still wishes to fight, I would encourage them to join the Navy, but," and we see the soldiers saying, "Who is the king talking to in there?" And we see a panel that's quite interesting, as we see Imu exerting power over Harold. We see Imu's eyes, the circles, and from above, Imu says, "You yourself swore to atone for the sins of Elbaph's history. You'd even become a slave." And Harold says, "I intended to bear that burden alone." Imu says, "The burden of such history is far too great for you to carry alone. Hold your tongue. You cannot disobey Imu. Those who forge a deep sea pact will gain immortality and power, but in exchange for absolute obedience. You must obey Mu's commands no matter what your will desires." And Harold says, "This is not right. I'm losing control. Elbaph never intended for us to become part of their government. I curse you, Imu." And I love that Harold took only 34 chapters to realize that, in fact, Xebec was right. The world government are a bunch of scoundrels, and they're manipulating him. I think he could enter a top list of the dumbest characters in One Piece. And then he shouts, "Guards!" And meanwhile, he's thinking that the plan really was to turn Elbaph's warriors into slaves. The guards arrive and say, "What's happening, Your Majesty?" And Harold says, "Bring a chain and tie me to the pillar. Hurry, call Lord Jarul and my sons. Hiruden is out exploring at sea, they say, and Loki is imprisoned for that last incident. I can't resist any longer. What is happening, Your Majesty?" Never mind, release him. We cut to the prison in the underworld, and we see Loki being released. And they say, "You must go to Aura's castle as quickly as possible. The king summons you." Then we go to Jarul's home, and he asks, "Is it so urgent? What's happening?" And the narrator says, "And so we return to the very point where this story began, the day of the massacre at the castle. It was when Elbaph's most beloved king, Harold the Benevolent, lost his life." And we're back to where the flashback started, and this tells us there aren't many chapters left in the flashback. A chapter that began with a gorgeous color spread of the Rock's pirates. It's honestly one of the best color spreads I've ever seen. It's incredible, and I'll put it on screen for you to admire, and smash that like button for the video, and subscribe and hit the hype button. That really helps me out. We begin the chapter, and we're going back 14 years in time. Elbaph, the Kingdom of the Sun, the home of Gabon, and we see that Shanks and Scopper Gabon are talking. To which Shanks says, "Does Captain Roger have a son?" And Gabon replies, "It appears so. Garp mentioned it when I ran into him." This strikes me as odd, because I would never have imagined that Garp and Gabon would have some kind of connection, or just meet and chat casually. Perhaps this is due to the fact that Scopper Gabon is already retired, and Garp will never go after him because he has no interest since he's a retired pirate. That could perfectly be the case, but I also wonder where and how they were found. Will this prove to be important? Let's keep that in mind. And Shanks makes a monumental blunder, saying it's a miracle he could survive the Marines. Shanks, you have so much hockey to see the future, but you didn't see this coming, did you? And Shanks keeps on saying that if he's the captain's son, he's like his little brother. It's quite curious though, because it took these two quite a while to finally meet. And Gabon replies that it's true. For us, he and Buggy were like his own sons. And Shanks says if Captain Roger's blood runs through his veins, he assumes he'll be the future king of the pirates. To which Gabon wisely replies, greatness is not something that can be inherited. Those we bet on for their lineage often disappoint. They don't always end up conquering the world. And Shanks says, oh really? And Gabon says, that's right, it makes the world much more interesting. He laughs. And I like this because it's Oda's way of saying, hey, don't assume that just because someone is the child or parent of an important figure, they necessarily have to be someone extraordinary, which is something One Piece has been accused of quite a bit lately, that most important characters in present-day One Piece are descendants of someone important. It could be Luffy as Dragon's son and Garp's grandson, Shanks, being the son of Figureland Carlin, Marshall D. Teach, being the son of Rox D. Zebek, and other examples that were added to the list, which is why I can also understand the point of the criticism. But here Oda gives us a message. Hey, calm down, this won't go any further. The chapter continues and the narrator says, at that very moment, Elbaph Aris Castle. And we move on to the continuation of chapter 1168, and we see them say, Prince Loki has returned to the castle, and Lord Jarul too. We go to the entrance of the throne room where the guards are, and we see how Harold has ended the life of one of his guards. And they say, why did he do something like that, your majesty? We'll chain him up just as you asked. And we see Harold, who is thinking, why did I attack my own soldiers? My body, it moved all on its own. Could it have been your command? Eliminate those who are in the way. It's impossible to disobey orders. My way of thinking is going to change just because it was decided like that. It will be like this for the rest of my life. If I remain alive, I will lead this country to ruin. My body has become harmful to Elbaph. My 144 years of life were useless. Everything I did was for nothing. And we see a moment where Harold remembers his entire life. The school he created with Saul, the moment he tore off his horns, Harold assumes that the best for him and for Elbaph is that he dies as soon as possible. He asks the guards to kill him, telling them to hurry, to kill him before he loses all control. The guards don't understand what's happening or why they're killing everyone. And just then, Loki walks into the room, and we see the panel we'd seen of the guards stabbing Harold. Loki then goes completely insane and shouts, what the hell are they doing? We see Harold, who's been stabbed, and he says, damn it, it's true I'm immortal. I'm regenerating. Stop them, run. Or that's what he's trying to say, but he's only thinking it. And we see him with a single sweep take out a whole bunch of guards, and he says, how am I even supposed to die? Help me. Then we cut back to Shanks and Gabon, and they're having a conversation, and Shanks states, in other words, Harold and I agreed to the weakest contract with someone they referred to as his grandeur in the Holy Land. That CPAC prevents us from disobeying them if we happen to be within their sphere of influence, which I understand to be Mary Joieuse. What a strange power, says Gabon, and Shanks says, that's why once we were far enough away from Mary Joieuse, Harold and I took the chance to talk about everything. I knew it, you're the red-haired pirate, Harold told Shanks. Harold was happy with the idea of joining the Holy Knights and making Elbaph an affiliate of the world government, but that means moving to the Superior Pact in the deep sea. And that's a problem? Gabon asks. And Shanks says, through this pact, the Divine Knights acquire superhuman strength, an immortal body, and the power to generate an abyss, the Habis, allowing them to travel vast distances. However, in exchange, no matter where they may be, it is utterly impossible for them to disobey his greatness, Emu. His voice can reach them to the ends of the earth. If Harold were to accept that contract, he would become nothing more than their puppet. I can't even begin to imagine for a second those greedy, vile creatures ever respecting a promise, especially with a simple mortal like him. Therefore, Harold must not, under any circumstances, join the Order of the Divine Knights. And I have to say, Shanks, I truly don't understand why you didn't tell Harold this back then. You said you spoke with him. You even showed us how you were talking to him. Didn't it even cross your mind to tell him, hey Harold, for goodness sake, don't you dare join the Divine Knights. Don't you sign that next Sea Pact because they will control you everywhere in the entire world? Didn't that little red-haired head of yours that I love so much think of it? Honestly, I just don't get these things. I don't know if Shanks is dumb or what's up with him. Then we see a huge hockey burst erupt from the castle. Inside the castle, we see Loki clashing his hammer on Harold's sword, saying, what the hell are you doing? How did he survive so many stabs? Why is he trying to kill the guards and me? Where does all this strength come from? And Jarul prepares his sword and says, what the hell happened to you, Harold? You must snap out of it. Guards! Everyone to the throne room! We must stop the king, he has lost his mind. Are they fighting? Quick, it's that bastard Loki again. Save his majesty. And here we see Loki's entire lie beginning to take shape. Explain it to us, Harold. What has happened? Lord Jarul, what I did is unforgivable. I feel I'll lose all control, says Harold. Listen to me, Loki. Do exactly what I tell you. Tell the people of Elbaph what happened here. Tell them about the guards I've murdered. Let them know I stained my hands in blood to unite Elbaph with the world government. Explain to them how I was deceived and ended up in this miserable state. They wanted me to enslave our people as the world government's warrior army. What do you mean you were deceived? Says Loki. They never had any intention of accepting my requests. Lord Jarul, Loki must be the one to eat Elbaph's secret fruit. See to it. With the divine power I've gained today, I am invincible. I never wished for Elbaph's people to become the government's slaves. Kill me. Put an end to the reign of Elbaph's worst king in history. You must kill me and take the throne, Loki. Let it be known the disgrace I was to Elbaph. Kill me. Become a hero. And here we understand exactly what was happening. Everything Harold had caused. All that his foolishness and good intentions had led him to do to Elbaph and what he asked of Loki. Something I have to say I'm really happy about, because from the very first moment that Loki appeared, from the very first panel, I already told you everything Oda was going to do with this character, and that he was going to completely change the concept of Loki, the god of lies, and that it wasn't going to be that Loki was a bad person, and that everything they had told us about him was true, but rather that the lies revolved around Loki himself. And this is something that obviously has become clearer with the chapters. But having said it since, literally, Loki's character introduction with just 2 sentences makes me very happy because it means I'm understanding Oda's mind very well. And besides this, I also mentioned what fruit this character would have, which we'll get to shortly. Harold keeps saying that it doesn't matter what they think of him after his death. What truly matters is securing Elbaph's future. Don't you see it? How far do you plan to go? Says Loki. I'm counting on you, Loki. Only you possess the power. And we see Harold lose all control. He breaks free and starts to wipe out all the guards. They all rush at him and he says, "How dare you do this?" And he stabs him right in the neck, but it doesn't matter. He's immortal. You are not the Harold I knew. That Harold no longer exists. I am the vassal of his greatness, and his neck begins to regenerate. No one will escape from here. The castle's truth will never see the light, and he starts trying to wipe everyone out. I will deliver this country into the hands of your greatness, Emu. Loki, hurry up! Damn it, why do I have to eat that cursed fruit? Aren't I supposed to not swim after eating it? And why is my old man someone totally different? You can't do that, Loki. That fruit belongs to me, says Harold. It was you who told me to do it, replies Loki. Jarl stabs Harold in the back and says, "You can't eat it. That would be the end of the world. Quick, Loki. We can't let Harold touch that fruit." Harold turns and thrusts the sword through Jarl's head, the same one he had at the arc's start. What I believe will happen with this is that thanks to the sword stuck in his head, he'll lose the memory of what happened here and won't know exactly what occurred, probably causing everything that later happened with Loki. I return it to you, Jarul, the legendary sword you gave me some time ago. I must eat that fruit and take the Ragnir, and he lunges at Loki, but suddenly a voice rings out. We won't allow it! Then Scopper, Gavin, and Shanks appear, slicing Harold and blowing him to smithereens. I absolutely love it. This panel truly impressed me. Jarl says, "Are you Gavin? Jarl, what has happened to you? Don't you worry, my helmet saved me." It's quite amusing that he claims his helmet saved him, but the sword is literally impaled in his head. Please, you must stop Harold. You cannot allow him to capture Loki. This is all over now. And Gavin says that this has ended in the worst possible scenario, to which Shanks replies, "Harold, open your eyes. Look at what you're doing." Ah, Shanks, this immortality isn't so bad. I feel superior to any of you. And we see something curious, and that is, notice that the Divine Knights, which is what Harold is right now, are immortal and are under Imu's influence, but they don't have the Domi Reversi. What I mean is, it appears they are 2 different abilities. I had assumed that to control a Divine Knight, you had to perform the Domi Reversi on him if he didn't obey you normally. That's why we saw the Divine Knights as normal, simply obeying Imu because they were under his command. Perhaps we might see a Domi Reversi from them if Imu were to see them resist, but this seems different because it's not even that Imu has taken control of Harold's body, but rather Harold already inherently obeys Imu's will. We must be very careful that we don't see this happen with other Divine Knights if they ever manage to break free from Imu's control at some point, and we see a Divine Knight do something truly epic. An example of this would be Gunko when he began to remember Brooke. Maybe that's when she became herself, and Imu had to step in, and Shanks says, "There's no way to revoke that order." Watch out for Shanks' words, they might be important. Next, Loki unlocks the door. He enters the dungeon and we see what it says. This is Elbaph's treasure, the fruit that has been passed down through many generations. And we see a chest, which is the one that contains the fruit, and a hammer behind it that begins to move. And the hammer is thrown by Loki, and we hear, "Gege ja ya." Huh? Who was it? And that's the end of the chapter. Here, wow, I have so much to say. First of all, the fruit. I've always maintained, from the very first moment we saw Loki, one of the things I said was that this character's fruit, in my opinion, was going to be the Gomu Gomu fruit. The true Gomu Gomu. I know this is unlikely to happen because it might have some mythological fruit from Norse mythology or something, but I already told you my arguments for thinking this. The people of Elbaph believe this Gomu Gomu is Nika's fruit, the one Luffy has. That is to say, just as we once believed that Luffy possessed the Gomu Gomu, the rubber fruit, and then he had the Nika fruit of the sun god, I believe they think they have the Nika fruit, the sun god, when in reality it's just a simple rubber fruit. They must simply be two fruits that bear a strong resemblance to each other, and that, as we were already told, share similar abilities because the god Nika possessed the very properties of rubber. And if this were the case, it would explain why the Gorosei never worried that Luffy possessed the Nika fruit, because he was shouting Gomu Gomu, and they believed he had the Gomu Gomu because they thought the Nika fruit was the one still in Elbaph, and it was impossible for Luffy to have it if he hadn't even reached the new world. And Shanks would probably know this, because now when Loki eats this fruit, he'll see that it's not Nika's fruit, but the Gum Gum fruit, and something will be off. So when Shanks realized the world government was transporting what was the Gomu Gomu, he deduced it would actually be Nika's fruit, only they didn't know it. So Shanks intercepted that fruit, which would explain why he intercepted that fruit, took it in a chest, and then Luffy eventually ate it. And when he realized Luffy was the chosen one, well, that was it. He was perfectly fine with it. And in fact, we could actually explain why Shanks himself didn't eat that fruit. And it's that if he had eaten it at that very moment with his arm, with that tattoo he possessed, with that mark he bore, he would not have been able to go and defeat Imu, because upon entering Mary Joaz to defeat him, Imu would have taken complete control of his body, and with that fruit he would then be even more unstoppable. So he decided to hand it over, as he himself said, in favor of the new era, causing Luffy to eat it and thus affecting all of One Piece. This is the theory I've had since Loki's introduction. I really hope it's true. I would truly love for you to leave your thoughts in the comments. I know I've mentioned this a couple of times, but now that we're close to seeing what fruit this is, well, hey, I'm really eager to see what happens with it. We start the chapter with a cover story, and we see Jinbei as the conductor of the eel train, distributing bento to the passengers. The cover stories, I must say, I like them. They are pretty. We start the chapter right where we left off, 1169, and we saw that the hammer had been thrown towards Loki. This time we see Loki lying on the ground and the hammer knocking down one of Elbaph Castle's columns. Loki is surprised and says, "You bastard, who the hell threw a hammer at me? Come out at once, you wretched one." So he enters the room where the chest is and says, "There can't be anyone here. No matter what, I must eat the devil fruit." And then the hammer is heard moving and it launches itself at Loki once again, this time breaking through the castle floor. And Loki says, "Are you kidding? It can't weigh so much. The castle's in ruins." And he tries to climb the rubble bit by bit to the top. We cut to Harold, who is being controlled by Imu, and he says, "It's useless, Loki. That devil fruit, considered a national treasure for hundreds of years. It's not that no one wanted to eat it, it's that no one could eat it." Because Ragnir, the hammer, did not recognize the power of absolutely anyone, but with the power that I possess now. And just as he is about to continue his sentence, Shanks and Skopper Gaban launch themselves at him. They cut off one of his legs, and we see Harold fall. So Skopper Gaban adds that his wounds are catching up to him, and Shanks says his regeneration isn't as fast as it used to be. Then Skopper Gaban adds that if they string their blows together, they'll be able to incapacitate him. Someone capable of coating their attacks with Conqueror's Haki is the weakness of such people. And Harold gets angry and says, "Gaban, are you gonna fight me?" He then throws an axe directly at him, and Skopper Gaban says, "Of course I won't let you go now that you've lost your mind." And Shanks asks, "How do you know the Celestial Dragon's weak point, Gaban?" He replies, "It's because they came to find him several times." And we see a very small scene where the Celestial Dragons say, "We know there's a red-haired boy with you. Hand him over, he's our leader's son." Gaban says, "But whenever they came, we'd tear them apart and kick them out." And Shanks says it rings a bell, that a guy named Summers mentioned something similar. And Gaban says he feels nostalgic for those days. Even so, they were surprised by the existence of a combat force within the Holy Land. They thought the Enrybitos were useless. And Shanks says that nobody knows them because they rarely descend to our world, that they are convinced they are gods, and that living with their mindset, well, it truly disgusted him. And Gaban says something that I don't exactly understand why he says it. I don't know if it's a translation issue, if you could explain in the comments why that is. But he says, that's what's called destiny. You know we've discussed destiny here 1,000 times. I've said it's 1,000 times present in One Piece's story, and that it holds incredible importance, but I don't quite grasp why he says it at this particular moment. If anyone can clarify it for me, I'd be truly grateful. I don't know if it's abstract, just theories until we know, but either way, tell me in the comments. We continue the fight against Harold, and Shanks says he wants to save him, and Gaban says, "Didn't you say there was no turning back from joining the Divine Knights?" "Loki is our only hope," says Gaban. So we go back to Loki, and he says, "I told you to get out of my way, Hammer." And the Hammer seems to laugh, but Loki says, "Are you the guardian of the national treasure? How can a hammer move? What the hell are you?" And the Hammer lunges at Loki, and Loki says, "I've had enough." And he strikes him with his very own hammer, which in the impact is completely destroyed, but at least it causes the other hammer, Ragnir, to go flying. Loki then complains, exclaiming, "Oh my hammer!" And then we cut to see the hammer, and it's a squirrel with a large bump, a nasty knock on its head. This squirrel is what we discussed at the arc's start, referencing Ratatoskr, a Norse mythology creature closely linked to the tree, the same tree represented as Elbaph itself. Harold keeps striking all the guards, telling them to move aside, and Shanks asks how they'll stop him from ending this fight. And Gaban says, "The other people I've met, like him, did not use Conqueror's Haki," implying that Harold is on a much higher level and the others are not as strong, as I have said 1,000 times. The Divine Knights are not that powerful, take away their regeneration, and they cannot beat me. Jarul, who is obviously badly wounded by the sword Harold plunged right into his head, says, "Guards, stop Harold. Don't let him take that devil fruit." No matter what happens, we see the guards being torn apart, Harold slowly advancing, and Loki, who finally manages to open the chest, takes the fruit, eats it, and then claws begin to emerge from him. He starts to transform, and a very powerful roar is heard. The squirrel becomes very happy. I guess it's because it no longer has to protect that fruit, and Loki runs off to Harold. But I must say something important here. Supposedly, no one could eat that fruit because this squirrel, the Hammer, was protecting it. But Loki didn't have much trouble beating the squirrel either. He just hit it with his own hammer, and that was that. So you're telling me that nobody in Elbaph's entire history has had the power to defeat the squirrel? And it only took Loki one hammer blow. Are you saying Loki's power with one hammer blow is stronger than anyone who has existed in Elbaph in the last 800 years? It seems a bit exaggerated to me. I don't know. Then we see Harold, who is at Orus Castle, which is in flames, stabbing absolutely everyone, and Harold says, "So he ate her, Loki. Show me that legendary power." But Harold takes a blow to his left side, and we see he's quite wounded in his eye, arm, chest, and how he's slowly regenerating. But we also see Loki's shadow, who appears transformed, grabbing Harold by the head. I must say that Loki's transformation isn't fully shown, as in the next panel, Loki is already back to normal. Loki prepares the hammer, prepares Ragnir, and Harold says, "Just as I thought, the blood of the Supreme Kings flows through your veins." And Loki says, "Hey, you've regained consciousness." Harold says, "This won't last long, don't be fooled. Look around you, I've committed an irreparable crime." And Loki says, "But you were being manipulated, weren't you?" And Harold says, "Not exactly, it's more my way of thinking that's being influenced." And they just focus on his arm with the tattoo, which, as it's regenerating, doesn't have the tattoo yet, implying that for this moment he is being freed from Imu's control because he doesn't have the mark. Harold adds that he's starting to believe he's a type of god and says, "You and your brother are capable of governing Elbaph in a dignified manner." And Loki says, "You truly are the worst father." Then we see a scene where Shanks is crying and Jarul is lying on the ground with a sword stuck in his head, with Skopper Gaban leaning on him. And Loki says, "How can you ask your own son to kill you? Not even the worst father would do something like that." And Harold says, "Oh, I forgot to mention it. Thank you for what you did for Ida. Burning the alcohol village won't bring her back, but thank you for your compassion." And we see the tattoo is already fully regenerating, to which Harold says, "Hurry, his influence is returning to dominate me." And Loki prepares the blow and says, "You'll pay for this, you damn bastard, for forcing me to do something like this," as he throws Ragnir at Harold's face. And Harold, with his final words, says, "I love you too, my son." He smiles, looking at Loki, and we see that at the very moment he strikes Harold, a bolt of lightning falls from the sky, which is what we've seen Loki cause a few chapters back using the hammer. And the hammer obviously falls on Harold, taking his life. Between the lightning and the hammer's strike, we see Harold slowly start to fall apart while Loki is crying and recalling Harold's words, saying, "Loki, my son, what matters is the future of Elbaph, isn't it?" And it seems Harold's story ends here. I have to say I don't trust them, for why? Because we've seen that the Divine Knights appear to have a kind of immortality and they regenerate. If Harold dies here by Loki's power, it implies there's a way to defeat them. But as we've seen Skopper Gaban say that the Divine Knights were going to attack Roger's pirates and they cut them down, yet some are still alive, like Summers for example, it's understood that these people are indeed immortal, or at least their lives cannot be ended easily. So I'm still not entirely convinced by this. I need to see a little more. I need to see the next chapter, and I need a logical explanation. The chapter begins with a cover page request, where a cat puts a cat-eared headband on Zoro. You know, I really like the cover requests. They're good, they're quite pretty. However, we're beginning this chapter by continuing what we saw in chapter 1170, which was all about Harold's final moments, his death, and how Loki had to put an end to him to free him from Emu's control and stop him from destroying Elbaph. Gaban begins by stating, if Harold had abandoned the castle in that condition, he could have destroyed the world, which I must say strikes me as a bit of an overstatement. I mean, this character was extremely powerful, but to go from that to destroying the world, perhaps we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. As he watched his body regenerate, he saw a world plunged into despair. Fortunately, there was a way to stop him, referring to Loki. I believe what Oda is doing here is the typical thing he does when he introduces a new character and wants to show us their power, which is to exaggerate it. Normally Oda, when he introduces a character and we see them fight for the first time, he always performs some act of power that's far superior to their actual strength, but he does it a bit to impress, which I think is what they're doing here with Loki, portraying him as if Harold could have destroyed the world and Loki ultimately stopped him. The chapter continues and we see Shanks, who says, "Did you know Elbaph's treasure was so powerful, Mr. Yarul?" And Yarul says, "No, I'd never heard anything like that." And if I think about what could have happened if Loki hadn't intervened, it gives me chills. And Shanks remembers Harold telling him that if he joined the Holy Knights, dawn would finally come to Elbaph, and that the Holy Knights told him he could get everything he desired there, and that they pitied him because he had lived in misery for many years. Then Shanks grabs his arm where he has the mark of the abyss and remembers some words from the celestial dragons who said those inferior beings aren't even human, that he'd better forget about the world down below. And Shanks starts to clench his arm in anger and almost falls to the ground. I didn't quite get this. I get he grabs his arm in anger, but I didn't understand why he falls. I don't know if he was just weak, tired, or I didn't quite get it. Gaban hugs him, saying it's a bad habit he has, to stop cursing his birth. And Shanks asks why Harold had to die. His heart was simply too pure, and if only he had acted sooner. And Gaban tells him it's not his fault, but I'm telling you it absolutely is Shanks' fault. In fact, Shanks was explaining to Gaban how dangerous it would be for him to permanently join the Divine Knights at the highest rank, and he had planned to tell Harold, but for some reason when he spoke with him, he didn't say anything, and this led to everything we saw in the previous chapter. That is to say, yes, it's Shanks' fault. You've got a lot of observation hockey, but you certainly didn't see this coming, and Gaban says something quite interesting as he tells Shanks, "You also have a very important role to play. All lives have a purpose, so you must resist." I understand this refers to some kind of prophecy, or something that involves Joy Boy, and obviously it also involves Luffy. Then we see a very sad Loki in front of Harold's body, saying, "So this is his reward for having loved this country right up until the very end." It's too cruel, and Loki is crying, and then they show us a panel where we see what remains of Harold's body, which is basically from the legs down. I still don't quite understand the regeneration issue. I don't understand why it hasn't fully regenerated. I mean, I understand it's because of the Conqueror's power, but if both legs remain, why doesn't the rest of the body regenerate? Is there a specific organ you can destroy so that person can't regenerate? Or is it necessary to destroy the upper half of the body, and why that specific part? Is it because the brain is involved, the heart, or both? I don't know, I'd like Oda to explain it a bit simpler and more concretely to understand it well. And we move on to Mary Joyce and see an interesting dialogue from Emu in which he's saying something very curious. And he says, "Mu gave an immortal body and immense power to a warrior of the ancient giant race. He had become more than a monster, and yet they managed to kill him. Who did this? What kind of individual is in Elbaph?" And as he's speaking these words, we can see him sighing, clearly quite exhausted. The Gorosei, who is standing right before him, then states, "We will send someone to investigate." But Emu says, "No, that's quite enough. Another knight would simply die in vain. Even for Emu, every single pact demands a very steep price." What I mean is, these agreements certainly cost Emu something significant, and that is precisely what I believe could be this character's greatest weakness. But there's something I don't understand. What I gather isn't that Emu is hurt by Harold's defeat, but by having made the pact with him, by having possessed him, because he's saying every pact demands a price. He's not saying, they defeated him, and because of this, I'm hurt. Or at least that's what I'm understanding here. I mean, the logical part is to think that since Harold was defeated, this hurts Emu. But here I'm understanding the opposite, and that the fact of having controlled it is what really hurts Emu, because if not, why would he mention the pact and the price? It just doesn't make sense. But anyway, let me know in the comments what you think. Emu keeps saying that Harold was an anomaly, who wanted to build bridges with other races and other nations, even if he had to humble himself before them. Giants carry it in their blood. It's in their deepest nature. Putting them in government would be foolish, for they would simply destroy it. The king of Elbaph, an ancient giant, agreed to make a pact with me. Nothing could be better for us. But for Elbaph, he was a king who should never have existed. This was the final outcome, and the story, it never lies. We are completely incompatible. Please don't you ever forget it. Elbaph is connected to the D. I find this extremely interesting and very important. It's also quite obvious that more or less all of us had in our minds that Elbaph and the D were certainly related, but this dialogue here about history not lying, about them being incompatible, I really like all of this. I must say I need to check several translations because the ones I've seen mention it a bit differently, whether Elbaph is related to the D or if it's linked. They are different ways of saying the same thing, but of course, coming from Japanese, the original language of this work, obviously these words can imply something very different. So, the moment I get some reliable Japanese information that I can understand, I'll be able to form a theory about this. But for now, I'm being very careful because one word can completely change this whole scene. We return to Elbaph, we're still in the flashback, and we hear, Loki, the entire country is going to sink into chaos. Loki says, I'll set sail, old man, and I'll take all the surviving soldiers with me. Jarul asks, what about Harold's dream? Meaning, they should tell the people of Elbaph everything that happened. Loki says, there's no way I'm telling them something like that. Listen to me carefully. What happened here today must not be told to anyone. And Jarl asks, do you know who they'll blame if we keep quiet? Loki says, I'm already used to it. Do you really see me becoming king, following my father's ideal, but bearing the other ideal and all the hatred that I can do? With this power, I will avenge my father and the soldiers. And Jarl tells him, don't even think about it, Loki. The world government is a gigantic organization. It won't be as easy as you think. And we return to the present, right at the end of the flashback, and he says, and in the end, I ended up going out to sea. Hayladin, when you and your crew returned to Elbaph, the legend of Loki, the patricide, must have already been perfectly established. It's true that I did everything possible to make that accusation credible, but I'm not so sick as to be happy about my father's death. I just didn't want them to deny everything my father was, because of that tragic end. And even so, I wonder if I shouldn't have told the whole truth to the people. And we see Hayladin's very serious face, learning everything that's happening. And Gaban says, that's all true, Hayladin. And we see Luffy certainly attentive and taking it all in. I beg Oda, please. I'm not asking for much, okay? All I ask is that I want to see a Luffy who is truly serious, fully understanding everything that has occurred here, the true importance of the government, and that we witness some real consequence when he goes up to speak with Imu or something similar. I don't know. I'd like a more serious Luffy in that regard, while still being Luffy. Loki adds that he does understand that he would have preferred never to think about that story again. Here I must say there are things I don't understand, or maybe it's a translation issue, or I don't know what the problem is, but let's see. Loki says he went to sea. So I understand he went back to Elbaph and then he was captured. But why did Loki return to Elbaph? I mean, he went out to sea, became a pirate, that's why he has a bounty. It makes sense. But I understand he attacked the world government at some point, though we haven't seen that anywhere. I gather from something said later that perhaps we'll see it in a future flashback at the chapter's end. Alright, fine. But what I don't quite grasp is why he returns to Elbaph and why they tie him up. I mean, why does he let himself be tied? Why doesn't he just flee back to the sea? Why does he go back to a place where they'll chain him? I just don't get it. And above all, why doesn't he tell Hayladin the truth? I mean, Hayladin is finding out now, just as he would have found out at the moment it happened. If Gaban had told him, and if the rest of the people had told him, then Hayladin would have understood, he would have found out everything, and at least you wouldn't have been deceiving your own son. I mean, Hayladin is Harold's son. I think he deserved to know the truth. I don't know, it's kind of my opinion, but I don't quite get it. We continue and Hayladin says, and Mr. Jarul, now I understand why he was so insistent on preventing your execution and protecting you tirelessly. In short, my father preferred to die rather than be manipulated by the world government. So all this time was the government Elbaph's enemy. What could they have done to my father? And Gaban says, yes, the Divine Knights are central to what happened to Harold. The problem is that Loki still doesn't know what truly occurred to Harold in the Holy Land. If it's needed, I'm prepared to tell the whole story. And this is where I understand the second flashback would come in, or at least the full account of the story, which I would really like him to tell, please. But Hayladin says, it's not necessary for now. We don't need reasons to protect our land. Loki, I share what you feel for our father. I'm sorry, I apologize. Let's fight together for Elbaph. And Luffy is thrilled and says, yes, I'm happy for you, Loki. We're ready to fight. And here, I'm really suggesting something that might never happen, but I'd love to see it, and I have a feeling it just might. It's seeing a very happy Luffy after being told a very serious story. Now he's just so joyful. There comes a point where Luffy seems to be faking his happiness or trying to play the fool, so to speak, to calm the atmosphere a little, to relax tensions, and for some time he's been like that. What I mean is, for a while now, Luffy has become aware of all the bad situations, all the things he's been told, and that Luffy isn't as foolish as we might think. He often seems oblivious to things, but he actually makes all those jokes or whatever to lower the tension a bit. And that Luffy at some point can't take all this anymore and says, "Folks, I'm not an idiot, I know everything that's going on, I try to calm things down, but we've reached a point where we have to get serious." I'd like that, and I hope Oda does it. And suddenly something falls from the top of the tree, it crashes to the ground, something giant, and we see it's a giant Draugr. Then Chopper says, "That thing, that's what's being unleashed up there. There are many monsters like that." "Where did it come from?" "It's a Draugr," says Hayladen. "It's impossible for something like that to exist." And Loki says, "It's perfect for a warm-up. You guys go first, I can fly. Be careful about the flying because it might be connected to his devil fruit. Watch out, here comes Loki with the butterfly devil fruit." No, obviously not. I hope he has a Western Dragon devil fruit. I'd love to. In fact, there's a color spread from a few chapters ago with a dragon drawn next to Luffy, and some people say that dragon could look like Loki because in its first appearance, both had their tongues out. I love it, please let it be that fruit. And then we see the new giant pirates going up in a boat elevator saying, "Hurry up, Hayladen, what's happening up there?" As they start to ascend, they tell Loki, "We treated you like a monster capable of killing his father, so we're sorry." And they add, "But that's all, your other crimes are still unforgivable." And Loki says, "Shut your mouth and get up. I don't give a damn what you think." And Loki prepares himself and says, "Wow, this is unbelievable. I can move. I'm free." And Gaben says, "Hey, Doctor, it's very kind of you to look after me, but I'm worried about what might happen to my son." And Chopper says, "Yes, of course." And he grabs Sanji and Gaben and starts to go up with the skywalk while Chopper says to keep him stable. And Loki then realizes he has Luffy on his shoulder and says, "Hey, what are you doing here?" And Luffy laughs and says, "I want to see you fight." And then we see Loki, who charges forward with his mighty hammer and declares, "All right, let's demonstrate what we are truly capable of, Dragnir." He then readies his weapon and powerfully strikes the Draugr with a devastating attack named Niflheim, which, as you know, is one of the realms of Yggdrasil, completely encasing it in ice. While Luffy is incredibly surprised, and surprising Luffy isn't easy, huh? Be careful, Luffy is a monster too. He instantly freezes the skeleton, and this suggests the hammer has various elemental powers. We've seen him wield lightning, now he wields ice, surely he wields fire, water perhaps. Something about plants? I don't know, I love it. I'll have to thoroughly check the Yggdrasil tree to see if there are different worlds that might be related to what we've seen besides the ice. But even so, be careful, because if Loki has an interesting fruit and a very overpowered hammer, I like it.